testing 1, 2, check, check. Salt Lake is about to roll over to a backup system. Thank you. We have a confirmation here as well. Green light here.
So you hear, so you have this one turned off?
Could you repeat that last sentence again? Excellent. Apologize for the overhead echo, but we'll be good at 9 o'clock sharp. We'll give you a 30-second count.
Okay, can you get rid of the echo?
Many, many thanks. And I will confirm that we'll be indeed ready to go right tonight. Thank you.
And turn it down.
Recorders are running. YouTube is standing by. 1 minute. Copy, bouncing, standing by. Copy. Thank you for standing by. Board is close to beginning this 9 o'clock meeting.
Not in. No, that was caption.
Audio check, audio check. Good copy.
So no.
Please stand by.
Nope. We're still in. Transcribe.
Farmington, we copy.
Nope. Oh, yeah, got it.
Recorders are running.
Transcription's ready.
We are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Introduce themselves. Let's start with Bryce.
Bryce Thurgood, represent the North.
Carl Hurst, Central Region.
Randy Durth, Northeast Region.
Wade Heaton, Southern Region. Brett Selman from the North.
Gary Nelson, Central Region.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Director Shirley sitting to my right as well and all that he does. Let's introduce our RAC chairs. Let's start with Braden.
Braden Richmond, representing Southern Region.
Kent Johnson, Southeast Region.
Brock McMillan, Central Region.
Justin Oliver, Northern Region.
Daniel Davis for the Northeastern Region.
Daniel, I could see a look on Miles' face of relief when you stated that. Thank you. I just want to mention, I see a lot of sportsmen from different parts of the state here today. Very grateful for this opportunity to be able to discuss our wildlife in Utah. I have the opportunity to travel to many Western states and listen to the wildlife commissioners and how things are done in other states. And I still believe that Utah's process to hear public input is by far better than what I've seen. Grateful for this opportunity and really appreciate the attendance of those who are here today. I know that the Wildlife Board has spent a lot of time already listening to all of the RACs, taking a lot of emails and comment, but I ask that we listen today to those that have come in attendance and make sure that the public feels that they are heard. With that, I'll ask for approval on the agenda.
I'll make a motion. We approve the agenda for today.
Got a motion made by Randy, second by Gary Nielsen. All in favor? Motion's unanimous. Ask for approval of the minutes.
I'll make the motion that we approve the minutes from our previous meeting.
I'll second that.
Who was the second? All right, got a motion by Carl, second by Wade. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, do we have any action log items?
We don't have any that are action items for today. We've still got about 3 later for this year and one for next year, but nothing today, Chairman.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to turn the time over for the director update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll wait for this presentation to pull up. I'm excited to be here today, and I'm going to have a brief division update today to try to keep us on task here. It has been an incredible winter, and we have not met besides the work session since this all started out, and I wanted to spend a few minutes today mainly focusing on that. As has been the conversation in many of the RACs and presented by our regional supervisors as well, I just wanted to emphasize what this kind of winter does to a state agency as well as our partners and our volunteers and everyone. This has been a all hands on deck kind of approach for really since about mid-December on. And I really want to emphasize the hard work that our employees have put in very hard circumstances, just pretty much going 24/7 for the last few months, and really also a teamwork approach to that. You can see the numbers on nuisance calls and more or less double or triple some of those calls throughout this winter. And those are calls that take a significant amount of time. You can see the picture there in the central region of our local herd elk that was living at the golf course. Again, a really good example of people willing to, tolerate wildlife in places that they usually are not this winter, as well as some patience that was exercised by the golf course is a good example. Those elk were there until a couple of weeks ago when they finally decided they'd had enough. So really, depredation issues were higher in certain parts of the state. And then again, we were using employees from other regions of the state to help us in parts of the north and central region to address some of these issues that weren't in it quite as heavy. So just really wanted to thank our employees as well as the public that's been involved there. We started feeding on January 18th, emergency feeding of deer in the northern region. We still have, I think it's 14 sites that we are currently feeding at. Most of those are in Rich County. I think there's 9 in Rich, a couple in Summit, and 1 in Ogden. You can see that number as of April 26th, 1 million pounds of feed. And then you can see we've had 15 division employees really involved in this and boatloads of volunteers. Really, we've had the number listed there is 50, but I know that when we have a volunteer that's volunteering, someone's covering whatever they used to do in that spare time as well. So I think it really paints a pretty picture. We use the feeding as a way to collect some data as well, and you saw that during the work session on what we tried to do there, and we got some good results on what we did there. And anyway, really important. We also had a shed antler closure that we started the first part of February. And these are some of the numbers from that closure, which actually, as of Monday, has been lifted. And we still are working with the public and hoping that they'll respect our wildlife in places that we still have some deep snows in some areas. Most of the state has backed off, and the winter ranges are pretty clear. But you can see those numbers. This was, part of our enforcement efforts. We asked them to prioritize shed antler gathering, and you can see how many contacts and reported violations and then actual citations that were issued as part of that enforcement. And I'll just say that, you look on there and you say 100 citations issued. The majority of the public was respectful of the shed closure. There was a lot of heat in the system when the emergency closure was enacted, and a lot of opinions there. And then as winter continued, that seemed to quiet down until a few weeks ago when it was getting really warm and people wanted to be out. Then they wanted to be out. So anyway, just, really was a unprecedented move by us, and took a lot of manpower and a lot of public restraint. So a couple updates from our sections. The spring turkey hunt started May 1st. A lot of areas are very hard to get to in certain parts of the state. Our big game application period closed. If there's questions on that, Lindy can help. But it was interesting to see, with this being our first year of a delayed start, the number of applications that were coming in on any given day and how that worked. And if you did not apply, you can still apply for bonus points during the antlerless application, which doesn't start till June 7th. And then the big game drawing results will be emailed and posted on May 31st, which I'm pretty sure Lindy's been saying it's going to be May 31st, because I get excited as well and wonder if it's going to come a couple days early. She's holding pretty tight to that. So the aquatic section, again, with many of our other sections, due to the extreme amount of snowpack and water, we're a little bit behind in a lot of our programs and what we're able to do. And so a lot of our monitoring of lakes and streams are smaller, or a little bit behind schedule, but we had a really good walleye spawn and going to meet our quotas there, and some extra walleye for Willard Bay. And then on the flip side of that, our tiger muskie spawn, because the ice on recapture has been a little bit smaller, and we're not going to reach our quota. So habitat section, this is a good time of year to highlight what's going on in our habitat section and new projects that have been funded for FY24. And you can see those numbers. Our Habitat Council from hunting and fishing license sales has identified 88 projects and $3.4 million put towards that. The Conservation Permit Program on the 4th of April committed another $3.9 million to projects. And then WRI is putting $6 million towards those projects in FY24. And that's another indication of the winter that we've had. We're going to be delayed in some of those, and some of the projects that we thought we'd be able to get on the ground early this spring are delayed as well. So our enforcement section, we have 3 new officers. They are out and about. They're Chase Hancock, Sean Stuckey, and Mark Shepard. They've got all their in-house training done, and there's another officer that's graduating here in another week or so. He gets to train with me because I get to be a slacker, so he'll be put me in cuffs here shortly, I'm sure. So, and then we have a new K9 officer and K9. His partner is Hawk, and they will graduate from Indiana here shortly. We've had great success in that Indiana K9 enforcement program, and we have, I think it's 6 dogs now, 1 in each region and maybe 1 extra. But anyway, just great K9 and handlers, and a lot of training, a lot of great that's happening in that program. So the outreach section, the guidebook, which when I started going through this update, I had to go to our website and look at this. The fishing guidebook is also in Spanish online. It's kind of fun to see. So, and then we'll be holding more events this year to recruit hunters and anglers from underserved groups and communities. And hardware, Wildlife Education Center is going to be open these first 3 weekends in May and has a black bear safety exhibit going on. And the wildlife section, you've heard some of this. We talked a little bit about it at the Wildlife Board work session, but California condors is something that with highly pathogenic avian influenza, we've had at least 10 die. They have another, I think 4 that have died and another 4 that are in quarantine that they're trying to save. But anyway, that's a big deal. And we've been looking at options that we have to coordinate with the Fish and Wildlife Service on condors. On the greater sage grouse, due to snowpack, where really our lek counts and being able to get to those leks has been hard, and birds are lekking in different areas that they can get to. So anyway, we've extended the time frame that we usually have those counts in by and are still trying to gather data on that. And then I wanted to, there will be, I think, a little bit of conversation about our big game survival today as we talk about deer and everything else. And I know Randy Larson and has put out an email last week with updates, or just a couple days ago, I mean, had the same information here, but our statewide survival, approximately 94% for elk, 90% for pronghorn, 81% for adult deer, 52% for fawns. If you read through that email, if you're on that email string, you can really see that it's been the tale of kind of 2 stories in the north and the south part of the state. So again, these are just the averages between the state as a whole, but really depending on localized conditions, we have seen a lot of winter mortality. So it's been something that we've been dealing with for the whole winter. And with that, I will be done. And we're grateful at DWR that spring is here, and hopefully we'll have a lake that looks like that sometime in July. So thanks.
Thank you, Director. Any questions?
Not a question, but just a comment. Had the chance to be on Lake Powell for a few days, and that state line alternative boat ramp was a giant project. I don't know if that comes under you or somebody in the state, but that was, you really can't visualize that until you've looked at a boat ramp that's 60 feet out of the water with a cliff, and then what the state did to open up the south part of that lake. So just a big congratulations. I don't know who to thank, but it's somebody in the state. That was just a major project, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's mostly the National Park Service and us coordinating on those things. So, but it is critical to our AIS program that we have options for boat decons and stuff like that. So thank you.
Any questions from the RAC chairs? All right, with that, we'll go to our first agenda item number 5, buck deer permit recommendations, DACs.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Grab the clicker from you, Jay. When we made recommendations, and before we started the RAC process, we recognized we were in a pretty unusual situation with this winter. And so one of the things we committed to do, and we communicated this throughout the process, was that after we got through the month of April, we'd take a fresh look again at the survival data, really specifically to deer, but across the board, and potentially make some revisions to the recommendations so we could just take into account this unprecedented situation that we're in. We don't typically do this. Our biologists do try to anticipate where we're at when we make recommendations and where we'll end up when we make the recommendations, but this year was just so unusual. So I actually have a little presentation to kind of go through the context, the background behind the revisions that we did make. And Stacy sent those out on Monday so that everyone could have a chance to have a look at them before this meeting. So, but I'll go through these a little bit, kind of these adjustments. Uh-oh, did I send you the wrong presentation? I may have sent you the wrong presentation, Mike. I might need to send you or give you another one. It looks like these are the drought adjustments from last summer. So I have it on a thumb drive here. I may have sent you, if that's what I sent you the wrong one. So give me just 1 second. Okay, here we go. Are we okay to proceed? Yeah, okay. All right, so just kind of revisiting big game permit recommendations in context to this winter that we had. You know, this was the commitment we made. This is basically the commitment we made was that we would review them again, looking at updated survival data before this board meeting, and make changes to try to manage to the objectives in the plans. This graph here shows the snow water equivalent for the state. That black line is this current year. This was as of the end of last week. And you know, we set a lot of records. We had just conditions that were above and beyond anything we've seen in recent history in the state. And that's why, you know, this is unprecedented, and this is why, because this winter was unprecedented. When we looked at recommendations, this is a graphic that might be familiar to some of you. It's kind of this decision-making pentagon that we look at when we make recommendations, when we write management plans of, you know, is it possible, you know, is it responsible biologically? Are we within, you know, is it something that we're technically capable of doing? Is this a legal decision? Is this socially, politically acceptable? Does it work financially? You know, these are factors that we take into consideration when we write our management plans and when we make our recommendations. And the Wildlife Board, I think you guys have and the RACs have a really important part in this decision space, especially that kind of that social political side of this pentagon. And one of the reminders here is on units where we see, you know, we manage to buck to doe ratios. That's what drives a lot of how we hunt bucks. That's not necessarily what drives our efforts to grow deer populations or to manage overall numbers of deer, but it is an important part of how we hunt bucks. And we see one of the things that's interesting is increases and decreases in buck to doe ratio and increases and decreases in population. It's not always a linear effect with how it affects hunter success. So sometimes if we have a population and numbers go way up, we grow a lot of deer, success rates will increase. Even if we keep permit numbers the same, success rates will often increase, and we'll harvest the same number of deer with fewer permits relative to the population. When we see large declines, like after a hard winter, if you have winter loss on a unit, your success rates will drop and beyond a linear scale. You know, if your deer population decreases by 20%, your success rate might decrease by even more than 20%. And those are some of the things that we take into consideration when we make these recommendations. And just something I wanted to point out to you, that especially when we have lower buck to doe ratios like we manage for on our general season units, that those success rates can vary a lot depending on what's happening with overall numbers. And when numbers go down, we see success rates typically drop as well. disproportionate to reductions in the population. This is that graph, or that figure again showing how we use the buck-to-doe ratio management. And there are some biological sideboards. If you get to buck-to-doe ratios, 5 or less, you get in that territory where there's the possibility that you're not going to get all your does bred, and it could potentially have population level impacts. And if you get to really high buck-to-doe ratios, in that 50 plus buck-to-doe ratio range, on a resource limited unit where deer are competing for resources, which is essentially every unit in the state of Utah. We don't have any deer units where we're harvesting does to try to keep our populations down. All of our populations are pretty much at a functional carrying capacity right now. So from a resource limitation standpoint, if you get above, really high buck-to-doe ratios, then your bucks will start out competing does for resources. But it's a pretty wide window in between there, and that's where almost all of our objectives are for managing deer. And we give the most permits and manage the largest area and the most deer for that 15 to 17 and 18 to 20 on our general season units. And just kind of want to illustrate that from a biology standpoint, it's a pretty safe space to be. There's a lot of room on either end of that. If we come in a little bit above or we come in a little bit below, biologically, those populations are safe. We're not going to impact pregnancy rates or fawn production. With that, we'll jump into the regions. These are the same tables we had in the RAC presentations, but in the totals there at the end, I have put the strike through and changed the numbers to red on the units where we're recommending changes or adjustments to the permits. So not in Kansas anymore. The fan was about to blow me away, but so here for Northern region, you can see we've got deeper cuts, so adjustments to go even lower. And this was driven on a lot of these units by higher mortality than we had originally anticipated. We knew the winter was going to be rough, and it was even rougher than we thought it was going to be on some of these units. The box elders one, where actually it did not have real bad mortality, but going some pretty deep cuts here. The cash going from 6,000 permits last year to 4,100 this year, and you can see those, and these were in that packet that was mailed out to you on Monday. For the central region here, we initially were going to recommend an increase on the Nebo unit, but after seeing higher fawn mortality than we had anticipated, our recommendation is to stick with last year's number. Wasatch West, it was a unit that was a little bit of a mixed bag. The Wasatch the back side of the Wasatch, we did see pretty high mortality. It was a rough winter there. The other parts on the southern and western ends of that unit did better, but we're recommending a little bit deeper cut there on the Wasatch West. Southern region, and there's a lot of story to tell about southern region units. As bad as things might have looked in some parts of northern Utah, they look that great in southern Utah. We saw in that region, adult doe survival is tracking in the 90% range, and fawn survival in the mid-80s. We anticipate in southern Utah that we're going to see adult doe survival in that 90% range, fawn survival in the mid-80s, 80% range. And to put that in context, typically in that region, adult doe survival is usually in the mid-80s, but a lot of years fawn survival is in the 50% range. So really great fawn survival recruitment in southern Utah, really encouraging. And the truth is, on a lot of these units in southern Utah, and I'll go to this next slide that shows a few more of the southern Utah units, they're probably biologically, and to meet the objectives in the plan, there was probably room to increase even more permits. It's a 28% increase for that region. And through the public process, the overwhelming feedback that we received through the RACs and comments sent to the board and RACs from the public was that I think we hit, maybe even exceeded the acceptable social threshold for recommended increases in southern Utah. So we're not, even though the data would probably support it, we're not recommending additional increases on the southern Utah units at this time, but they're ones that we'll keep an eye on and see how they do. And If the data holds true and they perform how we're anticipating they perform, we'll probably recommend some increases again next year. So what a great problem to have, that we're growing so many deer that folks are worried about it. So I wish we had that problem all across the state all the time. Southeastern Utah, not a lot of changes here. We did see lower fawn survival on the manti than we had thought. This winter just held on a little longer. So rather than a recommendation for an increase on the manti, we changed that to just stay at the current level of 7,800 permits. Northeastern region, this is maybe a bright spot in an area where we made adjustments to recommendations. I think the biologists out there had anticipated that the winter loss would perhaps be even worse than it was, and it ended up not being quite as bad. So they still are recommending decreases on the North Slope unit and the South Slope Yellowstone, but not quite as deep of cuts as they had initially recommended. And then we did find on the Wasatch East, we found we had an error in our calculations when we were looking at the survival data, and we had captured additional animals, but we weren't counting any of the survival from those animals. So when we reran the numbers, adult doe survival was 90% on that Wasatch East unit, and last year the buck-to-doe ratio was 26. So we're actually, based on that error, we're making a revision to recommend an increase of 500 permits on that unit. So in summary, across the state with these revisions, it's a net decrease or reduction of 3,025 permits, about 4%. And again, there's a few units that I think we're still going to need to keep a close eye on, some that may need future increases based on current data. And those are, some of these units in Southern region, also the Box Elder in Northern region, but Beaver, Monroe, Dutton, Pine Valley, Thousand Lakes, and Zion are ones where really high fawn survival is very likely going to drive those buck-to-doe ratios to way up. And so we'll keep an eye on those and probably need to make some adjustments in future years. And there's also some units that are a little trickier to manage where we've made cuts that I think are going to put us in a good area biologically, but based on a lot of private land on some of these units, like the East Canyon, Chalk Creek, Morgan South Ridge, 9 Mile. Our buck-to-doe ratio, we're going to come in close to where we're supposed to be in the objective, but it's still, some of these units make it a little harder because you have high percentages of private land that carry higher buck-to-doe ratios. And come breeding season, mid-November into December, you'll see that bucks move, off of those private lands. And so your buck-to-doe ratios will meet or even exceed the objective often. But folks that are out there hunting during, earlier in the year often have a pretty different experience versus what the data, looks like in November and December. So these are ones where I think we're probably going to need to keep an eye on them and see how it goes and continue to monitor the situation on those units. This has been kind of a rough round of RACs, and there's a lot of really passionate folks, and a lot of folks, want to see big adjustments and want to see reductions in permit numbers when they feel like deer have been impacted. This graph right here shows that top line are mule deer populations in the state of Utah, and this goes back to 1992. And we had rough winter and lost a lot of deer in that 92, 93, 94 timeframe there. And you can see that big dip at the beginning of the graph. But, and then at the bottom of that is general season deer hunters afield, that gray line at the bottom. And you can see our population dropped, and that's when we made drastic reductions and went from over 200,000 general season deer tags to 97,000 general season deer tags. And those numbers have fluctuated, gone up and down a little bit here and there. But the primary trend in general season deer permits has been flat to downward trend. This year our recommendation is right around 70,000 permits. And that trend seems to continue downward even when the ability to give more opportunity to hunt general season deer, which is the intent of general season deer hunting, we grew during this period of time from about 2012, 2013 till about 2017, 2018, we grew 100,000 deer in the state. And during that same period of time, we added between 2,000 and 3,000 general season deer permits. So our tendency as a public, as decision-making bodies, as biologists and folks that make recommendations from the Division of Wildlife, we seem to be really willing to cut permits, and we seem to be really hesitant to add permits back when deer numbers increase and that opportunity is there. And that's something we're mindful of as we see more and more interest in deer hunting and less opportunity available for folks to go hunt deer. And one of the interesting things is over this time frame, the buck to doe ratios on our general season units have gone up pretty substantially. During that peak when we grew a lot of deer, but we didn't add very many permits, coincidentally or not coincidentally, our statewide average buck to doe ratio on public land general season units went up to the mid-20s from being, even below 10 in the early 90s. Our objective, all our general season units are in that 15 to 20 range, but and again, this last year we had a little, we did actually grow deer from December of 21 through December of 22. Statewide deer population grew about 10%. And we saw again another blip post-season 2022 buck to doe ratio was above 20 for public land general season units in the state of Utah. So when we don't add opportunity back when it's there and available, we end up increasing success rates and increasing buck to doe ratios while we decrease hunter numbers. So that's, I guess, the background and the deer recommendations. I got just a couple other species that I'll throw in here just while these aren't related to the deer, but there's only two other ones, so I'll throw them in here as far as winter recommendations. The cash-rich pronghorn population has really been affected by this winter. We did a flight last week, the biologist flew there, and numbers look to be down 80% from what they were in 2020. Last year, we had recommended 59 buck permits on that unit, and we were recommending adjusting that down to 14 this year. The original recommendation for this year had been 45, but based on the winter severity and just how long the winter is held on there in that Bear Lake Valley and Rich County, we're recommending doing that. And this is a unit that wasn't way above objective with regard to age for pronghorn. And then one last one. This is maybe a little more uplifting and positive one. All 5 of the RACs voted to increase the early, I got to read the name so I get it right, draw only youth any bull hunter's choice elk permits. That's that September draw hunt, the once in a youth time hunt. All 5 RACs voted to increase that from 500 permits to 750 permits. And, looking at that, I think the division is supportive of that. And at this point, we modify our bull elk recommendation to include that adjustment to 750 draw only youth permits. And so with that, we can go, sorry to distract you with some pronghorn and elk stuff there, but we can go back to deer. That's the agenda item we're on. And we can go back to talking deer, and happy to try to offer any answers or clarification to any of that. So thank you.
Thanks, Dax. I'll open it up to questions from the board.
Got a question. So, Dax, I see on the cash, we went from 6,000 to 4,100, which is a 32% cut. And survivability was 68%. Going to a unit like Morgan, South Ridge, or East Canyon, when we're have 80% loss on adults, and there's only a 27% cut. I'm just, the math doesn't add up.
Yeah, so it's a great question, and it's something I've talked with a lot of folks from Northern Region RAC with similar questions and concerns, and it has to do with the makeup of those units to some extent. they're not exactly apples to apples comparing the cache with the Morgan South Ridge, Chalk Creek, East Canyon. And it's a tricky one. And that's why I had it up on that slide that those are kind of some tricky units because there's large percentages of private land and they typically run at a really high buck to doe ratio. Whereas the cache is largely public land and typically runs at a much lower buck to doe ratio. So the recommendations we make, we're taking into account that there will be very low hunter success rate for public land general season deer hunters on those units that have those large chunks of private land. Biologically, in November, December during the rut, those bucks are going to show up, the does are going to get bred, they're going to get pregnant. And so rather than preemptively taking that opportunity away from folks who maybe just want to go hunt, even if they know it's going to be hard or they're going to have low success, you know, our recommendation was kind of somewhere in the middle there where we did reduce some permits, but we also know it's going to be hard to hunt with low success. And that's why those look different, you know, on the cache versus those, you know, proportionally, it has to do with availability and anticipated success rates and land ownership on those units. So it's a good question.
Yeah, I just feel like meeting in the middle, you know, if we lose 80%, I mean, we've skewed way on the, you know, to the upper side that I really worry that we're selling something that, and then too, wouldn't you think that a lot more people, there's limited public, so I mean, they're getting congregated on, you know, like the WMAs, and there's gonna be a lot more people on the success rate. I mean, 2, 3, 4%.
It'll be low. If you're looking to spread out and have a lot of room and a lot of deer, those probably aren't the right units for you this year.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question, Dax. I've talked to a lot of the local hunters, not just in my area, but in the other areas in southern Utah, and even the farmers that usually have hundreds of deer in their fields have tan. You know, the cowboys, when they're out gathering cows, they're just not seeing the deer. And so I see that we have good fawn recruitment and good survival and stuff like that, but there's just not much to start with on some of those units.
Yeah, you know, we hear that too, but those are our units where we pay the highest depredation and damage payments for deer in fields. You know, it's from the southern region. And I think there's a couple different conversations, a couple different discussions. One of them is, and I had a few people tell me, Dax, you don't care about deer numbers. All you care about is buck to doe ratios. And I said, well, that's what I'm talking about right now because we're making recommendations on how we hunt bucks. And so that is the focus. That is what we're talking about. But if you want to talk about deer numbers, then, you know, should we spend hundreds of millions of dollars through the WRI to try to do habitat improvement and build guzzlers? Yes. Should we manage predators aggressively on units where it's needed? Absolutely. Should we implement giant studies across the state to determine body condition, limiting factors, and cause-specific mortality so that we can address those limiting factors at local scale specific to those units? Yes, absolutely. Should we try to grow more deer, whether it's in northern Utah on a unit that's predominantly private land, or if it's in southern Utah on a unit that's predominantly public land? I think almost everywhere, resoundingly from the division and from all of the partners and, you know, the researchers that we work with, the answer is yes. Let's grow more deer where we can responsibly grow more deer. And if we can't responsibly grow more deer, let's grow more habitat so then we can grow more deer. You know, I think that's the answer. So, you know, like I said, I've had folks accuse me like, all you care about is buck to doe ratios. And that's not all we care about. That's not all the division cares about. We care about the health of the deer herds. And we want to do the right things with regards to habitat, to water, to watersheds, to soils, to dealing with conflicts with landowners, predator management, you name it. If there's issues, we want to work on them. We want to devote resources and time and effort to those things. And when it comes to hunting and how we hunt general season bucks, general season units are designed to offer a lot of opportunity. They're not necessarily designed to be, you know, managed for 30-inch bucks. And the recommendations we're making are to manage to the objectives in the plan and they're pretty darn conservative even in southern Utah. And I would love to work cooperatively with folks to try to find ways to grow deer in southern Utah. And I think we are growing deer right now in southern Utah, which we're really excited about. And as we grow deer, we're looking to increase opportunity too. And, our biologists put a lot of time out on the ground too. There's a lot of boots on the ground, recovering collars. Not recovering a lot of collars in southern Utah this year because the animals aren't dying. The few that do die, it seems like they're getting hit by cars or maybe killed by predators. And when we do field necropsy on those animals, they seem to be in really good shape. Some of the best bone marrow condition, which is a good indicator of the health of the animal. Some of the best bone marrow condition we've ever seen is, come off deer from southern Utah, the beaver unit, some of those. So I understand the desire to grow more deer, and I think we're all in, and we want to grow more deer as well. But we also want folks to be able to hunt and enjoy those deer when we do grow them and when we do have them. So I don't know if that answered your question, Gary. Maybe I went on a rant there. Sorry.
I'm sorry. It sounded like I hit your defensive junior, but I agree with everything you've said. I mean, I've watched it. I've seen it happen. I just get lots and lots of people that have been watching a deer decline the last 20 years in Utah in various units, some worse than others. And there was a really good point made by one of them, said, well, on one side of the unit, they're doing really, really good. On the other side, there's about none. And so I know there's differences, but it's pretty hard to explain. I know another thing people don't really get is that the tag numbers for bucks don't really affect the population of the herd that much. It's just because of the numbers of bucks it takes to cover the does. So, I think there's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of misunderstanding because we keep telling them the deer herds are doing really good and they keep seeing a steady decline. So thank you for your response.
Carl? The model we're using to hit these numbers have like a high success and a low success. Can you kind of explain whether you picked high, whether you picked low, maybe it's unit specific, or just maybe the philosophy of picking high versus low in these numbers?
Yeah, so based on years worth of data on units that are growing or we're seeing a lot of production, the southern Utah units, we anticipate high success. So when we're looking at trying to figure out where we're going to be, we figure hunters are going to have high success. On units where we've had losses or where we have lower deer densities or we've had big losses, then it's typically lower success. So, and we can go through, I can tell you, we can go dive into numbers if you want, but generally, I think all throughout southern Utah, we anticipated high success, average to high success. I think high on most of them, and in northern Utah, it was lower.
But a high success pick lowers the number of tags.
Yeah, so high success.
That anticipates you're going to kill more deer. So if you have one of these southern units and you've said, look, we anticipate high success, that in and of itself is offering fewer tags.
It is. Okay. So, but we try to match that to what that unit's most likely going to do based on the history of the unit and based on what's happening with the deer population. So all the southern units, I think, except maybe the Fillmore, I think we anticipated high success when we were calculating permits, which results in fewer permits, us recommending fewer permits.
Dax, on a lot of these units that we've had really high loss on the deer, how much of that do you count or contribute to elk populations?
I don't know if I have like a definitive concrete answer, but it appears it's a factor. And I just saw some interesting new research coming out of Wyoming looking at that question. And we've looked at it a little bit in Utah. It's tricky to tease it out exactly, but I don't think it's a coincidence that on units where we were, 2,000 elk over objective is where we seem to see the highest deer mortality and higher elk mortality than we saw in other units. So, carrying capacity or a resource limitation, density dependence, that seems to be a factor that affects animals. And when we stack a lot of mouths on a relatively small amount of land, it can have an impact. In a lot of years, you can get away with it, but in extreme years like this winter, you really kind of pay the price for that.
It just seems like I went up when they were feeding the deer up on, Bear Lake, and I went up with the division when they collared a few, that a lot of those feed sites didn't have any elk on it. And the survivability was a lot higher than compared to some other ones where the elk were there. It was, I don't know, the few that I've looked at, it was a drastic difference, it kind of seemed like. So to me, it kind of goes hand in hand that maybe we've got elk problems.
Any questions from our RAC chairs? Brock?
Hey, Dax, when you came around the RAC tour, you said that several of those units in the south, you're already being really conservative. Now the numbers have come in, they're phenomenal compared to what the numbers were used in the model, and you're still being conservative.
Yeah.
Give me an answer, buddy.
I don't know if I have a really great answer for you, other than we look at that decision-making Pentagon and we're not managing buck hunting at a biological level anyways. We're already well within biological sideboards, and the old feedback through the public process was, these increases in southern Utah are already enough. And actually, a lot of people say, stop being so proactive. Let's be more reactive rather than using current data. Let's go back to 3-year averages so the changes are more moderated. People really like the data when it tells them what they want to hear. They don't seem to like the data nearly as much when it doesn't tell them what they want to hear. And we listen to the public feedback, and we hear from a lot of different constituencies. And I've read a lot of comments that were submitted electronically. And at this point in time, and that's why I had that slide up there with some units that I think we need to keep an eye on, where there's probably going to be opportunity for more increases in the future. But at this point, I think we just stayed with where we were in southern Utah, and probably a lot of that was based on feedback gained through the public process.
Okay, with that, we're going to have the director summarize our electronic comment from the public. I just want to mention, for the public that's here, we will take comments. If you haven't filled out a comment card, please do so. We normally take 3 minutes, but because of the meeting and the passion, and you guys have showed up, we're going to give 5 minutes for everybody. You'll come up and speak in this microphone here. And we'll take your comments. If you haven't turned those comment cards in, please do so to the ladies right over here on the side, and we will take your comments. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dax just made mention of the online comments that he has read for the agenda today. All the agenda items, we had 451 online comments come through, about 400 pages of comments that the board and many of us have read, and we appreciate having those. On agenda item number 5, buck deer permit recommendations for 2023, we had 75 comments. 27 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's recommendation. 46 strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 2 were neutral. I've listed out all the themes here, and I gave a copy of this to the board. This is my summary from those comments. And on the first one, I'll just say we had 16 comments that were essentially, with the winter that we've had, deer permits should be reduced statewide or higher reductions in our recommendations. And I will make note that a lot of those comments were made before we posted the changes, but my guess would be that there's still a lot of sentiment out there. Had a lot of comments on deer permit numbers specific to the southern region units. That the included southern region generally shouldn't be increased at all. Specific units were called out, not being warranted for increases, and recommended increases are too drastic. A lot of comments that leave the tags at current levels. We had a lot of comments, 10 comments, I should say, that were generally supportive of the DWR's deer permit recommendations. Multiple comments on antler point restriction being implemented, 3-point or 4-point or better. We had 8 of those comments that I put in that category. Several comments disagreed with increasing the Oak Creek limited entry permits by 11. Some comments specific to the Manti unit and the recommended permit increase there, and that we should leave those alone. Season structure, some comments recommended 3 to 5 day hunts, and that we adjust our season hunting structure to a shorter time frame. And there were comments that we should shut down some units for hunting for a few years and see if it helps our deer herd in those areas, and that we need to do more to grow deer here. A few comments on implementing a late season limited entry archery hunt on general season units after the late season muzzleloader hunt ends. Comments on stop cutting permits that people want to hunt. A few comments that felt that we are favoring our limited entry deer hunts with increases while general season hunting is being reduced. Youth should draw a permit every year. We should use the data to make adjustments both ways, cut where cuts are needed and increase permits where the data shows that we can. Comments on resident, non-resident issues, that residents should be allowed to apply for every species like non-residents can. And non-residents should be given a few more permits to help get them through our system. And then comments specific to the West Desert unit and Wasatch West and East units, and that more permit reduction is warranted. So that's a lot. I know that. And I know that you read through those comments. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to our RAC chairs and have them report on motions. Braden?
All right, we have several motions on this one, but not as many as we have on the technology in a minute. So bear with me. We had a motion to accept the limited entry buck deer permits as recommended, and that passed unanimous. Then we had a motion to accept the division's general season buck deer permits as presented, with the exception of no permit increases on Dutton, Beaver, Fillmore, Southwest Desert, and Zion units. And that passed 9 in favor, 1 opposed. Next, we had a motion that an amendment to the motion to include Pine Valley to the list of units without increased permits, and that failed 3-7. We had another failed motion to amend that we would add the Monroe to remain as is, and that failed 5-6. And then finally, we had a motion that we accept the remainder of the division's recommendations as presented, but ask the Wildlife Board to instruct the upcoming Mule Deer Committee to add an option for antler restrictions, to have a single deer draw that includes dedicated hunter, limited entry, and general season deer into a single draw, and allow the use of restricted weapon seasons on general season units. And Mr. Chair, do you mind if I just speak a little bit to our region?
That's fine.
A lot of the comments, as you said, did come from the southern region. And I think as I watched the RACs, I think we may be the only area that were contradictory to the division's proposals. They were asked for more increases or decreases to the decreases, but in our region, we went contradictory to the division's proposal. And just trying to represent that region and their thoughts, I spent hours and hours on the phone with people, and overwhelmingly, people were very concerned. And I think the concern stems from, over the last several years, we've just watched our deer herds decrease. And so the idea that we recognize that the fawn recruitment, the adult survival was good this year, but we have a trend of the decreasing population. And I think that is the primary concern there. I could elaborate a lot more on that, but I just I want to try to represent that region and where we came up with those. I think Dax's discussion on the decision Pentagon was great. I think inside of the parameters, there's a lot of room for movement. So thank you.
Thanks, Braden. Appreciate that. Kent?
And we had a couple of motions out of the Southeast region. The first one was we had a motion to reduce the Manti general season and the Oak Creek limited entry back to 2022 levels. And that was in keeping with the recommendation from SFW. That motion passed 6-4. The 4 that opposed that motion felt that they would trust the division's recommendations based on the fact that they were going to come back with updates based on further data collected. And then our second motion on that was to accept the remainder of the division's proposals as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Brock?
Centrals are really tough. The motion was to accept as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Okay. Thanks, Brock. Justin?
In the northern, we had a motion to accept the permits as presented with the expectation that the division would adjust permits downward as more data becomes available. Since the presentation was set out Monday, I just wanted to I didn't speak to every RAC member, but we felt we made a mistake in saying not putting a number there. The sportsman representatives both spoke with me and would have suggested and would like to see a lot more cuts made. We feel that with the survival rates down and where we're at, Bryce mentioned it in some of his questions, but definitely this motion wouldn't have passed unanimously as it did had we known that the cuts were only going to be cut. Basically, there was only 100 permits in each of the main ones that we were concerned with, the Morgan South Ridge, the East Canyon, and the Chalk Creek units. There was a desire from those that I've spoke with since these numbers have came out on Monday. They want to see those drop drastically more than what they were done.
Thanks, Justin. It's a little bit unprecedented that the Division One had to set those numbers knowing that the mortality data was still coming in. And so I had to put those RACs in a position to ask for that. And so a little bit, I appreciate the RAC chairs representing some of the data, some of the information that you've been having come into you. With that, Daniel?
Yes, for the Northeastern region, the motion was made to accept as presented, and that passed 10-1. The one opposition was in relation to the similar system calculations that Bryce brought up in the mortality to reduction ratios, but it passed 10-1.
Thanks, Daniel. All right, with that, we will go to public comment. We will start with Travis Murphy, and he will be followed by Landon Corbridge.
Got it. Well, thanks for having us. I'm Travis Murphy. I'm representing today the CWMU Association. Want to voice our appreciation for all the RACs. This has been a very unusual season. Also the DWR, they've had a crazy thing to manage, and they've done it hand in hand. As private landowners, we feel very well represented amongst the biologists, the advisory board, everybody has been awesome. So we want to make sure that we're here in support of what they're doing. We also want to talk about the Northern Utah. We've talked to our membership, as they mentioned, tricky in every situation. As a operator in Northern Utah, and as our membership, as we've talked to our operators, we are managing well our biology, our harvest, our resources, whether it be projects or things. And we are in uncharted water, which we all know. But we do want to make sure that everybody understands, as a private land group or CWMU association, we are either limiting tags or taking a harvest approach that is very conservative in Northern Utah and not reactive to a thing downstream. We are trying to be very proactive with what's happening. I know Bryce has mentioned stuff, just mentioned stuff, but this is something that we've worked on daily. We've also put hundreds of thousands of dollars of feed privately into this wildlife herd. And so we just want to make sure that's known, and that In some of these units where it is a vast majority of private, we just want to make sure that you realize as a wildlife partner, we're here to be a partner. Secondly, in my unit, Ensign, we intend to obviously cut tags. We want to be conservative in nature for a very fragile resource. And lastly, we want to support the division in the recommendation. Dax has worked hard on these, and I know the biologists are tasked with a very unique situation. We want to keep going down the road and having further discussions on these critical units as they're identified. And so that's all we have to add as a CWMU association.
I'd like to ask a question, and not to put you in a tough spot, Travis, but we get asked the data to the DWR and have them present. One of the questions I have is we've received a lot of comment from the public wondering what the CWMUs and the private landowners, what their response will be to a winter like this. And you discuss some of those discussions you've had and what Ensign is doing, that you guys proactively are cutting your own tags, knowing that what you are facing. Can you talk about that as a whole and those discussions you've had as a group? What does that look like?
You know, in a couple of these northern Utah units, the private sector within a few percent is almost 90% of the whole unit, the private land in CWMUs, give or take a few percent. As a group of operators, we do attack wildlife a little differently than maybe a buck to doe ratio. We're doing age classification. We're doing a lot of things in management, youth hunts, cull hunts, trophy hunts. And so we maybe take it to a little more of a, lack of a better word, a scientific level on how we choose to harvest healthily into these herds, you know, going at different age classifications, or stag bucks, things that don't necessarily contribute to the health of a herd. And so, this year's harvest, when we look at harvest in these units, there's a lot of us in these units that are harvesting this proposed year at an acreage to buck ratio of 2,000 acres to a buck this season. And that's, you know, some of us are operating a little different programs. That's probably a private landowner right. But in general, across all operators, we are having a very conservative harvest on these bucks, and we're doing it in segments. Now, a lot of us are communicating to our guys and our guides and our clients and our public that we need the chance to put up our glasses. I mean, the division's struggling with the same thing, saying we flew antelope, you know, in this region. Tom and myself have an antelope problem. We didn't know that till a week. I mean, we knew it, but we didn't have hard factual data till a week ago. We're also saying that data is going to come in, and we are on the landscape every day. We're going to put up our glasses. We're going to understand what the product is. We know what the biologists are telling us that the product is on the resource, but we want to understand for sure as we move through the season, and we will make those decisions as individual operators going through. But I can assure you that we're going to harvest at a level that is healthy to the resource.
Thanks, Travis. All right, we've got Landon, followed by Cody Reese.
Landon Corbridge, I just want to stand up here and say I support the recommendations as presented. I'm going to follow the northern RAC region that I live in and say that I expected deeper cuts, and I would support that. And that's about the first time and only time you'll probably ever hear me support cuts on tags. And while I'm here, I just want to thank the division and all the organizations that put together the feeding program in the northern areas. That was awesome to see you guys put that together as quickly. And thank you to all the volunteers that stepped up, donated feed, money, time, energy, equipment, and everything to make that happen. So thank you.
Thanks, Landon. Cody, followed by Andy Monroe.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm Cody Reese. I'm here on behalf of the Youth Hunters Voice. For those of you that don't know, we're a nonprofit organization that started just to try to get the voice out for the youth. I understand what you guys do, and I want to thank you for your time and effort. It's been very helpful. I've met with a couple of you. The DWR has been very helpful, providing a lot of information for us, just to help start what we hope is an easy argument, but you guys do a lot for the youth. I want to thank you for that as well. We think that there's a big amount that we can be doing more. And I know that we're right here today talking about tag numbers. This specific item is for deer. But we do want to just make mention and make sure that we get the youth involved in all aspects of the deer. The once in a lifetime tags that seem very far out there for the youth to get are losing some of the youth in our industry. And 30 years from now, when they're in your chairs, we hope we haven't lost too many of them. So we've got a lot of data from the state, from the DWR. Lindy's gave us some info. This year, we actually kind of turned the corner where, based on the DWR's information, 51% or more hunters now are ineligible to reach a maximum bonus point program. I'm going to challenge you guys to see if we can get some youth more involved in a bonus point, or maybe have tags available for them without bonus points. It's going to be important for the future of our industry to get the youth involved. So thank you.
Thanks, Cody. Appreciate that. Andy, followed by Tom Hatch.
Andy Monroe, I represent the Oak Creek Landowners Association. We have about 33,000 private acres in our association. First, let me say, I live on this unit. I'm on this unit every day. We run cattle there on public and private ground. We have Forest Service permits. I've hunted this unit personally with family members and friends of mine 4 different times in the last 5 years. We had an increase of in 2021, there was 40 tags on the Oak Creek. Last year, they proposed a 4 tag increase, and that was passed. Now this year again, we're proposing a 25% increase of 11 tags. So that's going to put us up to 55 tags. The people who put in for these tags and draw these tags are max point holders mostly, other than your random tags. The people that draw these tags, a lot of them hire guides. A lot of them put in a lot of time on this mountain, and they kill the biggest bucks they can find. They're not killing the older bucks that are 3x2s and older mature bucks. They're looking for the biggest, most put together, best buck they can find. And in 2020, the success rate was 100%. Last year, or in 2021, the success rate was 96.4%. I don't have the data for last year, but I would guess it's somewhere in that range. So these tags, if issued, will get killed. They will kill a buck. They're not going to kill the management type bucks, which contribute to this buck to doe ratio that we're going by. Those bucks don't get killed. If this unit was addressed next year in the mule deer plan, we could address this with some management tags. The buck to the 3-year average is 40 bucks per 100 does on there right now. That's at the very bottom end if it was a premium unit to put in management tags. So we could do at that point, put some management tags in there. I would just encourage you to take a hard look at this. There's not that many giant bucks running around there. There are some, but the appearance of this and want to increase this tags is different than the reality. And in one of the racks, I heard it say that there was, I'm not sure who it was, said there was about 15 deadheads or something like that picked up on that unit this year. And maybe there was. I don't know. With the shed closures, I'm not sure how that happened, but I know of 2 personally. Both of these bucks, one was on the archery hunt, was wounded, and he found it a couple months after that. And then the other one was killed on the late muzzleloader hunt, which is on the other side of the border of the unit, and that buck happened to wander across there. But that was a buck that lived on the Oak Creek. They weren't old bucks that died of old age. I just want to make it known that we definitely oppose this tag increase, and I hope that you will consider putting this off till next year and addressing this with the the statewide mule deer plan. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Tom, followed by Garth Carter.
Better put my glasses on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board for allowing me to address the board this morning. My name is Tom Hatch, and I'm from Panguitch, Utah. I served as a member of this board for several years, and I served over 20 years as an elected official in southern Utah in the state legislature and in local government. But today I represent only myself. But I have talked with many other sportsmen all over southern Utah who seem to share the same sentiments that I do. And I'll try to be brief in my comments and my recommendation here today. I'm adamantly opposed to increasing mule deer permits in the southern region, as has been proposed by the division and recommended by the RACs for some of those specific areas. My observation is that the mule deer numbers continue to decline in most areas of southern Utah that I'm familiar with. I'm a guy that's out in the field, I would say as much or more than your biologist. I'm on my horse a couple of days a week, summer and winter. And I'm here to tell you the deer just aren't there. Like this gentleman said, his constituents are telling him, you know, I can count deer if I see them. I know a deer when I see one, and I know when I don't see them. They're just not there. I also found it interesting that two of the sportsmen's group that voiced agreement with the division's recommendations are those that have a financial interest in maintaining a good relationship with the division. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not, it just didn't quite pass the smell test for me. When we've got groups out there that are going along with what the division says when they have something to get back. I don't recall one individual sports person that wanted numbers, that didn't want numbers reduced in the RAC meeting that we had. There were some that spoke in favor of the division's recommendations, but I say they were with organized groups. I'm speaking to the choir, I know, when I tell you guys that mule deer have more going against them than most any other game animal, I think, in the world. Weather, both drought, heavy winters, predation, highway mortality, loss of habitat, wildland fires, disease, hunting with highly effective equipment, including cameras, long-range optics and rifles, high-performance black powder and archery equipment, lengthy seasons, competition with elk, and just plain old more people outdoors, all combined to make it difficult, if not impossible, to recover these low mule deer populations that we have. And I'm afraid we're about at that point where it's going to be impossible to recover them if we don't do something drastic. And I think drastic times require drastic measures, and I would urge the board to pursue the complete closure of some of these areas. And I would recommend that let's start out with one or two. You pick them. You know, I know some that I would do, but I would leave that up to the division and the board, and just to see what happens. I know I've watched what happened on the Bumblebee. I know I watched what happened on the Ponsagon, and I'm keenly aware that it is a biological fact that killing bucks does not increase the numbers of deer, but I think that just leaving them alone for a year or two will increase the number of deer. We've tried just about everything else. And we tried some things 20 years ago when I was sitting where you guys are. We saw some peaks and valleys and some things, but I think generally mule deer have been on a decline for many, many years. Maybe we're not going to turn that around, but I think it's going to take a drastic measure to do so. I want to make it clear that I don't blame the division. I'm seriously concerned with the low numbers of deer that we have in this state. Nobody paid me to drive 300 miles to be up here today. I'm here because I have a genuine concern for our deer, and that we're going to be able to turn this thing around. I don't know where they are. I've watched Dax. I don't know Dax. I met him at the RAC meeting for the first time. I saw him do his computer models and stuff and show their projected populations. I don't know where those deer are. They're not in the field. Whether they're lost in some of those computer programs or modeled somewhere else, I don't know, but they're just not on the ground that I visit. And I would hope he would take some drastic measures that we might recover those herds in our state. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Garth? Followed by Troy Justison.
I'm like Tom. I didn't drive 300 miles just to complain. I drove it because I have a conscience, and it's easier to sit home and not say anything or do anything. But like Tom, I spent a huge amount of time in the field, and I spent 20 years working for the division, and I just hate to see our mule deer decline like they have. And we've had buck only for the last 40 or 50 years, and our mule deer have continually declined. And I want to talk about a few units and what I've observed. I spent 29 consecutive days on the beaver. I drew an archery beaver elk tag, and I showed it. I was there I scouted, but the 29 consecutive days I was there the day before the season, and I hunted all 28 days. And with an outfitter, my cousin, and we hunted from the south end on Highway 20 to the north end on Interstate 70. And with 29 days on the field, we saw less than 12 deer. When the ranchers came to the RAC year after year saying there wasn't seeing any deer on the beaver, I was like, well, there's got to be some. I saw less than 12 in 29 consecutive days, and we were hard on the glass every day. I live on the Bumblebee. I live on the Pine Valley unit. I live on the Bumblebee winter range. I watch the deer every single day. I'm down, and the deer on that part of the winter range were down at less than half of what we had last year. Because I was worried about the numbers of deer I was seeing, I contacted the different ranchers and sportsmen and landowners in the Beaver Dam Wash area, in the central area, in the Enterprise area, in the Newcastle area, everyone that I could think of that monitored the deer in their areas and on their fields. Everybody that I talked to had the same sentiment I do. The deer are way down, even over last year on the Pine Valley. My buddy and I own 1,000 acres on the Southwest Desert, which arguably is the best habitat on that unit. It's on the Nevada border. We have a creek running through us. This last year, we didn't see a single deer on our 1,000 acres. The deer, they're gone. I have private property on the Zion. 4 years ago, I had 16 or 18 bucks, not counting the does on my property. This last year, I didn't have a single deer. The deer numbers in southern Utah are drastically down, drastically. Now, I don't want to close hunting necessarily. I'm willing to vote in that, but I do think that a way that we could continue to have hunting would be 4-point or better only, which allows hunters to be in the field. 90% of our deer that are being harvested are yearling deer. Those deer go into the population that stay on the landscape after the hunt, and the predators and everything else that are affecting that population. A predator may take a yearling buck, instead of a doe that would produce 2 fawns, so you're saving 3 deer. That's the management, the basic management of 4-point or better, is having more deer on the landscape, and the external factors like large predators would take some of those yearling bucks instead of does. When I worked for the division, I recommended 4-point or better on the South Book Cliffs. We had that for 5 years. I recommended that because of low deer numbers. Our deer numbers did come back on the South Book Cliffs. Then the state went to 3-point or better, which did not work in the state of Utah because people were shooting 2 points thinking they were 3 points, and we had dead deer over the landscape. So if you're going to go to antler restriction, I do recommend 4-point or better. in Wyoming, they've taken the Hoback and the Grays River and all those areas that were affected this year by this winter, and they went to antler restrictions for this year. But I'm going to tell you that, and like Dak said, he had almost 90% fawn survival. That was winter fawn survival. But if I'm not mistaken, Dak, you said you had 50 fawns per 100 does. Yeah, so we didn't have 90% fawn survival. We had 90% fawn survival over a 4-month period, not over a year period. We lost between 2/3 and 3/4 of our fawns that were born. So a little bit of a statistical error there. So I'm recommending that you be as conservative as you can possibly be. And I am recommending that if you hunt these deer, you do 4-point or better. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all you do for wildlife.
Thanks, Garth. Troy. And that's the last comment card I have. If you have drove all this way, want to comment, please bring it up to the ladies.
Troy Justinson, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. We support the division's recommendations with the following exceptions. On the manti, we ask that you keep lower it by 600 permits, a reduction on those. And we support what Andy's talking about on the Oak Creeks. The Oak Creeks has become a premier limited entry unit. We'd hope that when the mule deer committee convenes, that they would look at putting that into a premium unit and to allow us to issue management buck tags to get that harvest there, but help maintain the quality that exists on that unit. So our recommendation reflects that. We'd like to see an increase of 5 versus the 11. Also, with what's kind of been mentioned here on the northern units, we support some deeper cuts in the Chalk Creek, East Canyon as well. Speaking a little bit to some comments that were made here today, I mean, I support what Garth was saying, that if there's a way that we can relieve some of the pressure and still allow hunting, whether it be a point restriction, whether it be a primitive weapon, or there's a restricted weapon, so to speak, and still allow us to get in the field, I think we ought to look and do those things. I want to educate a few people on how the process works within our organization and how we come through a recommendation. There's been some run made on something that's not really necessarily true about these secret meetings that happens with the Division of Wildlife Resources. We have a very passionate group of hunters. And when we have questions about recommendations, we reach out to the source, that being the division. We had a such meeting in Southern Utah related to the Pine Valley, which the Cedar City unit, chapter and the St. George chapter had questions. And so we requested a meeting with the Division of Wildlife Resources, asked them to explain to us how they got to this recommendation. No deals made, just asking for education to help us better understand why you got to that point. There was other groups there. There was people that I didn't know that were there. The same thing happened in the northern part of the state. And then as we see the recommendations come from the Division of Wildlife Resources, we have a fulfillment committee that makes up 17 chapters through the state that we invite the division to come and explain to us their recommendations and the rationale behind it. We then excuse the division and we as chapters vote on it, and that's how we come about. I'm all about being proactive in that, but you make better decisions when you're informed and you know why these individuals got to a certain point. So this rumor of secret meetings, it sounds cool, but it really wasn't. Anybody could have come and attended. And as far as, financial gain, I'm waiting to see that, so I appreciate it. I see what you're saying there, but that's not simply true. And to discredit an individual because they belong to an organization is wrong. That's why we get together as sportsmen, because we have a stronger voice. Appreciate what you guys do. Thank you very much.
Chairman, could I get a clarification on Troy? Are you asking on the manti for 600 reduced from the 78 or the 52 or the 82?
This year's recommendation, whichever number that was, whatever the division's recommendation was, 600 less.
And the original, he's talking from the original.
The original was 82. They're now recommending 78, and you're going 600 from the 78.
Correct. 200 more below that. So it would have been the original recommendation.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I'd like to give some time to the division for any clarification.
I think before anything, I probably got to apologize to Gary a little bit. He asked me a question about deer numbers, and I'd had a lot of stuff going through my head, and I might have jumped down your throat a little bit, Gary. I wanted to apologize to you. The point I was hoping to make was that we care about deer numbers, not just how we hunt bucks. And honestly, I love the feedback that we're getting from the public. And I love hearing the folks that made a major effort to drive up here from Southern Utah because they care about deer and they're concerned about overall declining deer numbers. We might be focused on different approaches to get there, but I want to make the commitment to you that we also want to see deer numbers increase in Southern Utah in places where they're lower than they have been. And I hope we can find common ground. I know we can on something, maybe not on every single thing all at once, but we will continue to work on that, and we want to be partners on ways we can increase deer numbers. So, other than that, I don't know that I necessarily have a whole lot of clarification. The fawn to doe ratio on the Pine Valley was 61, but I'm not trying to get caught up in numbers. I guess I just want to say that we care about deer. We're trying to take a scientific approach to it. We're trying to follow our management plans. We're trying to collect and use good quality data. And sometimes we're talking about the same thing in two different ways, but I really think the priority is how can we have good, healthy, robust mule deer populations. I like Mr. Hatch talked about, I do not want to see mule deer, blink out as a species. None of us do at the division. It's a very high priority. So I don't know that I have a whole lot of clarification. There've been a lot of things said, yeah. And if you guys have any specific question, if the board has any specific questions for me, I'm happy to answer those. Or if there's any additional information that can help facilitate a good discussion, happy to provide that.
Thank you. I'd like to maybe start just from all the comments that we received. I started the RAC attending the RACs close to 20 years ago. And I remember seeing Tom Hatch, sitting here where we are today. I remember reading West Wide by, Garth Carter and some of the, what's going on deer herds. Many of you that have come today have all participated in and care about what's going on for our wildlife and our mule deer. One of the things that really hit home when Tom read all of the things that are facing our mule deer herds is all of those things that culminated in a huge, large winter and a huge loss are not just the fault of the DWR, and they're not all just the fault of the Wildlife Board. But a lot of those things are, all of us have contributed to that. Governors, legislators, city councils, we have all known that our state is growing at unprecedented rates. We've taken winter range, we've put in highways, we've increased speed limits. All of these factors, at some point, each of us have had a factor in that. And it's easy to point at that other person, but I hope we all can have a lesson learned in that each of our decisions can factor into that. And I really appreciate some of that being brought up from the public. And so I'll open it up for the Wildlife Board, but I want to tell each of the public that have come today, we hear your comments and we appreciate your effort to be here today. I'll open it up to the board.
I'll jump in there just to kick it off. I want the public to know how much we appreciate all the input that's been on this and all the topics, and all the RAC members and everyone that was involved in all this whole process. It was not only this one, but these RACs were some of the longest ones that I've been to, and most of them were lasted 4 hours, many of them up to close to 6 hours. And the online comments were great. You got them all at gamblets of the area to go through, but I appreciate all the input that we've received on this. I know I've stated this before. As far as I'm concerned, I want to if I'm going to make an error, it's going to be on the error side of the resource. And so that's kind of the way I'm looking at this right now is if I want to make a mistake, I want to make a mistake in the way of the deer herd this year and what we need to do there. So I hear the southern region, I hear the compassion there, and so I'm in favor of not raising any in the southern region right now. I'll just stop it there.
Mr. Chair, could I jump in as well? I agree with Randy. The effort that's been put into this from everyone, the public, the RAC, everybody involved. I mean, over 500 comments, hours and hours of meetings, many emails and phone calls. I do think there is a sense of urgency right now that hasn't been felt for a long time for our deer herds simply because of this winter. I do think that changes the game. And I appreciate all the division has done, all that everyone's done. I'm not just going to say the division. There's been a lot of private individuals and groups as well that have been involved in trying to take care of the deer this winter. Really was a monumental effort, and I echo what the director has said. A lot of resource, a lot of money, a lot of manpower has gone into these feeding programs, and I appreciate the division. I know what was done this year was a departure from division historical policy, but I want them to know I appreciate what they did, and I feel like it was the right thing to do. When you have winters like this, I don't know if there are any perfect answers, and we do the best we can, and I feel like the division did the absolute best they could, and all those that helped with it. So we're in some unprecedented times, people. I think we all understand that. And I just appreciate everyone and all the effort that's gone into it. To add to that, I also agree with Randy and Mr. Hatch, unprecedented times call for some unprecedented action. And I do feel like we need to make some hard decisions today. I think it's why we all sat here for 10 seconds. We've got a lot of work to do right now, and I think we're all just a little gun shy is probably not the right word, but concerned of where to go and how to do it.
All right. Bryce? I agree, and it's going to take some. Well, first off, I'd like to thank and recognize Lonnie and Cody and Corey that have came and stepped up for the youth. I mean, I know these guys have lots of other things they could be doing out in the private sector, and they're pretty successful at what they do. And for them to come and, start, sticking up for the youth around the state, I commend them for that. But I know we've got a lot of tough decisions to make, and I'm concerned about the cuts. So we've heard from the public, about the cuts. But one thing that we got to watch too is that graph that Dax put up in '83 when we cut all the tags and we lost all the hunters. We got to be careful that we don't, especially the youth, that we don't lose those people forever. Because I know our deer populations is hurting, but we just can't afford to lose too many people, in the sport. And, those participants that, so I know we got a kind of a hard ball to juggle, and again too, I'd like to thank the division. They get all the arrows and spears, and I wish I could, take some deflection for them more often, because they give us the biological stuff, and then we mix the social aspect into it, and obviously upset a lot of people a lot of the times. But what their work they do, the people that work with them, it is appreciated and it is noticed. So
I actually appreciate too the comments from the public. We even got some old guy comments today. Not an insult, but just a wisdom thing. Guys that have watched deer for decades and decades and decades and been able to speak to trends they've seen, what they've seen happen, things that have worked, things that haven't worked. Usually we just get that middle in between group that's the young guys, and they're vocal about what they want. But I was glad to see some seasoned gentlemen step up and state their opinions. That was refreshing. I appreciate the things the division's done. I watch them really closely, as probably we all do, and they do an incredible amount of time and energy and effort trying to do a really good job growing deer herds. I felt bad because I feel like maybe I insulted Dax with my question, but that's what I'm getting asked a lot. We talk about how good our deer herds are doing, but we've seen a steady decline for the last probably 30 years. And a lot of people have seen that. And in some places, no, some places are doing great. This year, I think was brought to a head with the extra water in the deep snow. And I think it just brought it to a head, but it's making us talk about something that's been going on for a while. Perfect answers, perfect solutions. No, I was glad to hear him list the many things that are against the deer. That's, there's 50 things that are making it hard for mule deer, and we can only solve some of them. We can't solve the weather one, but we can solve some of them. And so I'm going to be very conservative in how I feel about deer numbers and stuff this year.
My turn. We've done something different in the northern couple counties of the state the last 4 years. Because of our livestock, because of our sheep herds, we have turned up severely the predator control in this area. And I've mentioned to our neighbors that we ought to have kind of a study of sorts taken on this very area. It's where we lamb and where many, many fawns are born. It's amazing to me, the fawns that you see born in the spring are still alive the next year because of this intense predator control. 4 years ago when we started, we set a huge record of coyotes killed in this area. We killed over 1,100 coyotes collectively with wildlife services and the private sector working together. We had a lot of people join in on this effort, including SFW and other organizations such as this. We thought we'd never touch 1,100 coyotes again. In the next 2 years, we was at the 600 to 800 coyote mark. This year, because of the extreme winter and the extreme advantageous hunting conditions, we was over 1,350 coyotes in the same area with the same effort. And I'm anxious to see the increase that we'll see again on our mule deer in this very small area, because our fawns will survive. And it showed on the graph Box Elder was the only one that didn't take a cut in the northern end of the state. That's because we didn't have the snow that some of them higher elevations had. We'd still lost some deer, but not like we did there in these other areas. So as I listen to people talk about this mule deer population that won't respond, and it was mentioned by Garth that even a yearling buck that gets eaten by a predator, at least that's not a doe that would have had 2 fawns. But he wouldn't have gotten eaten either if we intensified this predator control practice that needs to happen. And there's some great things going on in the state with predator control, and that's one of the things that Gary was just talking about. One of the things we can do, we can't control the weather, we can control the predators. And I just appreciate all the comments that's been made here today.
I'll echo it. This is always a difficult meeting because for decades now, we've cut tags and we can't grow mule deer. And so it's always a tough meeting and we have some tough decisions, but no one stops me at the grocery store if I vote to cut tags. If I vote to increase tags, yeah, I get stopped. So we're talking hard decisions and hard cuts, but the increasing tags is actually a harder decision for us as a board, if you've watched us, and me as an individual. That's the harder call. So I think we need to make some hard decisions, but we need to balance those. If we have areas that look good and survival's good, we should hunt deer. And the increases are, in my opinion, the harder decision that we face today than the decreases. That's going to be an easy vote for me on the decreases, but the increase, the hunting opportunity when we're predicting, right or wrong, that they could be there is harder for me. So people will talk to me more about the increases than the decreases.
So I'd like to just give a little instruction, watching how the RACs did it. I would just ask one that we take some time as we work through these units. I think we're kind of talking two different areas. We got the southern region units. Let's break those down separate. We've got the northern region units, and then we have the limited entry. And let's just make sure that we work through this with plenty of time and discussion before we rush a motion.
Can I go for round two real quick? I appreciate what Carl's saying, and I agree with you, Carl, on the principle of where you're at. I think Bryce illustrated that graph where there's a larger disparity every year between, number of hunters, deer, and number of permits. So I guess here's my challenge. On normal years, Carl, I'm all in with you on that idea. This year was anything but normal. The snowtail site by my house, we ended up 455% of normal on our snowpack. There was nothing normal about this year. And I guess here's my concern. Everybody wants to throw stones at the division and the RACs and the boards and everybody that has been a part of this process the last 5 years, because I agree with a lot of people that there are some units that are really struggling. The reality is, if Mother Nature had been kind to us the last 5 years, they'd be wanting to throw parades for that same group of people. Dax would be a local hero. The reality is, Mother Nature has put us where we are. Sure, we affect things, but Mother Nature has not been kind to us the last 5 years. We've had 2 monster winters and 3 years of drought. And it literally has kind of worked its way into a perfect storm to where our deer herds are significantly struggling. I echo what some of the public has said. There are some of these deer units in southern Utah that half of the unit's fine. The other half, nobody knows what's going on, but the deer are gone. And so as a biologist, I'm going to go classify deer in the only place I can find them. And so when I go look at my buck-to-doe numbers, buck-to-doe ratios, they don't look a lot different than the last 5 years, but the populations are significantly different. Dax made the point, we're apples and oranges here. We're talking buck-to-doe ratios, and we're talking populations, and he's absolutely right. But the larger trend, I think, is the real issue here. And so when I throw out, some of my thoughts here, I hope everyone understands I'm putting a pin in the biology side of this, because I get that $6 or $8 can service 100 does, that we can do a lot of those things. I get that. What I'm looking at is a larger trend and where the public and the politicians fall in. I mean, Dax made a great point last meeting. I asked him, how much of your recommendations is affected by biology and how much is, this socio-political, influence. And he said, no, we are tasked to give you the biologic numbers, to share with you the data, and then it's you guys' job, pointing back to us, it's our job to add in, on top of the biology, to add in the political and the social aspect of this. And I guess where I'm at today is I'm going to put a pin in the biology side of this, because I think we're in some unprecedented times politically and socially, with what the public want, with what other political bodies want. And I think we're going to have to do some things today that sends a message that actually affects real change. The problem is, if we continue on business as usual, even on these units that are doing okay, you throw up the statewide averages, doesn't look that bad. So, but if we continue on business as usual, what message does that send to the public and, I'll just be honest, to the legislature? The message is, we're not too bad. That's the message, and that's the message I don't think we can afford to send today. That as I sit here, that is my larger concern. And it pains me to say I'm more worried about that than I am the biology.
Bryce? Just curious, how can the legislature grow more deer?
They won't, but it's clear they're not bluffing. The last 2 years, they've ran over a dozen wildlife bills. Yeah. I mean, you look at what they've done with lions. You look at they can't do anything we can't do. We're better situated to make better decisions. Does that matter in the political scheme?
Yeah, I'm just asking the question, I just don't feel like we're being, overzealous with what the numbers and what we're doing, that I get the biological and the social aspect we're managing, but that part I kind of I think we're, hearing both sides, and we're trying to be pretty even keel on what we're doing. So that's just the question I have, Wade, but. So are we gonna just go region by region and then limited entry? Is that how you're kind of imagining this going?
Yeah, and I almost think you could separate it by the units.
Could I respond to gentleman's as an ex-legislator? I'll take 2 minutes.
I'm going to ask you. Sure.
Thank you. The question, as I understand it, sir, it was, what could the legislature do that we're unable to do? Is that?
Well,
did I understand your question correctly?
The question is not more what they can do, is do they feel like we are not, the division and the wildlife board is not doing their job, would be my question.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that, but
Yeah.
let me tell you, they can do anything that they can get 38 votes in the House and 15 votes in the Senate. They can do it.
Trust me, I know that.
And they, it always probably is not going to be in the best interest of wildlife. When I served in the legislature from 1992, I think, to 2006, there was a large number of hunters and agriculture people in the legislature. That has been greatly reduced to maybe you could count them on one hand, but there's a lot of them that thinks they're experts in a lot of fields. And I think you see that happen with what happened with cougar hunting in the waning moments of the legislature this year. I know a lot of hunters think that was a great thing, and it probably was if it can be sustained, but I'm afraid that's going to come back to bite us, because hunters and sportsmen are in the minority, and we're shrinking every day that Utah continues to grow. And those decisions are best made, I think, by those that are somewhat informed, at least, and rather than somebody that's up on the hill for 45 days each year. And so they can do anything, they can get the votes. They could close the hunt tomorrow if they could get enough people. And I'm not advocating that. But I think you see what Wade's talking about, some of the frustration is spilling over into that political arena where they're saying, well, we'll take it upon ourselves to do it. Not that the board is not doing it, or even though that's what may it look like to some, but I'm afraid that's the consequences that will happen, if we don't do something. So thank you. I apologize. Take over a minute.
You're good. Thank you. We are in unprecedented times, and we do recognize there's, that brings in some insight. So thanks.
Kevin, could I throw just a quick political, just to add to what Tom's saying? I mean, Bryce, to your question, politics is weird. I run with county commissioners and spent 45 days at legislature this year. And for the most part, we're loudmouth. I say we, I'm a county commissioner. We're loudmouth, we're opinionated, we're type A, and sometimes our egos and our tempers get the best of us, and we make decisions that aren't in the best interest of what we're trying to do. I think we've already seen that a little bit. And so am I saying I need to be careful because I don't want to throw stones at the legislature because they're our boss, but we are best suited to make this. Can we count on the legislature making the right decisions and doing the right things and leaving us alone, letting us do our job? I think the resounding answer is no. And so we do have to factor that in. I hate that politics are playing such a big part of our decision today, but I really think they are.
Dax?
I just maybe want to give a little clarification, then offer additional info if that helps. So our deer population has oscillated. In 92, 93, we had a big die-off and our deer population dropped down to about less than 250,000 deer statewide. It climbed back up to, a little over 300,000, went back down to 280, and then climbed as high as 380. The population has moved up and down. This last year, so the last survival year, we look at survival from December through December. So December of 2021 through December of 2022, last December, we grew 30,000 deer. We went from 300,000 to 330,000. And a lot of that growth, it happened across the state. Some of that growth happened in southern Utah. And looking at population data for the last several years, there's definitely some units have done better than others. Some have grown, some have shrunk. But I think, and a lot of that population data is driven by harvest data. I mean, if the deer aren't there, people can't harvest them. So, it's hard. I mean, the data might be plus or minus a little bit, but if the deer aren't there, people can't harvest them. I mean, the population estimates, they're close, they're reasonable. And so it's a little hard to hear generalizations like everything's, the worst, deer dying everywhere all the time. All they do is go down. They don't. They go up and down, and it's largely driven by weather. And like Wade said, if I could control the weather, yeah, I'd be a hero today. I can't. I do my part. I pay my 10%. I try to, get as much moisture as I can. But the truth is, we are doing everything we can to try to make up for the stuff we can't control. We want to continue to do that. If we want to go through specific data unit by unit, I'm happy to pull up, the calculations and the information that the biologists use to make recommendations and run through that with you at that level of detail if you'd like. One of the things that makes me a tiny bit nervous, it is really hard for a lot of people to separate managing bucks from and buck hunting from managing populations. And if you cut a bunch of permits or don't add permits when they should be added based on the buck to doe ratios in our management plans, you will see more bucks on the landscape. If we don't add buck tags or we cut a bunch of tags, you're going to see more bucks. You're going to see, you do that for a few years, you start to see older bucks, bigger bucks. It doesn't necessarily mean your population is growing, but for a lot of hunters, if you go out and you don't see much, but you see a few really big bucks, suddenly we've got it figured out now. We solved everything. It doesn't matter that it took me 7 years to draw the tag. We've obviously solved the problem because I shot a 28-inch 5x7 or something. So that's the thing that I'm a little bit nervous about. If we don't add opportunity on general season units that are geared towards opportunity when it's there, and we have a track record of not doing that, you'll see more bucks, you'll see bigger bucks, and a lot of folks will say, see, this is what we needed to do all along. We just needed to cut buck tags. And if you look at that long-term trend, we went from 200,000 buck tags to 97,000 buck tags to 70,000 buck tags, and the population still does its thing. It's largely driven by weather. So, and it's easy as a hunter, and the scale, hunters experience wildlife at a different scale than we manage it at. And sometimes your property doesn't have any deer on it, but on the other side of the mountain, there's maybe a lot of deer. And if you're on the wrong side at the wrong time in the wrong year, it can really stink. But it doesn't necessarily mean the whole deer herd has collapsed or is gone. Sometimes you got to move and drive around to the other side. But I just want to make that clear, that managing bucks, if we cut a bunch of buck tags or don't add buck tags when we want them, it will appear to a lot of people like it's been a gigantic success because they're going to see a lot more bucks when they go hunting, but it might not grow more deer. And if you want to go, and again, if you want to go through unit specific data, happy to provide that or share that if it helps. So.
Thank you. And Bryce, you asked a question I didn't answer. I think that breaking it down by region is probably wise.
Could I share an idea maybe before we dive into regions? I really appreciate Dax. He's one of my favorite people. He's doing his job and he's good at it. He's bringing us back to the biology. He's sharing the reality of how this works. Again, I would suggest let's put a pin in the biology. And that pains me to say that. The messaging of the message we send with this vote, I think is going to have long-lasting consequences. And so, again, the biology aside, I would suggest that we, maybe even before we look at the regions, I would suggest we not increase any permits on any units, which is going to affect more than just one region, obviously mostly southern region. But to me, again, the message. What message does that send? The wildlife board's willing to do hard things and willing to be reactive. And I get that that's biologically does not make a whole lot of sense, but again, the message.
And maybe I'm wrong, but I'm detecting quite a bit of fear that vote is out of fear, not social, not biology, and I guess I'm not going to vote it out of fear. I'm going to vote. I understand the social, I understand the biology, but voting out of fear, I don't think is the answer for today. And so I just, it's going to be some hard decisions, but I hope people are not afraid.
I think too, hopefully that is in the next year, 2, 3, 4 years, that is all the data that like Brock and Randy have provided us with these GPS collars and the tracking and the division, you know, that a lot more data is going to make our job a little easier. It's not guessing like other states do. I mean, we're getting more data today than we ever have. So hopefully we can start, you know, taking the guesswork out of it and looking at what we actually have in front of us. You know, I've heard that, you know, parts of Wyoming is looking at our data, our live GPS data, and making decisions, you know, and maybe other states are too, but I mean, I would guess we're the talk of the West, you know, with the resources and data that we have. So hopefully we get more of that in the next few years. I know it's, you know, we're ramping it up, but that's something that we can rely on, you know, and take hopefully some of this guess and emotions, you know, we can actually look at this real data.
Okay, I'm going to point us in a direction. Let's start with the northern region. And let's go through, let's start there with discussion and then into motions.
Could we ask Dax to pull up just the northern region slide he had?
Can you help
Dax
me
can't
get
prepare.
that one back up there, Mike? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, while he's looking at that, could I mention something? Just the units that we're concerned about, the Chalk Creek, Morgan, South Rich, and East Canyon. I just want also the board to recognize that these 3 units last year were one, and they were divided into 3 units. And so still we have, last year as a whole, it was 8,500 permits. This year, divided between the 3 of them, it's 6,500 permits, which I think we figured was about a 27% reduction. But we also had some concerns that how the tags were allotted. There were people that could have been hunting one day in Chalk Creek, one day in East Canyon, so there's some unknowns there also. I hope you'll take into consideration on those 3 units.
Good point for us to consider as we look at those. Thanks, Justin.
Mr. Chair, on this, I just, like, I know Dax had that where they were concerned, in some of the units on the state where this could, obviously be affected next year, but like a lot of these units, there's limited amounts of public, and we're just jamming that many more public hunters on a space that has no deer. So I'd like to see, some more cuts, and I have a proposal, but if anybody wants to talk about it some more.
Yeah, I think we heard Justin let us know that their RAC, this RAC voted thinking there'd be a little more deeper cuts than what we have right now. And I know I've got some input from a couple of RAC members that they would like to see deeper cuts. In fact, that they actually provided numbers. And I'll just throw that out that Chalk Creek, they suggested it go down to 1,800. East Canyon go down to 1,200. And Morgan South Rich go down to 750. I think Cache was 4,000. I think that was the ones that the input I got from, some of the RAC members that kind of was hoping to get a little bit deeper.
And so do you, with that, do you know what those percentage of cuts would be? Is that's in the 30% range, or do you know what that?
Sorry, it's drastically more. I was running some numbers, and, they're all in the high 20s, what the division's proposing, close to 30%. And if you were in that 35 to 40% range, you're 2,000 on the Chalk Creek, 1,800 East Canyon, 1,500 Morgan. So the numbers that Randy was talking about, I'm assuming that comes off Brad's email. He's on the Northern RAC. I mean, they're drastic. I mean, they're over 50, 60% cuts. So,
okay.
But I think that it's, whether we go that drastic, but I think there's definitely some more cuts that need to be made versus what is proposed.
Mr. Chair, could we go back to Justin and just get a feel from him? Sorry, Justin, to put you on the spot, but we've got a couple of different sets of numbers thrown out there. Well, 3, including these revised from the division. Where do you feel like your RAC lands? I mean, you mentioned you would like deeper cuts.
Okay, this is hard because I want to make sure I'm trying to represent our RAC, and then also my own opinion. And so I don't know how to answer
Take your opinion out, Justin.
Okay. Well, I think that you all received a letter from Brad Buchanan, one of our sportsmen's rep. Also, another one of our sportsmen is Mike Lauder. And I know the two of those and myself had some conversation, me as well as a few other of the RAC members. And I don't think anyone wants to see those units closed. I just think that, you know, we continually bring it up in our meetings that these units are so different than anywhere else in the state because of limited access. It is thanks to our CWMUs in that northern area that we do have the animals that we have, that we also have the quality that we have. And so we recognize that, but also the hard part is our CWMUs are managing, as Travis mentioned earlier, completely different than what the division does. So the models don't always work. So no matter if it takes $6 per 100 to maintain a population, I think that the overall population is going to be so low that we need to reduce those. I know there's talk about hunter recruitment, and I saw the stats up there that is, you know, that as far as we're losing hunters, but it worries me. I have a lot of friends who the younger age would go hunting, and as their success rates were low, they quit hunting. So I just think that it's a small area. There's not a lot of, the mortality rate is extremely high. My opinion is somewhere between 40 and 50% is what I would like to see the reductions. And that's my opinion. That's also came from our two sportsmen's rep. Again, that's not our RAC as an entirety. I'm just those who I've spoken with since these numbers came out.
No, that's helpful. Thanks.
And just to clarify, like 40% would be roughly on Chalk Creek, I think around a little under 2,000. East Canyon would be around 1,700. Morgan around 1,400. I didn't look at Camas and Ogden, but I think 1,700, 1,900 respectively. But so it's a little different than but if we're going off like a 40% cut instead of a 25 to 30% cut.
Dax?
If it's helpful, when we split that from one unit into 3 units, we have kind of an estimate of about how many people hunted on those 3 units last year for 2022 permits. It would have been 3,400 on Chalk Creek, 2,700 on East Canyon, and 2,400 on Morgan South Ridge. Those are estimates. Some people hunted more than 1 unit. We know that, but those are ballpark estimates, if that's helpful to you.
Randy, could you share your numbers with us again, those 3?
Yeah, the input we received was 4,000 for cash, 1,800 for Chalk Creek, 1,200 for East Canyon, 750 for Morgan South Ridge, and I didn't give this one, but I think Ogden was 1,200.
Chairman, I talked to Brad Buchanan last night that sent this email, and Justin could tell, I mean, I think that those numbers were a little bit more than we kind of, had talked about. So, I mean, that's a more drastic of a cut, but I kind of talked to him last night, and I don't think that, that is quite what he was maybe anticipating. Maybe Justin, you can tell me, because I
think the numbers are in there that particular RAC member suggested in that email.
Well, what Brad suggested in the email, I mean,
but yeah, I would agree that it's probably not quite to the numbers that Randy just mentioned, but.
Yeah, it did cover his email.
Did it? Are those the exact numbers?
Yeah, those are his numbers from his email.
Okay, then I would.
He's recommending 750 on Morgan South Ridge, so a cut of okay.
Morgan South Ridge was that unit that had the highest mortality, I believe, out of all.
It was 80%, wasn't it?
I know we're not talking about it, but the southern region recommended the Mule Deer Committee consider a point restriction. I'm not recommending that, but we could, if we do have a point restriction, we could give a lot more tags.
I guess Dax or Colby or Justin, I would ask that. At this point where we are in the draw process, can that even be considered? I guess the question.
I think the draws, open, run its course and closed, that would be really changing things midstream on our hunters versus what they put in for. I am really confident point restrictions will be discussed at length when we go through the statewide deer plan next year. I think a lot of people have strong feelings about those. I think we're past that point in order to implement something like that this year.
Okay.
If I could go out on a limb, and I don't think Brad would be too upset with me, but I would make a motion that we change the Chalk Creek to drop it to 2,000, East Canyon to 1,700, Morgan South Ridge to 1,400, Camas to 1,700, and Ogden to 1,900. 1,700. And then everything else as recommended in the north.
Okay. Stacy, we have a motion by Bryce. Is that clear? Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Got a motion by Bryce, seconded by Carl. Any discussion on those numbers?
I'm going to come back with where I started. What message are we sending to the public, but to everyone listening? And I think this does send a message. It sends that we're willing to make some cuts, that we're willing to, those units that were most impacted, we're willing to go in and make some significant differences. I, in large part, can get in line with this. My only concern then would just be on this Morgan South Ridge. Have we gone far enough on that one? But I think as an overall package, that message is probably pretty good.
Do you want to substitute something in that, a number on that one, or just go with this act?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Kevin, I'd just like to, when we got these numbers that are shown, the red numbers, I think that came out Monday when we first saw those. And first I read the letter and I was rubbing my hands together that we're going to cut more because I'd just been witnessing the loss firsthand and mostly with my nose. And I was disappointed that we hadn't gone deeper than that. And so I'm excited that we are going a bit deeper with this motion.
Okay. All right. With that, I'm going to call on a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 All right. Motion passes unanimous. With that, let's go to the central region, knowing that we've had a lot of impact there from the winter as well. And let's tackle that.
Can I make one comment real quick on the north? Because the CWMUs that get affected are mainly in the north where they have a lot of the loss. One thing I'd like to throw out and consider is for some of these CWMUs that are willingly, being good stewards, and like I've talked to a couple of them, One in particular, they said, yeah, they have a 10-1 split. Well, they're going to refund all of their deer hunts this year. They're not going to do any deer hunts. If they do that, I think that they should be, for being that kind of a good steward, that we should give them a break on the public hunter next year, for participating and being, a good partner in this program, because why should they give away all the, revenue that they generate? That's a big loss for these guys. And this wasn't brought up by the CWMUs, by the way. This is me talking, but I think that it's hard for me to say you are not going to kill any deer, but we're still going to send you a state hunter. That that there's a little bit of a reward if they hand the division back those 9 tags. And I know we can't do it this year, but next year it's like, hey, we're in this together. It's just a thought.
Mr. Chair, I'm glad you brought that up, Bryce. My concern is this. Obviously, they're doing it for a couple of reasons. Number one is there's not near as many deer. The quality of the hunt probably isn't going to be the same. And I think they're also trying to be good stewards. Those few public hunters that potentially are drawing tags this month for that unit, are we going to have a hunt worth hunting? I just don't want a public hunter to burn permits and go up there and go, wow, sure enough, they're all dead. And so I guess my point is, do we want to consider allowing them the option of getting out of that permit, retaining their bonus points if, everybody gets to the point where we're like, hey, this doesn't work?
Dax, can you speak to that, or Colby or Justin? Lindy, sorry, I should have known.
Well, and to your point, Wade, in the work session, I said, when they put in for this, there needs to be an asterisk that says, listen, these guys have all lost 80% of their deer. This is not the hunt you're expecting. So I agree 100% that, yeah, that they should be able to get out, because there's going to be a lot of disappointed people. And I don't think it's fair to the CWMU guys that we're setting them up. They know how bad it's going to be, then all of a sudden now we got to have all the public hunters mad.
This is a hard question. First things that pop into my mind is, I think across the whole state, there's going to be hard hunts, including limited entry, not just CWMU hunts. So we don't ever guarantee the size or a harvest. When you draw out for a permit, it's always a chance. It's called hunting for a reason. I think it would have to probably go more down the road of emergency closure. I don't know, Director Shirley, that's kind of the first thing popped into my head, to be able to reinstate points, to make them whole, versus if they're not seeing what they thought was a quality hunt, because we don't guarantee size or harvest on any hunt in the state of Utah. But yeah, Director Shirley may have some thoughts on that too. It's a hard question and a fine line to start dancing around.
I'll add a little bit before the director does to set up Lindy's statement. In the Wildlife Board receives lots of requests to have somebody's hunt reinstated because it wasn't the hunt that they wanted. We see that all the time. The division sees those requests.
Dozens a year.
Yes, and so to set a precedent here, we've got to be a little bit careful in how we think through that. And so with that, let's ask the director some thoughts.
You kind of stole my thunder, Mr. Chair. That's exactly what I was going to say and then to Bryce's comment, I do think we have a little bit of time to address what we could do moving forward. I mean, essentially, I think it's a this fall thing for those that might draw that CWMU permit, and that's a scary permit to be going into unless you know what you have coming up. But I think most of those probably recognize that when they put in for the permit. So
Lindy, can I ask, the way that our policy is now, if a lot of those have applied and they reach out to us before the hunt, knowing the situation we're in, what is their options that they have, knowing that they applied and now they're hearing this board discussion? What options do they have and what would take effect?
Yeah, so right now, like, we're done with the application. Like, we are starting to clean up the data, going through it. So we can't withdraw any applications. We're past that point. The next step would be to find out if they are successful or not. And if they are, then they have the choice of surrendering their permit. But they would lose a point for the current year. That's in rule. If they'd have to surrender more than 30 days before the hunt started. Less than 30 days, they would not receive any of their points back that they used to accumulate that permit.
So would the board have the option of, on those units, being able to make it that if they surrendered it before the hunt, that they wouldn't lose that point for this year? Or is that, that couldn't be a discussion? I guess that's just a question.
I'm looking at my attorney. I think that would probably be a rule, like amendment that we'd have to put in there for emergency rule change. But like I said, I see Bryce's point on CWMUs, but there may be other limited entry units in the exact same situation. And how do I justify when a limited entry hunter calls me with the exact same concern that a CWMU hunter, you know what I mean, that is not seeing what they thought or having the hunt that they thought they were having. So it's just, we need to, but.
Kyle?
Yeah, I think I heard that it would be on units where the CWMU is not hunting any at all themselves.
But the problem is that how do we not know that until November 15th when they can hunt deer until, like, we'd have to verify that none of their vouchers got redeemed unless we've put some kind of policy in place where they sign I don't know, like this is something we need to think through, of that they don't redeem any of the vouchers. We don't even issue any of the vouchers, which we already have. Yeah.
Mr.
Do you have any
Chair.
thoughts?
No, I think Lindy has covered that pretty well. When looking at the CWMU permits specifically, they've been issued, the board voted on them. And so where we're looking at now is, where the authority comes from to change that. I agree with Director Shirley, looking through and considering what kind of precedent that would make and where it would come from. At the moment, I think it's the emergency hunt closure, and considering the bounds of that statutory provision. With the board, at the moment, the rules don't really provide the latitude to change hunt permit numbers.
I think there's some confusion. If somebody has 20 points and they put in for Travis's or Tommy's CWMU, and all of a sudden they draw a tag, they're not paying attention, but they realize that we just lost 80% of the deer and they just burnt 20 points on his tag, and they're not going to have the hunt they think that they're going to get. I just think that all I'm saying is hey, if we put a thing out there that says July 1st, you can turn your tag back in. That's all I'm saying. That's if you have up till July 1st to turn it back in these certain units, not statewide, not unlimited entries. I mean, in these particular units, because if we lost 80% of the deer on the Henrys, we're going to adjust the tags, and but we're not doing anything to these tags. We're still issuing them. I'm just saying that we give them the option that they can turn it back in, because it's not going to be what they're expecting, is basically what I'm saying.
Director.
I hear what Bryce is saying, and I think that there's some things that the division could look at that possibly would work. Whether to put something, or if we can put something, or if it takes emergency order, I think we need some better data on what those units would be, who put in. My guess is we would definitely find someone that would be interested in one of those permits, regardless. I mean, when you look at even the winter we were having before the division even put permit numbers out the first time, we were still getting the the applications were generally about the same and people were generally putting in for the same units that they normally do, would be my guess, based on even knowing that 80% of the deer are going to die in a certain given unit. I'm still putting in there. Still want the chance to hunt there. So I think there's a lot at play here and some things we would need to look at to make sure if we did do something. I mean, if they surrendered their permit, we put out something and made sure they know, hey, these units have suffered high winter mortality. You can surrender your permit by here. It's the point part that we got to figure out on whether we can make some adjustments there.
If, I guess the point is, like, when you put in and it says, okay, this unit is private, this unit has limited access, blah, blah, blah. If there was a note that said this unit lost 80% of the adult deer, how many people's mind would change? That's all I'm saying. And I just think that to be fair to them, to be fair to the public and to be fair to the CWMU guys, yeah, there might be a few people that take that permit, but there's also going to be a lot of people pretty upset that they're not going to be hunting what they think they are.
So are you thinking CWMUs in these 6 hunt units that we just approved? Is that the limit? Or, I mean, how wide does should this or should we look at?
I'll just add my thoughts. I think it's got to be in those units. Yeah.
Good night.
Lindy's wisdoms talked me back off the ledge a little ways. I appreciate what she's saying. She's absolutely right. And to Bryce's point, I mean, we're not suggesting anything. I'm not suggesting anything that was outside of what's already in place. Maybe we do reach out to them. Maybe they've already been warned. I'm not looking to take away personal responsibility for somebody checking a box they probably shouldn't have. But I just don't want this to be a black eye on, a CWMU or the program in general because of a public hunter had a really bad experience. But that has a whole list of unintended consequences. So people have the ability to turn their permits in. Unless they went south for the winter, they knew what this winter was like. They've got the ability to turn it in. I'm probably okay.
Okay. You want to make that in the form of a motion, Bryce, or?
I think waiting to listen, just looking for where we're at.
Yeah.
You would have to make a motion on this and see where it
Yep.
I'd just make a motion that in those units that we mentioned with the 5 units with the cuts, that we just, whether it be an email sent to the permit holders that drew that, just notification that there was severe adult loss, give them a chance to turn that tag back in those particular units.
And is your motion to have that point reinstated?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion from the board, clarification from the division?
Is that for general season? Is that for general season as
No,
well?
no,
or
no, no,
just
no.
CWMUs?
Just
in those
CWMUs,
units?
yes.
Is it only for the CWMUs that give all the tags back, or that's for all the CWMUs?
For all the CWMUs. Because some of them, like I know Deseret could probably qualify for 400 or 500 deer tags, but they take 70, 80-ish probably. So, I mean, they're already managing, but they still going to lose a lot of deer. And so it probably just needs to be all the CWMUs.
Okay.
So.
Do we have any more questions on the motion?
Yeah, doesn't it say there, and I haven't done a lot of CWMU stuff, doesn't it say contract operator prior to applying? Haven't I seen that on there? Yeah. And that's a responsibility, right? And I mean, it was well known by put-in time that this was a nasty winter.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like I say, I don't know if we need to make up for people not paying attention or not.
Yep. Lindy, or Kyle?
Referring to him.
Okay. Is it legal?
So where we're at right now with the agenda is we're just talking about the general season buck deer permits. And we haven't agended the CWMU permits. So what I would recommend, or at least my 2 cents, would be recommend the division review and put forth a recommendation for the upcoming RAC and board tour. And talking to Lindy, I think that still gives the division enough time to review and make changes that might be necessary.
So we can put forth and think about this, and because I get the CWMUs, but what about the Cash Crawford Mountain limited entry hunt that's up in the northern region? How do I explain to that hunter that he has to follow this rule, but private land, CWMU permit holders don't have to abide by that surrender rule? I do worry about that, but Rule 657-42 is where it's violating the rule for this. So that rule's not open. So I would like to revisit, come forth, May, June, and, bring forth a division recommendation so we can look at all aspects of this. It's bigger than just CWMU operators hunts, unfortunately, because I do worry about the other hunts that are going to come forth and talking to those hunters.
I think when I mentioned this in April, if we would have just put that asterisk by that when people were putting in, it would have solved all this. I just think it was just that simple, but I'm good. I just think you're going to have a lot of, unhappy people. The difference between the public and the limited entry, they've seen the RAC process, they've seen the tags cut. They don't realize, I don't think a lot of them put 2 and 2 together on the CWMUs, but I'm good if the board doesn't want to do anything on it.
I would ask, I've heard Bryce talk about this, but I haven't heard that there's a second. It might not be an issue if there's not a second.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just don't think we're properly agendized to even be able to legally vote on that motion, whether we've got support or not.
Right. I'm seeing very clearly that we're not in the agenda item. So with that, let's move to the central region.
I'll just go ahead and kick off my thoughts on this one. I'm okay with all these numbers in the central region, with the exception of the Oker-Stansbury. And I only say that is because I would like, I guess, to be able to say there's no increases in any units. And that's the only one in this region that has any increase. So anyway, I'm okay with all of them. I'd like to be able to take Oker-Stansbury back to 2000. And it's not biological. It's more social, political. That's it.
And in reference to that unit, that's a 15 to 17 unit. The 3-year average is at 21. It's kind of on the divide of where we're at. The north did bad, the south did better. I won't say good, but did better. I'm okay with all those numbers on there. So,
Mr. Chair, I agree with Randy on this one again. Well, I agree with Carl too.
You can't
the
do that,
biology
Wade.
side of it, he's absolutely right. But I agree with Randy just on that messaging.
Wade, you ought to look at a career in politics.
I hate that's true.
I think the central region passed this unanimously without any changes, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, any other discussions? Entertain a motion?
Go ahead, Randy. I'll second it.
I'll make a motion that we approve this region permits as presented with the exception of Oker Stensbury, and we drop that to 2,000.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion on the table by Randy, seconded by Wade. Is there any questions on the motion? Are we good with that motion, Stacy? Okay.
Mr. Chair, could we have some compromise in there between Carl and Randy and 2250, or are you just hard lined on no increase period?
I just would like to be able to say no increase period.
Okay, with that, I'm going to call on a vote. Start with Bryce.
Probably say no.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
And it wasn't even Brett this time that did it to me. I've been pretty quiet today on the discussion. I believe in Utah's process. I believe that we have the best public input policy by far, but I do believe that we've got to preserve that. And I think that that's at risk. I absolutely do. And with that, I'm going to vote yes. All right, with that, let's go to you pull up the next region, Dax.
It's Southern, which is 2 slides. There's, I think, 11 units in Southern.
Mr. Chair, could I get us started?
Yeah.
And I mean, I think we've all kind of landed where we are. I don't really have a lot more to say, but I would follow up with my original statement and kind of where Randy's got us on the southern or the central region. I would move that we not have any permit increases in the southern region, that we stick with our 2022 numbers. But I would throw in an olive branch on this one, maybe Pine Valley. I mean, that was a pretty huge cut in Pine Valley in 22. What if we split that difference between the 22 number and that 23 recommendation and put Pine Valley at 2,300? But all the other numbers would remain at the 2022 number.
Okay. That's a motion. Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Wade, second by Gary. Open it up for discussion.
Braden, can you tell us which ones again that you guys said, just for information?
Yeah, so our motion was to leave Dutton, Beaver, Fillmore, Southwest Desert, and Zion units with the 2022 numbers.
So Bryce, my motion would also include Fillmore and the Dutton. No, let's see, would include the Boulder and the Dutton.
And Monroe.
And yes, and Monroe. And then obviously that little adjustment on Pine Valley.
Okay. With that, I'll call for, is that clear, Stacy? Is the motion clear? Okay. With that, I'll call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes, and Stacy wasn't paying attention either.
I'm comfortable with the number, so I'm a no.
Okay.
Yes.
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 Okay. Motion passes. I think Carl said he's comfortable with the division's proposal. So, okay. All right. With that, Southeast region. So with this one, the division made a cut on the Central Mountains Manti. All right. Looking for some discussion.
I'll just let you know my feelings on this one. Again, it's kind of like the other one. I like all these numbers. I approve all of them, but I would like to see the LaSalle's brought back to the 2022 number.
Okay, and so that number on the LaSalle's would be 1,200.
So along that theme, are we going to bring 9 Mile back to the 2022 number?
Okay, and talk to that, talk to 9 Mile too.
I realize we're probably outside the biological realm, but I just want to point out that LaSalle units is a unit that has high prevalence of chronic wasting disease, and managing for really high buck-to-door ratios on units with high prevalence of chronic wasting disease is pretty concerning. I just would hope you'd perhaps take that into consideration when you look. It is a 15 to 17 unit, and we classified it at $26 per 100 does last year. That is the territory where that's a biological consideration, I guess. Maybe we've left the biology behind, but I just would ask you to maybe be mindful of that. So.
I mean, is that correct? We're asking for a cut.
On the 9 Mile, yes.
2023 was 15, 2023 is 13.
Yes. The buck-to-door ratios, but has a declining trend on that 9 Mile unit. And the winter fawn survival wasn't great there, so we are recommending a slight reduction on the 9 Mile unit.
With the CWD, we should probably be killing more.
Not on 9 Mile.
On the LaSalle's.
LaSalle. Okay, sorry.
Dax, I appreciate that input on the LaSalle's. I had forgot about that, so I'd still like to be able to say statewide, but that is an excellent reason to raise it.
So would your recommendation be to leave them as recommended by the division?
I'll make that. The Southeast region units that are here, we approve as presented.
Second.
Okay. So motion by Carl to accept as presented, seconded by Bryce. Any discussion?
I sound like a broken record, but I'm with Randy on this one, just the messaging and that consistency.
Okay. Okay. Call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Dax, come talk to me.
Obviously we're trying to make a recommendation to manage to the objectives in the plan. These units, we saw good survival. The Manti is maybe the one where it wasn't great. It wasn't catastrophic, but it wasn't great. The rest, and the 9 Miles probably in that ballpark too, but the Abajos, LaSalle's, fawn survival looks really high. Adult survival looks good. We felt like we made a pretty reasonable recommendation to try to manage to the objectives here. We do have the, going with into really high territory with buck-to-door ratio on the LaSalle's is concerning from a chronic wasting disease standpoint. So
Can you talk me through those buck-to-doe ratios? We had a 22, a 16, and a 26. How come such a jump from year to year?
let me see if, is Guy or Dustin here today? Can you maybe help me out a little bit with that one? We'll get Guy Wallace up here, who's the Regional Wildlife Manager for Southeastern Region. He probably knows the details of that better than me.
I think to answer your question, I think the LaSalle's, the reason that buck-to-doe ratio has jumped around is possibly due partly because of the large fluctuations in permits that we've had. We've changed permits pretty significantly. We dropped them 400 in 2020, back up to another 200, added 200 in 2021, and then went back to, let's see, we dropped another back 200 in 2022. So we kind of fluctuated the permits similar to what's happening there in terms of our buck-to-doe ratio. And that's, I think that's part of it. And always, it's not a perfect number. You know, I mean, we have some differences when we try and classify, but it pretty much reflects what we did with permits.
Okay. With that, I'm going to vote no. So I'll open it back up for another motion.
Can I ask one more question? So we talk about prevalence of CWD. Is CWD already there, and so we're trying to keep it down? Or when we get lots of bucks to does, is it more likely to come in?
We'll let Guy talk to that, but yeah, good question.
We actually have the highest prevalence in the state of CWD, and we've seen it increase. And so really, that unit more than any, we'd like to try and keep that buck-to-doe ratio within the management objective. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, move us along if I could. I'd move that we accept the division's recommendations as presented for the Southeast region with the exception of the LaSalle's and that stay at the 2022 number.
Of 1,200.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I guess I'm confused. Wasn't that the first motion?
The first motion was to leave the LaSalle's at 1450. The only change is this just takes the LaSalle's to 1,200.
I guess we're voting a lot in fear this trip, and I guess I'm going to vote in fear also of CWD on this. I think our last vote was, if we reduce this, we're hurting deer more because of that disease, and that scares me more than the legislature. So I'm going to vote in opposition to this, and I think I'm voting in favor of managing CWD.
Okay. Start with the vote, Bryce.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. With that, let's go to the next region.
This one, I know the number raised on the Wasatch East because of maybe an error we'd found with the classification of some of the collared deer that we had. But I know there's a real concern of the number of deer that were taken out on the highway this year in that area voiced by a lot of the folks. I'd like to see that number on the Wasatch East be brought back to the 2022 number. Other than that, I'm fine with the rest of them.
Is that a motion? Because I'll second it.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, so you're fine with the cuts? Okay. Okay.
So your motion would be to keep all of these as presented by the,
Yes, except all of them presented as presented with the exception of Wasatch East. And that be brought back to the 2022 level, which was the same number they originally proposed.
okay, and state that number. And state that number.
That 4250.
Okay.
Does that need a second? Second.
Got a motion by Randy, second by Wade. The motion's good, Stacy? 4250 on the Wasatch East. Okay. Call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes. Okay, we covered all the regions. All right, limited entry. We did have a gentleman come speak to us about the Oak Creeks. Any discussion on that?
Mr. Chair, I hadn't heard much discussion about Oak Creek's going to a premium limited entry unit. I think the reality and what's on the ground lends itself towards that already, but I hadn't heard the discussion until today. It's an interesting idea. I think the permits that are currently being allocated are basically in line with that already. It wouldn't change, it wouldn't take away public opportunity. The idea is intriguing, and to me, enough that I would suggest we hold on that until the statewide committee has a chance to discuss that premium upgrade to that unit. Because if that's the way that it goes, we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot just a little bit to force them back down within the current buck-to-doe ratio objective.
Dax, can you remind us that we had a big jump, right? And then we were asking for another jump?
Yeah, I can pull it up here. Yeah, it's a limited entry unit. We manage our limited entry deer units for 25 to 35 bucks per 100 does postseason. That buck-to-doe ratio has been increasing on that unit. Yeah, last year was 44 permits. This year we're recommending 55.
And what was the year before?
Oh, can you help me in the region? I can't remember off the top of my head.
44 with 2 years ago? Yeah, I was wondering what.
Bueller.
If we were 44 last year, is that what we were at 2 years ago? Does anybody know that? I don't know.
Wasn't it 40 in 21?
40? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I kind of like the idea of SFW's proposal only increasing at 5 instead of the 11. That way we can kind of have a meet in the middle, less effect on it until, like they said, Wade, until they can look at it in the mule deer management plan, see if they want to put that in a premium, which I agree. I think it needs to go into a premium, but I think that 5, is a pretty good compromise.
I think one of the best parts about it getting in a premium is we'll be able to do a management hunt because there's some big nasty 2 points and 3 points on there. That would be nice because they're just getting old and doing a lot of the breeding, and there's some really good horn genes on there too. So, but I think it'd be nice to cull some of the bucks that are less desirable.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question? Dax, where's our trend on that? What's our buck-to-doe ratio in 21? It sounds like our 3-year average is 40.
In 2020, it was 39, 2021, it was 37, 2022, it was 43, three-year average is 40.
Okay, thank you. My concern, I guess, is we don't want to shoot ourselves back out of that premium buck to doe ratio, which is 40 to 45, or sorry, 40 to 55. Because then we'd have to decrease permits, or the recommendation would have to decrease permits, and I don't think there's an appetite for decreasing permits. So I think let's just be cautious of that. We don't want to get ourselves back out of that, under that 40 mark.
I'd like to make a motion on the particular, just on the Oak Creek, and hopefully it, increasing it by just 5 and not the 11 that the division's recommended won't adversely, affect the buck to doe population until we can look at it with the mule deer, but I propose the 5 permit increase.
Okay, we got a motion by Bryce,
I'll second it.
seconded by Brett. Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. With that, we have the remainder of the,
Make a motion that we approve the remainder of the buck deer permit recommendations as presented.
I'll second.
And including, now I believe the 250 youth was in their recommendation and the pronghorn was in their recommendation.
I probably messed you up on that one. We probably need to do those within those species-specific ones, so.
so this is just the remainder of the plan, which we'll carry that later.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is the motion clear? And I heard a couple seconds. Okay. Seconded by Gary. All right. With that, I'll call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. With that, we're going to break for lunch. We would like to make this a little bit quicker lunch, knowing the agenda items that we have. Let's go with a 40-minute lunch.
Chairman, before we break, there was one motion made by the southern region that we haven't discussed. I don't know if we want to. They made a motion to ask the Wildlife Board to instruct the Mule Deer Committee to add an option for antler restrictions, to have a single draw that includes dedicated hunter, limited entry, and general season deer into a single draw, and allow the use of restricted weapons on general season units. I don't know if we want to discuss that. I just wanted to bring that up. We haven't discussed it.
I missed it. Sorry about that, but we did approve the remainder, so we're probably.
And I think we can direct that committee to do that without a motion.
Yeah, I think we're covered. Thanks.
Paige and Stacy, do we have enough lunch for
All right. Mike was giving me the motion to pound the gavel and get us started, so we're ready. Welcome everybody online back. Before we start with agenda item number 6, once in a lifetime, I'm going to give a little bit of time to the director. There was an update that he wanted to share with you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just failed to mention and wanted to bring it up in case people leave. But we will be doing neonate study work at the end of this month and the first part of June. So if anyone on the board is interested in joining with us, board or RACs or partners, make sure you reach out to one of your local biologists. We'll be doing that, I think, on 3 or 4 different units starting here shortly. So thanks.
Thank you. All right, Rusty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mike's pulling up a little slide here real quick. Perfect. So yeah, I guess before we get going, one of the questions I received a lot throughout the RAC meetings was, how the once in a lifetime species have fared over the winter, and by and large, they've actually done really well. There's a lot of our once in a lifetime species are built for winter. Moose are built for winter. Bison are built for winter. I think even mountain goats to an extent do fairly well. Desert sheep are great, and we haven't seen any big die-offs in our Rocky sheep either. So as we've, one of the things we committed to, I think, is the Northeastern Region RAC asked us to, when we revisit the deer permits this year after such a hard winter, to go back and revisit all the once in a lifetime hunts as well, and just make sure we're where we want to be with those recommendations as well. And by and large, we were, with one exception. The North Slope, South Slope, High Uintas East mountain goat unit. A little bit of trepidation there with survival of some collared goats over winter on that unit. So last couple of years, we've got some collars out on the Uinta mountain goats. We had 27 on the air this year. 6 of those were in that east unit, which doesn't have a lot of low elevation goat habitat that they can retreat to in hard winters. So we're a little bit concerned about that from the start. At the time we made recommendations, there was only 1 mortality out of those 6 collars, and we felt okay with what we recommended. Since those recommendations came out, we lost 2 more. And so that's 50% survival rate. Granted, it's a very small sample size. We're just being abundantly cautious here. We don't want to, overshoot a unit and have to turn it on and off. So we're just kind of being really, really conservative to err on the side of caution. So we are recommending a revised permit recommendation from 5 permits to 3 on that east unit. So.
Thanks, Rusty. Questions from the board? Questions from the RAC chairs? All right, Director, summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 6, once in a lifetime permit recommendations for 2023, we had 40 submissions. 24 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 11 comments strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 5 were neutral. Some of the themes that we pulled out of there were explore a process for changing mountain goats from either sex to billy only with mandatory reporting for harvested goats. Archery hunters are underrepresented in once in a lifetime hunts. Residents should be able to apply for all species, the same as non-residents. Do something about point creep. There should be more archery permits and bighorn sheep draw, and increase in the dirty devil permits. Multiple concerns over mountain goat herds generally and Willard specifically. Should not decrease resident opportunity and increase non-resident opportunity with rounding on permits. Comment that the board should ask the division to evaluate if archery once in a lifetime permits are actually creating more opportunity, as we keep hearing this is the goal. Late season bison hunt on the Book Cliffs could help control the growing population. The January, February, March hunts could allow harvest with less chance of bison going back to tribal lands for refuge. And the last comment I will mention, the dates for the Rocky Mountain Bighorn sheep hunt on the Nebo should be looked at and changed, because I think this comment was directed to the Forest Service closes the loop road during that time, decreasing access. Thanks.
Thank you. Go to our RAC chairs.
So we had a motion to accept the division's proposals as presented, and then also to ask the division to never recommend less than 2 resident permits per hunt code for limited entry and once in a lifetime units. And then also to ask the division to look at the timing and sequence when expo permits are accounted for so that they do not come out of the public draw recommendations. So just to elaborate quickly on that, with our system, you need 2 tags to give one to the high point holders and one to the random draw. And the idea there is if you only have enough for 1, then just do it every other year so you can bring the permits up to 2.
Kent?
In the Southeast region, the first motion we had was a motion to ask the board, the division, to look at making further adjustments to the bison herd in the Book Cliffs specifically. The herd moves in and out with the tribal herd, the background on that, and spends most of its time when it's in the public land and off the tribe is in the roadless area now, is where most of those bison tend to be hanging out. And it was just the motion, the objective of that was to try and get some kind of work with the tribe or whatever needs to be done to address that. Because at times the bison are lousy in the roadless area, and then other times there's none in there. And they're just moving back and forth between tribal ground primarily, I think. That motion did pass unanimously. And then we had another motion to add 1 permit to the Henry Mountain Archery Bison Hunt. And that was because of the resident, non-resident split. 1 permit had been taken out of the pool, moved into the non-resident, just to make that comply with the rule on that. But and that passed 8-2. The RAC felt that was something that 1 extra permit wouldn't be that big of a deal, and it would keep people who are applying for that in that once in a lifetime draw, understanding how many permits and they still had the same amount each year. And then we had 1 final motion to accept the remainder of the division's proposal, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Brock?
Central Region had a motion to accept as presented, and that passed unanimously.
You just keep making it easy, don't you?
Well, I wasn't there. I was online, so
Where were you?
it went way smoother.
Where were you, Brock?
I was out of town.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we heard Hawaii. All right, Justin.
The Northern also accepted as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Daniel, are you on?
I am, yes. So for the Northeastern region, it was motion to accept as presented, and that passed unanimous.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would it be all right if I clarified a little more on our motion? I neglected to talk about another piece that I think is important.
Sure.
We had some discussion in ours, and it was good discussion with the division that right now the way the draw works, and I don't know that I understand this really well, so we may need to get some more clarification, but the expo permits. So now that we can see the tag, the predicted tags before going into the draw, which is a great change, well, the expo permits are included in that number, which can throw those numbers off, particularly to the non-residents. It can be really influential, but even on the once in a lifetimes, it can make a significant difference to max point holders. And the reason that was done, and if the division wants to elaborate, if you want to hear the rest of it, that's the way the rule was written at the time in a idea of caution. But it's causing some confusion now when you apply, thinking there may be more permits available than there are.
Okay, thanks. Colby?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Braden. I think that sums it up nicely. The way that it's written, the rule says that Expo is considered another public draw, right? We've got the public draw system that we send over to we call it Fallon, right? But we send to be drawn for the public. And then Expo is considered a separate public draw. And so the way the rule was written, it just deducts whatever was allocated to Expo from the number that the board approves today. Because it says they can't be additive. There is a way to fix that. And the way to fix that would be to say that we will account for those permits in the Expo process, similar to how we do with conservation, right? And so that way, whatever is approved here is exactly the same number that goes to the draw, and it doesn't confuse people. We just account for those permits in the process when we recommend permits. So exactly the same, we account for conservation permits every time before, and we just switch that and account for Expo permits before too. And we can, if the board would like, we can, without even telling us to, we can bring forward a recommendation to fix that process.
Thank you.
Or you can tell us to too, either way.
We're pretty good at telling you.
Yep.
Thanks, Colby. With that, we'll go to public comment. If you haven't filled out a comment card, please do so and give it to our young ladies there on the side. We'll start with Troy Justison, followed by Kevin Norman.
No problem. Troy Justison, Sports and Fish and Wildlife. We support the division's recommendations. We had some concerns with the recommendation on the Dirty Devil, but after talking with the biologists, we're comfortable with that. How much time we got? Do I get 3 minutes? Is that what we're cut it down to? I gotta say something. I have a very high, I think highly of all of you guys. I mean, a lot of you I got very personal relationships with, and very grateful to you guys. But I watched the body language amongst our biologists today, the division, and several people that put their heart and soul into giving us the best data possible to manage wildlife. And we chose to manage by fear rather than back the data that we have. I get it. I understand you guys are in a tough position. But I just want to say thanks to those individuals. You've heard me, if you could play this back years and years ago when this first emerged with Kent, Randy, and Brock, I made this statement that what we are learning today will change how we manage wildlife in the future. I want to change what I said. What we are learning today will change how we manage wildlife in the future if we let it. We can't be ruled by fear. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy.
Kevin Norman, representing myself. I support the division's recommendations on this as well, but what I wanted to speak to more was, I think this is a real sad day for not only hunters, but for Utah wildlife in general. What just happened is pretty disheartening. I've been out a lot with the biologists, worked closely with them to see their hard work and dedication and passion. They're one of us, they're hunters. Be shoved aside like it just was is pretty disheartening. To Brock and Randy and the work they do, the millions of dollars that's been put into this, to cave to some sort of political fear is pretty disgusting. It's largely why our country's in the state it is, and to happen at this level is sad. It's sad for my kids. We just want to go hunt, and to throw caution to all the hard work and dedication of the division and many people in the state. It breaks my heart, and for my kids and the opportunities that got shot down for them is sad to see. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the comment cards. With that, we'll open it up for board discussion.
And I don't know how we want to handle this, but the reporting of the tags that was reported in the southern region, I could kind of consider that a housekeeping thing, and I think the division can handle that. I just wanted to bring up kind of the other items they did were, a minimum of 2 tags is, alternating if that's where we're at, and the rounding resident versus non-resident. And I consider those all housekeeping. I don't think we need a motion. I just wanted to state that as these folks are looking at tags, just keep those things in mind.
With that, Lindy, can you come up and tell us the number of tags that would be affected by that?
Thanks. Yeah, so I did run some numbers to see actually how many hunts for residents that only offer 1 permit. I did it 2 different ways. I did it 1 excluding CWMUs and 1 including. So without CWMU included, there's 10 hunts. And one of them is Antelope Island, which we can only offer 1 tag to the MOU. So really 9 hunts across all of our limited entry and once lifetime species only offer 1 tag. Now, if you add CWMU to the equation, that goes to 133 hunts. So the bulk of it is our CWMU hunts that only offer 1 permit.
Okay,
So,
that's helpful. Thank you.
and it's pretty consistent. I looked at the last 3 years, and it's pretty consistent by 1 or 2 tags, 1 or 2 hunts. So.
Okay, thank you.
Really, all I'm asking is let's just be aware of it.
Yeah.
I think it's a good suggestion. We just need to be aware, but I'm not asking anything to change. Just if there's an opportunity to do that where we can alternate and it worked out that a top tag or bonus point person came off, that'd be good. So.
Okay. Any other discussion? I'll speak to the Southeast region. I was in attendance. A year or so ago out of the Southeast region, it became clear that there was an issue with access to the roadless area. And I had the opportunity to be part of a group that went up to maybe help solve that solution. And as we went, one of the things that became apparent to me was that when conditions were right and we really started to grow bison, that we were very limited there by access. And we would have a hard time knowing all the amount of effort that goes in on the Henrys with a lot smaller population to be able to keep that population in check, that if the Book Cliffs decides to grow because of the limited access, we would really need to think outside the box to do that. And this motion that Kent talked about to look at season dates and other opportunities to work with the tribe, I think is a discussion point that the division has the ability to do. And I think that, we can just ask them to look at that. But I think it's probably something that needs to be on our mind. So, any others? Okay. I'll speak to the southern region also. I really appreciate both, I guess the southern and the southeastern had different motions. One was to allow the 2 tags, and the southern region was specifically for a hunt with the bison to include an additional tag. I think, Carl, that we asked the biologists to do that. But I also worry that if we, that we would not offer a tag because we give it a tag 1 year, I think then we get into the biology part of it. I think that we're better off to ask the biologists in division to be cognizant of that where they can, but to make that a motion, it affects draws, biology, some other things. So I think we're better off to do that. Rusty? Comment?
Yeah, just to speak to that really quick, I think a lot of the hunts that only have 1 permit they're typically bighorn hunts, where we've got a disease issue or some other thing that's limited that population. And you know, we can turn a hunt on and off, but in the complicated regulations and that we already have, it just makes it's just one more thing to make things a little more difficult. And when we offer 1 permit, it's for a reason that, you know, that the rams just aren't there, or we've had a disease issue, and hopefully that population rebounds, and wherever we can offer a random permit, we try to do that. And a random and a maximum point holder permit, we do our best to do that if the plan provides. So
thanks, Rusty. Okay.
If the southern and the southeast is, you know, good with their, you know, I think their message has been clear, but besides that, I'd make a motion, we accept the division's recommendations as presented, and obviously look at those concerns.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made by Bryce, seconded by Brett. Any questions on the motion? All right, Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. With that, we will go to agenda item number 7.
I don't really have anything to add here other than we did make that adjustment based on the feedback from the 5 RACs. We would modify our recommendation to include 750 rather than 500 of those early youth any bull permits. So.
Okay. I think that speaks to our RAC process, to hearing the public, a great voice. You know, the division, I appreciated in the RAC tour said it, you know, something we missed. And I appreciate that it was picked up by the public. So thanks. Questions from the board? Questions from RAC chairs? Summary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 7, bull elk permit recommendations for 2023. We had 56 submissions. 27 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 24 somewhat or strongly disagreed, and 5 were neutral. Some of the themes: overall general support for the new elk plan and increase in limited entry bull elk permits, support for moving more limited entry bull elk permits out of the early season during the rut and into October. Comments regarded to increased opportunities going to hurt quality, the Manta unit specifically listed. A few comments just generally on the length of time that we hunt elk in the state and not a lot of rest. A few comments suggesting 4 or 5 point or better strategy on general units to maintain a quality aspect. Using weapon restrictions to increase opportunity and keep age classes where they need to be. Also, what was given or added by the division to increase the youth tags from 500. There was a comment to increase them to 1,000. And then just more comments on permits, moving more limited entry permits out of the rut and cause overcrowding with spike and antlerless hunts. So that's it.
Thank you. RAC Chair, motions?
Yeah, with the division now including those youth tags in their recommendation, our motion would be to accept as recommended, accept the division's recommendations for the bull elk permits as presented, and that passed 9-1.
Kent?
Yeah, we had our first motion was to have the division have mandatory tooth return on limited entry elk units. And the reason for that is just to try to gain more data. And the thought process behind that is more and better data means more and better management. And that did pass 9-1. The one person that voted against that was concerned about penalizing people for making a simple mistake. And then the other motion on the youth limited entry has already been addressed. And we had a final motion to accept the remainder as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Kent. Brock?
Yeah, the Central Region had the motion consistent with the division revised recommendation to increase youth bull by 250. That passed unanimously. They had a motion to accept the remainder as presented. That passed unanimously.
Justin?
Yeah, with the addition to the 250 permits, the Northern RAC now would accepted the remainder of the elk plan as presented.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, not to sound like a broken record, but Northeastern region with the additional 250 youth permits, motion was made and would have passed unanimous as well.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to public comment. We first have Corey Rasmussen, followed by Troy Justison. That's all the comments we have. If you would like to fill one out, please do so.
Corey Rasmussen, Youth Hunter's Voice. We've been kind of supporting this change all the way through the RACs. Definitely would like to see more opportunities for youth. So hopefully you'll definitely consider the recommendations there, and any others that will help get kids in the field. Thanks.
Thank you.
Troy Justison, Sports and Fish and Wildlife. We support the division's recommendations. We appreciate the RAC supporting this and the division and increasing those youth permits. So we're excited about it. We think there's opportunity for growth there. So we'd ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. All right, let's open it up for discussion from the board.
Dax, maybe if you could just take a minute on the tooth return and how effective that is. I believe our mandatory harvest is mandatory that we have to report, but tooth is voluntary. And then I think I was late on turning one back and paid a small fee on the harvest reporting. Are we getting enough? Where are we at with the tooth return?
Yes, so thanks. That's a great question. We send a tooth envelope to all the successful limited entry elk hunters because we manage limited entry bulls based on age class. We ask them to send back the 2 bottom incisors. We send those into a lab, get them aged. We have a harvest reporting for limited entry tags is mandatory, and if you don't comply, you have to pay a fine. And if you don't do that, it would preclude you from putting in from the draw that next year for that. We don't do that with the teeth. We get about 80% tooth return from that, and we are able to get a really good idea of what age is on these units with that 80% return. The reason we haven't made it mandatory is because there are circumstances where folks, maybe they shoot their animal in the mouth or something gets lost. And for that 20% that don't turn a tooth in, typically that's what it is. It's some type of a circumstance or accident or something like that. So We want good data. We feel like the data we get is adequate and helps us, we get a good idea of what ages are. And that's where we come from on that and kind of why we're at where we're at.
And I prefer to call what I paid a contribution, not a fine. But are you able to judge from the harvest data? I mean, the speculation is that somebody who shot a smaller bull isn't going to turn the tooth in. Are you able to make a judgment on that from the harvest data that because we do some statistical stuff too, don't we?
Yeah, so that the folks, where all folks are required to submit a harvest report, and they submit some antler measurement data as part of their harvest report, their points per side and length of main beam. From those data, we actually did an analysis and looked at the folks who did the harvest report but didn't send in teeth to see if folks with larger antlered bulls were more likely or less likely to send in teeth or not send in teeth, and there wasn't a correlation. And that's been I think some folks are afraid that people, hunters that harvest smaller bulls are going to be less likely to send in teeth. Based on an analysis of the antler data we have and who sent in teeth and who didn't, there doesn't seem to be a correlation there. And that's why we felt like getting the return rate we're at was a reasonable place to be. I hate to stand up and say we don't want more data, we don't want better data. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we're trying to find a reasonable spot here where we get good data to help us make good recommendations, but we also don't paint people into a corner who made an honest mistake or had an accident happen. So that's the balance we're up against here.
So I'll just speak to this. This is one that we get every year, and you're aware of it. It's one that continues to come to the board. It used to be mandatory harvest, and we would always get that. And finally, it got in a place to where the technology was there, and the division felt like they could do it. I think I'm really looking forward to seeing what that does, because one, I think it'll be great data, better data, but it'll also save tremendous amount of money to not have to pay a contractor to do those phone calls. It'll be a lot better data. But I think with the technology, the question is, are we finally there to where if we can do that with antlerless and some of our other hunts, can we now have the technology to be able to put the sportsman at ease that brings us up every year, that we have the technology to do that, and maybe have some other option for those people that lose their teeth to send a photo, to have a measurement, let the division come up with what that alternative is. They wouldn't need to pay a fee because they need to contribute. But anyway, want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so, later on the agenda today, we are proposing requiring mandatory harvest reporting for all antlerless hunts. In the past, it's been done via phone survey, and sampling a random sample of the hunters that draw those permits. We do currently have mandatory harvest reporting for limited entry once in a lifetime hunts. We're recommending adding that for antlerless. And our plan is to recommend a rule change that would require that for general season elk and deer hunters in the future as well. So we definitely are moving towards mandatory harvest reporting. Like you mentioned, I think the technology's improved, and nobody likes to answer calls from an unknown number on their phone nowadays either. So it does take a lot of work and effort for our phone survey contractors to get good data. And so if there's an opportunity to improve that data, we want to do it. With regard to folks submitting some other surrogate rather than teeth for bulls, I think maybe we can look at that and see. I don't want to add a really huge new workload to our employees to have to go out and score anyone's elk who forgets to send their teeth in or something. But I think that's something we could look at, and perhaps next fall when we come back with mandatory harvest reporting, a recommendation for mandatory harvest reporting for general season elk and deer. Maybe we can see if there might be some other way to get information from folks that harvest limited entry animals where they need to submit teeth. I don't want to make it too easy for folks to where they'd rather just pay the $50 than have to worry about the teeth or something. There's a little bit of a balance there, but yeah, we just want to get really good data, and we also don't want to make it impossible for folks either. So I think that's something we can look at and maybe report back to you with some ideas on.
Thanks, Dax. Mr. Chair, could I speak to this too? I think most of us heard from a few RAC members regarding this. And Dax, I was forced to take statistics in college as well. And so I understand that once you reach a certain percentage that, you know, the results really aren't going to change. But I think the chair is right. This keeps coming up year after year after year. And for better or worse, it almost feels like we're to the point where let's just do it. And I guess my point is, you know, to the workload to the division, I certainly don't want to increase that. But in that it's a burden to hunters. A lot of states require mandatory check-in of every single animal harvested, antlered, antlerless. You physically take it somewhere. I mean, so when we talk about we're overburdening our hunters, I don't know that I can buy into that theory. I think the majority of the hunters are committed that they're going to do whatever they have to. And if sending a tooth in is required, then that's what they do. I don't want to penalize them and have them giving lots of contributions either, but there's got to be a way that we can make this mandatory and get some pretty good compliance and deal with the exceptions. I would, if this is a decent idea, I would hate to not do it because of the 1%.
Dax, as far as the cost of this, it's pretty, I assume it's not a ton of money that it's not going to add a ton of money if we do require that to the requirements, isn't? Do you have any idea what it costs?
No, that's not a concern. Well, we send the tooth envelope to every hunter that draws one of these permits and ask them to send to the teeth. We'd love it if they all did. So that's it's not a budget issue or anything like that.
Thank you.
One of the reasons I think it keeps coming up is we manage to harvest objective ages. And so some of the people in the public feel like the guys that are shooting the little ones aren't sending their teeth in because it doesn't really matter to them. And so it's skewing the harvest objective data. That's actually the feeling. That's why it keeps coming up, I think.
I can't stand up here and tell you we don't want more better data. We obviously do. We're just trying to find a good spot to where we don't, you know, overly penalize someone that has something unfortunate happen to them. But I'm not going to argue against getting better data.
Mr. Chair, a procedural question. I know they talked about this in a few racks, but can we even make a motion on this today? I mean, we're on the agenda, we're talking about permits. I mean, I guess we could put it on the action list, maybe?
And that's what I was reaching to do was let's put it on the action log for a future review, go through the public process and make a decision to do it at a later date. That'll be a motion.
Okay. Perfect. That's a motion.
Second.
Okay. We got a motion to put mandatory tooth reporting as an action log, and we got a second by Bryce. Any questions? All in favor, Bryce?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
I'll make a motion. We approve the elk permit recommendations as presented.
I'll second it.
Motion to accept as presented by Randy, seconded by Gary. Any questions? All in favor? Yeah, let's vote single.
Yes.
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 Passes unanimous. Agenda item number 8.
The one caveat with the age data is if we get really good age data, then you guys have to help us manage to it.
Why do you say that with a smile, Dax?
I'm just teasing you. We already know you're going to do that.
We deserve that.
Moving on to Pronghorn, and again, I I'm sorry. Moving on to Pronghorn, and I presented this earlier when we were talking about winter adjustments. Pronghorn, we managed to average age of harvested buck between 2 and 3. Most units are at or above that objective. We're recommending some units keeping the same, increases on quite a few units, which is encouraging. But that cash-rich unit, we did make an emergency adjustment to that recommendation just because of a really big decrease in numbers there. And we don't want to set folks up that draw a limited entry buck pronghorn permit to not have a reasonable opportunity to harvest an animal. It's never a guarantee. But so we are recommending a further cut on that unit to 14 permits, which is a pretty substantial cut, but it's pretty representative of what we're seeing on our numbers there. If you've looked at any of the stuff from Wyoming, they've seen some pretty drastic losses in pronghorn, and that is, I guess, probably the one little part of our state where we've seen similar patterns. The rest of the state, pronghorn look okay. So.
Thank you. Any questions for Dax? Questions from RAC chairs? Summary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 8, buck pronghorn permit recommendations. We had 26 submissions. 17 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 4 somewhat or strongly disagreed, and 5 were neutral. Some of the themes kind of are the same as the comments, the percentages, because you have cut permits in half on all units and then would like to see more permits as the next comment. We've been leaving opportunity on the table for pronghorn, so supportive of more permits. Pronghorn habitat has increased over the years, need to see more increases in population so more tags can be offered, as it's the easiest limited entry species to draw. That's it.
Thank you. RAC chairs?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I have one question for Dax. I apologize for the late hour on this, but it was a question I thought about after our RAC meeting. There's a reduction because of the drought die-off on the North San Rafael, but not on the 9 Mile. And can you address that, why that difference? Because to me, driving up and down that all the time, I mean, it's the same herd of pronghorn. They just move back and forth across Highway 6.
Yeah, so and that's based on our counts and the conditions we just saw a lot bigger declines on that San Rafael unit than we did on the 9 Mile. Guy from Southeastern region, do you have anything to add or that could help answer that? No, it's based on our counts. Okay, it's just based on the counts.
Okay, Braden.
All right, we had a motion to accept as presented, and that passed unanimously.
We also had a motion to accept as presented, and it passed unanimously.
We also had a motion to accept as presented, and it passed unanimously. I would also comment that a couple of RAC members have reached out, big drastic cuts on that Morgan Rich unit, but the CWMU permits have already been allocated, so it looks like maybe public's taking it in the shorts and the private isn't there.
Justin?
In the Northern RAC, we also accepted the recommendation as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, Northeastern region motion to accept as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Comments from the audience? Troy Justison, and that's the only card I have.
Mr. Chair, I have nothing following Dax. That was pretty good. So, no, Troy Justin, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. We support the division's recommendations. Thanks.
Yeah, we will definitely take the lumps when we deserve them, and we deserved it. So, any clarification, Dax? Okay. I will summarize. All the RACs were unanimous as the division's proposal. So with that, we'll go to board discussion.
Dax, can you address, I mean, that was a drastic cut on the Morgan South Ridge from 59 to 14. And are you proposing any sort of, reduction on the CWMUs or?
Maybe Northern Region or Chad can help me out a little bit. I do know that there's some pronghorn movements there. I don't know that I fully understand them as well as the folks from the region do. Maybe Jim and Chad can help out a little bit with that. And I haven't been as involved in the CWMU permits. Obviously, that's Chad's program as well.
Hey, I'm Jim Christensen, Northern Region Wildlife Manager. Part of the change over on this unit as well is we completely eliminated the Morgan South Ridge side from the North Cache side. And so any of these permits that would have been hunted on the South Ridge side, they're not there anymore. So we're just going to be hunting north of Woodruff on the Crawfords and then east of Bear Lake there. So that, I mean, that'll reduce some of the harvest on that other side. So it'll basically just be CWMU permits on the South Ridge.
So with that, trying to understand, are those CWMU permits reduced?
No, so the CWMU permits stayed the same. Those permits were set last fall. And so, yeah, we had no idea what was going to happen this winter.
Mr. Chair, could I speak to that a little bit? And again, I'm not speaking for CWMU program or the association or anything, but the CWMUs I've talked with are more than happy to share in a percentage cut that anything that we've done. So let's say that one permit's getting issued for every 1,000 acres on the public, on the general season and the public, as well as on the CWMUs. They believe in being fair and proportional, and if things get cut, so there's one permit every 2,000 acres on the public, they understand that they need to follow suit. I think one difference that maybe a lot of the public doesn't even quite understand is that in many cases, the permits are being allocated at one for every 1,000 acres on the public side, but the CWMUs have voluntarily cut themselves, so there's only one permit being allocated for every 3,000 acres already. And so I think we can all see that to ask the CWMU to take your voluntary cuts as well as some additional mandatory cuts probably isn't entirely fair. But I think that if we hold everyone to the same bar, to the same standard, I haven't heard a CWMU yet that said we won't take our fair share of the cuts.
Any other discussion?
That is what we do with the landowners. If the area units, the numbers go down percentage-wise in a unit, then the landowners within that unit take the same percentage of a cut. It just seems fair.
I'm not sure we can do that now.
Yeah,
For this year,
that's
but-
it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Next year, I think we even that out. But
I think later we're going to be talk about CWMU rule, and we could talk about some things that the committee could look at. But I agree, those permit numbers are not something we can address right now.
ready for a motion? Make a motion that we accept the buck pronghorn permit recommendations as presented.
Okay, motion by Carl to accept as presented. Do we have a second? Seconded by Wade. All right, let's start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. That will go to agenda item number 9.
Is this antlerless? They're all blurring together. Okay. Back again. I don't really have any clarification or additions to add to this one.
Dax, can you pull up, can you show us what doe antlerless recommendations there are statewide?
Doe deer?
Yeah.
I don't know. Mike, do you have access to any of that? My laptop's not live connected to this, so I have it in writing here.
Okay.
And it could be that if we could have other discussion, but I think it'd be good for us to see, yeah, maybe just mention them.
Do you have the ability to pull up the RAC packet or anything, Mike? Or yeah, sorry, we're putting him on the spot here.
While he's looking that up, let's open it up for other discussion.
On this item on antlerless, correct?
Yeah.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Mr. Chair, because I have the same concern, especially on these northern units where we've had such mortality anyway. It certainly does not make sense for there to be any doe hunts in those areas. I don't think that's where the majority of them are. My memory serves that the majority of these are in areas where we've got depredation issues and those sorts of things. And so I think I could stomach that, on the southern end and some of these units where the deer were doing a little bit better, that we continue to use that as a tool to help with depredation. But I think we have set the precedent for this meeting that we're going to try to save some deer. And so I think limiting these antlerless hunts goes along with that.
If it's helpful, there's really not a lot of them. I can kind of just run through it.
Please.
On the Box Elder unit, last year we issued 60 doe deer permits. This year we're recommending 60 doe deer permits. And they're not unit wide. They're pretty specific to areas where we have conflicts on, private agricultural lands. Last year we issued 50 doe permits on the Chalk Creek. We've eliminated those. We're not recommending any doe permits on the Chalk Creek. On the East Canyon unit, last year was 200 doe permits. This year we're recommending 40. And again, it's to deal with, there's a lot of private land ag, and it's to address those issues, but it's going from 200 permits to 40 permits. On the Fillmore, we're recommending an increase from 15 to 30, but the hunt is literally the city limits of Fillmore is where we're having that hunt. It's an archery hunt to try to target just growing urban deer populations that are causing some public safety issues. The 9 Mile, a slight increase on the 9 Mile from 55 to 75. Oker Stansbury, 25 to 25. So staying the same. Pine Valley, going from 40 to 50, but again, they're very specifically localized to agricultural areas where we have conflicts. Abajos, 10 last year, 10 recommended this year. A little bit of an increase on the South Slope Bonanza Diamond Mountain Vernal unit, and that is surrounding the town of Vernal. It's an archery hunt, again, to deal with a growing deer population within essentially city limits, going from 50 permits issued in that area last year to 125. There's a doe hunt on that South Slope Mighton area, again, in the Uinta Basin. It's kind of centered around agricultural and private lands. I recommend keeping that the same at 100 permits from last year, staying at 100 this year. Southwest Desert, last year we had 10 doe permits. This year we're not recommending any doe deer permits. So overall statewide, it's a decrease from 635 to 530. And hopefully that maybe tells a story. We can pull up more detail, or we can grab some of our managers from the regions if we want to dive into specifics on any of those particular hunts.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Questions from RAC chairs? Okay, Director summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 9, antlerless permit recommendations. We had 43 submissions. 15 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 23 strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 5 were neutral. Some of the main themes: shouldn't be shooting any does with how hard the winter was. No doe hunts until we reach population objectives. We had 6 comments related to that. On the Manti and the Wasatch units, we had disagreement with increases in cow elk archery permits, and that those should be control permits so that we're not saturating with hunters. Length of the cow elk seasons are too long. We had 4 comments with that. Increase in cow elk tags should go to late seasons. We had 3 comments supportive of the division's recommendations, and then also a couple comments on killing too many cows and dislike permit increases.
All right. RAC Chair's report on motions.
Yes, we had a motion to accept as presented, and that passed 9-1.
Southeast Region had a motion to pass as accepted, and that was unanimous.
Central Region had a motion to pass as presented, and that to accept as presented, and that passed unanimously.
It also passed unanimously in the Northern RAC.
Brock, do you see how good the Central Region goes when you're absent?
Thanks for pointing that out to everybody, buddy.
Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, the Northeastern region was motion to accept as presented, and that passed unanimous.
Thank you. All right, I don't have any comment cards from the public. And summary, all the RACs made a motion and accepted as presented. With that, we'll go to board discussion.
I guess I got a question for Kent. On this thing I'm looking at, which is some of our, the motions, it shows that, and I do remember it, there was a motion to ask the Wildlife Board to give the division direction to revisit the CWMU rule, clean it up, and look for opportunities to increase public hunting opportunities for all species. It shows that passed unanimous. Was that correct?
Yeah, that was when we were talking about the CWMU rule amendments. The next, that would be, agenda item 10. And that was actually the first motion in.
Oh, that was,
10.
okay, so it's just
in
in the
the
wrong
next
spot on
agenda
this one.
item, yeah.
Okay, it looks like there's another one there. It says, requested division to accept a proposal by Summit Point CWMU. That should be on the next one also.
That's in the CWMUs as well. Yeah.
Okay.
In the
All
next
right.
one.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Mr. Chair, question for Dax, if I could. Dax, I know a lot of these are regarding depredation issues within municipalities. How many of these are you actually hunting inside city limits, and how much of this is done at the request of town councils?
I don't know if I could tell you the exact numbers. Maybe the regions can help me. A few of them they are, and they're because we receive specific requests asking for us to help deal with growing urban, or if you want to call Phil more urban, but growing deer populations in town. So I don't know. I could get with the regions and get you an exact answer to that, Wade, but I'm not sure.
No, that's good. Thanks.
So Dax, and maybe you want someone from the biologist from the local area, but I received some comments on the Ochre Stansberries that 25, that the boundary, the way it's drawn right now, is actually harvesting antlerless does that are mountain deer that aren't really a problem deer. The way the boundary is written, they had concerns with that number with the winter that we've had. Can you or one of your local biologists address that?
Yeah, I'll probably reach out to see if we have anyone. I see Sydney Lamb from Central Region is on. I don't know if you can help me with that one, Sid. I don't know that I'm familiar enough with the details there.
I hadn't heard that about the boundary, Kevin. I do know that we saw pretty good winter survival out in the Ochre Stansberries on what we had. So I feel pretty confident with that recommendation of 25. I'm not entirely sure what the harvest success is on that, but I highly doubt that we're harvesting anywhere close to 25 in that unit every year.
Okay. Yeah, if you can maybe pull that number up, Dax, for us, and then I guess being in the director's backyard, I'll ask him to talk about the boundary.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I am familiar with the boundary. I think it is Middle Canyon and Settlement Canyon. And I think they're trying to, the objective here is to target those deer that are, there's a lot of deer on that range in that lower country. But I'm guessing the boundary was put the way it was to somewhat have an enforceable boundary there. So it does go all the way up the canyon to the, I think it's the county line, and follows that to the head of Settlement Canyon, and then comes all the way back down. So you would have the opportunity to hunt deer higher in that unit. I don't know if those archery hunters are or not, but that, I don't know where else you would draw that boundary to make it very enforceable, honestly.
Okay. Well, with that, I just wanted to represent the public that reached out to me. They had concerns with the year that we've had that we're hunting antlerless does on mountain property. And so I'll just convey that. So
I'm pulling up the comments from the biologist for that unit. The objective behind that hunt, the idea behind that hunt is to control deer numbers that are coming into Tooele City.
Mr. Chair, just following up on my earlier comment, nobody understands the need for these types of hunts more than me. I mean, we have a lot of conflicts on private lands, hay fields, and certainly now we've got a lot of deer that think it's perfectly fine to go wandering into town. So I see the need for these. I've helped promote these. I understand why we have them in place, and I certainly don't want to do away with them. Having said that, we just lost tens of thousands of deer in the last few months. We've said that decreasing buck permit numbers doesn't increase population. They're not the one having the fawns, which is true, and yet we just did that. The antlerless deer are the ones having fawns, and so I'm just struggling with the idea that on an exceptional year, unprecedented, that we're still going to kill 530. I'm just looking at this, that if we're going to be consistent with what we did in the morning, then we need to look at where we can cut on these. And I don't want to remove them. I mean, the hunts that I'm a part of that where we utilize these, yes, if you're really trying to decrease permit or decrease deer numbers, it's nice to have 100 tags. But if you're simply trying to keep them out of town, sometimes you can do that with 15. And so on a year like this, I would hope everyone would be a little more patient with wildlife in their fields, in town, just so that we can kind of give ourselves a leg up. And I want to think we can decrease some of these and still accomplish our conflict or depredation goals.
Sorry, I'm a little slow. Just one quick, I got a date update. They harvested 13 does on that hunt in 2022 on that Oker-Stansbury hunt.
So about 50%.
Dax, don't go away for a second. In that Uinta Basin increase there, did you say it went from 50 to 125? Is that what that one was?
Yeah, it's that new archery hunt pretty much around the town of Vernal.
Vernal, main area. Yeah. Is that, are we having any depredation issues there? Is that what that's, we paying depredation for some landowners there, or is it just that we've got more of them, resident deer hanging down in there that don't want to go away?
It's some of both, but in that area, it's more of, roadkill, public safety issues, and just resident deer that are there year round, just more and more numbers. Higher. It's just a growing population, some depredation as well, kind of on the edges of town where folks have land in ag, in Greenbelt.
Thank you.
Ready for a motion?
Let me make a comment and then a motion. 4 of these units were actually recommending an increase. Again, I don't want to take away our tools here, and we're already on the biologist bad list. And so I don't want to get further up that list, but I also want to be consistent and I want to protect as many of these as we can. What if I make a motion that we approve as presented with the exception of the 4 increases and that they stay at the 2022 numbers?
Dax, can you speak to that?
Some of those ones, the numbers I gave you were unit combined totals, but like the Fillmore unit, there's a hunt, 25 permits for the Fillmore City and one around Oak Creek City. And the increase in the Northeastern region is this new hunt, this new archery hunt around the town of Vernal. So, we may need to look at them on a unit specific basis if we're going to dive into it at that level. One of the tricky things here is, I guess, we strive to try to give the opportunity to harvest animals to sportsmen, our public sportsmen that, would put in for these permits through the draw. But in some of these situations, if we eliminate these antlerless hunts, we'll probably end up harvesting a lot of these animals anyways, but we'll be issuing permits to landowners, depredation, mitigation vouchers, and permits to landowners, or or doing division removal. We always would rather give that opportunity to public sportsmen, but just I guess another thing to keep in mind if we want to look at specific hunts, because some of these are new hunts, like that archery hunt in Fillmore City and the one around Vernal. We can pull that up and look at those specifically, but the numbers I gave you were kind of combined all the different small hunts. We rarely have big, unit-wide doe hunts. They're usually pretty small surgical strategic hunts.
Just a clarification though, under your motion, the new hunts would go in as they're proposed. You're only recommending you reduce the ones that were last year to last year's numbers rather than increases, right?
That was the motion, but with Dax's clarification, I don't even know that my motion really makes sense.
Are you withdrawing?
Yeah.
I make a motion, we approve it as presented.
Okay. We have a motion by Bryce to accept as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay. Brett, seconded by Brett. All in favor, start with Bryce.
Yes.
I'm going to vote no for right now. We'll see.
No.
No.
Yes.
How does it feel, Gary?
I've actually seen the deer in towns, in these little towns, and what happens and what they do. And I know there's time for some strategic removal, and whether the division does that in the middle of the night or whether we get sportsmen that'll do it with archery, I think the sportsman's a better idea. And I don't think that the deer that live in town are the ones that we want to encourage to persist. I think they're more of a problem than they are. And so as those urban ones, those were the only increases, weren't they, Dax? I'm going to pull a Kevin and ask him more questions. Those are the only increases, the ones that were actually directly in town, true?
So I got the specific list here. I don't know, it was an increase on, in the 9 Mile Green River Valley, which are some of those deer that like to eat watermelons that, stay down in town. We recommended an increase in the Price River Valley of 5 permits. That Green River Valley was an increase of 15 permits. So both of those are pretty specific, targeted on agricultural areas. We recommended 5 additional permits on the Pine Valley New Harmony area and in the Pine Valley Enterprise area, where they're again really focused on agricultural areas.
Yeah, that Fillmore City archery hunt, which is a new hunt, is 15 permits we're recommending. And then the South Slope Ashley Valley, which is the valley where the city of Vernal, Mazer, Naples is. And that was a new hunt, an archery hunt. We recommended 75 permits on that hunt. So.
Okay, I'm gonna say yes.
And Chairman, I'm going to take the heat off you. I'm changing to yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right, you got that, Stacy? Okay. All right. As we go to the rest of the recommendation, one thing that I was contacted by Gib Yardley, who was very excited this week to be up to this meeting. He woke up not feeling well. We were looking for a Farm Bureau rep or somebody that could represent what his feelings were, and they're absent today. And so I need to borrow Troy's cowboy hat, but I'm going to give my best Gib Yardley presentation. Gib is concerned about the antlerless elk on the areas in Penguich Lake where they run cattle. I think that the division is well aware of that, and I think some of the local RAC members have talked to Gib, but I would, where he asked me specifically to bring that up, I just wanted to let the board hear that. So sorry, Gib, it probably wasn't a very good impression. Any other discussion from the board? Okay, entertain a motion.
We on 10?
Oh, sorry. No, but so did we didn't do the remainder. Did that cover the rest of 9? A motion to cover the
I
remainder?
think we just did deer, and now we need to do the bulk of the.
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, my motion was accept as presented.
Okay. Then I apologize. We got it. Okay. We will. Sorry. All right. I missed that, Bryce. I apologize. We were talking with Wade's motion being deer, so thank you. Yep, you're good. All right, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 10.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a lot to add to this besides in my presentation, I had a couple of non-contiguous variances requests that came in because we probably didn't advertise that as good as we could have. We've decided to table that part of it and bring it back through the next RAC and board cycle. So you'll be seeing those in a month. Yeah, just thought it was fair to get proper public feedback on those. But yeah, I don't know, have a whole lot more to add unless there's some questions.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, Chad, what do we have for CWMU antlerless deer permits?
There's no new ones, so nothing new coming down the pike. There's 3 statewide that have them. And I would say it's between 30 and 50. You have 50, don't you, Gary? You have 20. So I think it's about 30, between 30 and 50 total permits.
So what's our main purpose of those? It's clearly not keeping them out of town, hopefully.
No, but there you have some CWMUs that will have some ag land in them. So, and I think that's with all of the case, that they have some landowners that have some ag land that are part of the CWMU that specifically on the North Peaks one, since I was a biologist up there, some of the falls you'd see 800 to 1,000 deer in their fields. And so just to kind of help alleviate the pressure off of their crops as well.
Just a question, isn't that why we give them CWMU permits? Part of the program is to be rewarded for that and not on top of it?
I think that'd be a little bit of a deal between the two. So if you have a guy that would be part of the CWMU, but he still doesn't want to be just completely overran by it. So, I mean, I guess it could be a negotiation where you say, well, if we don't have to kill any deer, then we'll pay you X amount more. But I think there's still some landowners, and I just looked it up. There's 30 total. So it's 20 on Junction, 5 on George Creek up in Box Elder, and 5 on Mount Carmel in the southern region. But I think that's what you're seeing is there's just a little bit of negotiation back and forth. So I think some of those landowners in there are saying, yeah, we'll throw it in there, but if we can try to help alleviate the crop damage a little bit as well too.
Mr. Chair, could I make a motion and we can discuss? I just feel like we need to be consistent on this. And again, I'm not trying to take away tools. My motion probably should have been on the last agenda item, more of a percentage split, spread evenly across all hunts and all units. But I would move that we reduce the number of these antlerless CWMU antlerless permits by 50%, spread evenly across the unit, or across all the hunts. Sorry, there's more to that. And that would just be for 2023, that they would go back to, in 24, that they would go back to 2022 numbers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, except I don't know that we would be the one recommending. The division would bring next year's numbers.
Yeah, that's what we would recommend to them, that this wouldn't be an ongoing cut. This is just a hard winter. 23 doesn't look good. Let's cut the permits in 23.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I like that. I think those ones that are going to get 5 is going to be kind of tough to maybe raise them to 3, but I'll second that.
Okay. We got a motion and we got several seconds. We'll call it seconded by Brett.
Well, I was more trying to get a clarification. I wondered if, like the CWMU had another landowner that had a hayfield in it, and that's what you was trying to mitigate was him. You know, like another landowner that was next to or adjacent or surrounded by a CWMU. Would that be what those were for?
There could be some. Junction's probably the one that I'm the most familiar with, and it's just a landowner that he has his crops, and it's just inundated with deer throughout the fall. So I don't think it's somebody outside of that unit. And to be clear, when I said that 30, I didn't look at that. Junction's is 2 does, so they actually have 40 total deer permits. But yeah, I think it's just to help. It may be a little bit of a hard sell for that landowner to want to stay in that CWMU without having some harvest out of their fields. I don't know that for sure, and I'm not familiar with the other 2 enough to know what their reasoning is.
Okay, and Stacy, have that second be Randy. With that, we'll call for.
Can I just ask one clarifying question? So George Creek and Mount Carmel both have 5 permits, and if we're cutting them by 50, we going with 3 or 2?
How about 3?
Claire? And the RAC.
You're the one saying we need to hurry this along. I'm just trying to help Stacy.
You better order dinner, Stacy. Good point. Okay, we were in comments. Yes.
Questions.
Okay, perfect. Braden should have threw something at us. Okay, Braden.
Well, just to build on that, we passed this as presented and unanimously because we were out of time in our meeting and kicked out of the building. So.
Okay, so Southeast region, wait, now we're to those motions. We had a motion to ask the Wildlife Board to give direction to clean up and increase public opportunity on CWMUs. That passed 8-1. There was one abstention. And we had a motion to give a 3-3 split on the antlerless elk tags on the Summit Point CWMU. That passed unanimously. And we had a motion to accept the remainder of the division's presentation, and that was 8 in favor, 1 abstention.
Okay, the Central Region had a motion to accept as presented. That motion passed 8-1, and then there was a motion to repeal the previous motion and revisit the CWM antlerless. That passed unanimously. And after a lot of discussion, then there was a motion to accept as presented, and that passed 6 in favor, 3 opposed. And the 3 opposed were opposed because there's some variance requests embedded in here that weren't discussed. And one of those variance requests was a variance request on top of a variance request. And the 3 people opposed were not in favor of that variance on top of a variance.
Thanks, Brock. Justin?
All right. Did we skip something? I feel like we're here without questions and a lot of things. But anyway, RAC, we did go through, we did go through the variances where we were the first out of the gate, but we won't discuss those since they were taken off of the agenda. But we had a motion to approve the recommendation as presented with the request that the division bring back a proposal for more options for CWMUs to harvest more elk. We had a lot of conversation on that. We discussed as far as the units that are over objective in our area, those Morgan South Rich, all those that were devastated by this winter, and our deer herds were devastated. Every one of those units were also way over objective with their elk. And it's evident that there's an issue with private lands with the way that CWMU cow elk hunts are taking place, the tools that they currently have and what the division has. There's no way to get those herds under management. And so we had a lot of conversations. So I asked if the board would please think about that. And I hope you had a chance to watch the Northern RAC and just realize that it is a real problem in those units. And so we had a long discussion on those items.
Thank you. All right, Director, summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Oh,
I forgot
Daniel.
Sorry about that. Yeah, for the Northeastern region, it was motion to accept as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, my job's to keep you in line, and I missed my opportunity there.
Not doing so well.
Okay, the online comment on agenda item number 10, CWMU antlerless permit recommendations. We had 20 submissions. 8 comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 7 strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 5 were neutral. The main themes being the antlered permit splits need to be changed to a higher percentage than current ratios, so the public gets more benefit since CWMUs are using a public resource. Antlerless permits don't just justify antlered splits. And CWMUs need to do a better job helping get elk populations to objective. This would help our deer populations. We had 3 comments on that. That's it.
Okay. All right, now we're to public comment. Okay, with that, Kevin Norman's the only card I have. If anyone else has one, please turn it in.
Kevin Norman, I'm standing here for Tony Chever. I guess he didn't want to make the 19-hour drive from Monticello, so he asked if I'd make sure and bring this to your attention. Representing Jimmy Giles and Tony Chever at the Summit Point CWMU. The CWMU would like to make a recommendation to add 6 total antlerless elk permits. We're on a 50-50 antlerless split, so this would be 3 public, 3 private permits. We discussed this addition of these permits with the DWR months ago, and both parties agreed on the change. There have been 0 cow permits on the CWMU for the past 5 years. There was an oversight, and addition of these permits did not get put into the DWR's recommendation packet in time for the RAC and board cycle. The addition of these permits would allow more public opportunity to harvest cow elk on public land that would otherwise be unavailable. It would also put some pressure on cow elk in that area to keep them moving around and potentially going back on public land. The private permits would be distributed to landowners to keep them enlisted in the CWMU. This small increase of permits on the CWMU would not negatively affect the population on the unit, and the DWR would support the addition of permits at this time. And just to note, it did pass the Southeast RAC. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, that's the only comment card we have. Any clarification by the division?
I should have just shook my head no, but no.
Okay.
Just making sure the variance on a variance was removed and will be dealt at another time.
Yeah, we'll deal with it next month.
Okay.
All right.
Chair, to address the Northern RAC's issue with the overpopulation of elk and how we address that with the CWMUs, I'd like to let's probably make a motion that we have an action log item, that we form a committee that has representation from the CWMU committee or CWMU operators, maybe the public, the RAC, a wildlife board member, but look at ways that they can give them tools to address the elk population, that we can reduce that elk population, in turn benefit the deer population. They're struggling to get that number under control. I would hope that Chad probably would not disagree with this, but it needs to be talked about in that area.
So let me ask a question for Chad, Justin, Colby, Dax. Any of you feel welcome to answer, but I think within the next year, we'll be addressing the CWMU rule. And would this be a portion that would be addressed, or do we need a separate committee to just address antlerless harvest, or would it be one of the issues that we would address?
There's probably a couple ways that we can tackle it. So one thing we're going to do is that with the elk plan just being approved, that there'll be a unit elk plan for those areas. And an area like Morgan South Rich, which is pretty much made up of CWMUs, there's going to be, we'll invite all the CWMUs that are decision makers on that to be part of that committee to make up that, to help formulate that plan. So I think we can tackle it, a lot of those with the unit-wide elk plans, but we can also look at when we have a committee for the rule of what we can do for some sideboards there as well.
Anyone else want to address that? Good.
Is that going to be similar to that LOA committee we had last year? Similar kind of a setup for the rule, or not really?
For the rule? Yeah, it'd probably be pretty similar to that.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to need to be excused for I have 2 children competing in a championship track meet up in Ogden. But one of the things that I failed to mention also is part of our conversation, we talked a lot about the term cooperative wildlife management, what it means, unit, and what it means to cooperate. And I think that's another thing. We have a lot of CWMUs up north that are doing a really good job of cooperating. Deseret is one that has over 310 or more public permits, and they do a great job with it. But we have a few that just refuse to help with that, for lack, just aren't participating. And I would ask that the board and that these committees really look at what it means to be cooperating. And if someone's not going to cooperate with this thing, then maybe the CWMU program's not for them and we don't approve CORs. And so I really think as you get into these, we need to address this. It is a problem up north that we keep, it's not a problem. CWMUs are a big asset to northern Utah, but with them come some things that need to be addressed. And I hope that we can get this committee or whatever it is, that it happens quickly.
Thanks,
I
Justin.
think Jim's going to sit in my place as I leave now.
All right. Appreciate you being here with us and good luck.
Sorry. Chairman, I've got probably half a dozen issues that I think needs to be addressed going forward that pertain to the CWMU committee, or the CWMU rule, I mean. I don't know if now's the time to talk about that or during the CWMU rule amendment is the time.
Chad, if there's some comments about the rule, would you like them now or in the next agenda item?
I guess we're going to tackle them either way, so it doesn't matter. We can do it now.
Okay. Just a few things. I think when we form a committee to review the rule, that one of the sideboards needs to be that whatever we do is equitable for both parties, the public and the CWMU. We need to make sure that it's equitable between the two. Some issues that I think needs to be brought up and talked about during that rule committee is we need to make sure there's an incentive program to encourage the CWMUs to fulfill the antlerless harvest and give some tools to them to do that. If the unit itself is over objective, we need to build tools into the rule to encourage both the operators and the division to get to that harvest. I think we need to address the non-contiguous lands issue, and so that it's actually in the rule how that fits. I think we need to set requirements for trade lands. So the lands traded need to be comparable and fair to both the public and the operator. And the trade lands need to be posted with a common sign that public can easily recognize it as such. If we've got, we've got it, I hear we got it today, we've got trade lands out there that are still posted no trespassing. And that's not fair to, I think, our public. So I think we need to have a common sign that is recognized by everybody that goes there, that is a trade lands and they're able to access it. And the last thing I wrote down there is that if the public tags fluctuate up or down, then the CWMU tags need to do the same one way or the other. I think those are the issues that I've heard through this RAC process that needs to be addressed. And it was actually discussed at several different RACs. So anyway, those are the ones I wrote down. So yeah, I guess I'm the point. I'd like to make a motion that the CWMU committee be,
Just one thing before you make a motion. We have a motion on the table out of order when we should have. So before you make a motion, we'll have to address that one.
I'll withdraw mine.
Okay. Yeah, it's Wade and.
I'll withdraw mine.
You withdraw it? Okay. All right. We don't have a motion on the table. We're good.
all right, then I'll just, because I guess, in December of 21, the Wildlife Board asked the committee or the division to form a committee to look at some of the rules because some of these issues were coming up. And in December 22, we talked about it again, and now it's been a year and 4 months, and we haven't formed that committee yet. So I kind of think we need to put a little more pressure, and I understand there's some good reasons why it hasn't been. I understand that, but we do know that legislative gets involved if we don't act or react very fast. So I'd like to make a motion that the CWMU committee be formed and a revised rule be brought back to the Wildlife Board by June of 2024. That's a little over a year from now to this Wildlife Board meeting.
and address those items that I just talked about. And Stacy, if you need them, I've got them written down.
Okay. Any questions on the motion? I'll just talk a little bit about it. We asked a year ago for, we continue to hear there be a few lagging issues with the CWMU rule. The legislature did step in and opened the rule, and so the division waited to look at that. We continue to hear a few things that need to be improved. During the LOA rule, we heard many speak about the CWMU as being a great program, and we have some really great operators, but we are operating under a rule that is over 20 years old, and we were doing it with technologies that are that old. And I believe that the operators would agree that we now have better tools, that I really look forward to those operators working with us to help improve that rule. And I agree that as we met with the Landowner Association, we all pointed, hey, you've got a great template with the CWMUs, but things have changed with technologies. I think we can make that better. Hopefully it's the CW operators themselves and the advisory board that is coming with those ideas and helping us improve those. Many of those items that Randy just mentioned, I think with the great minds that are in here, we can come up with some of those solutions. So look forward to that coming up this coming year. So.
I'm second the motion.
Okay. Got a motion by Randy, second, and by Carl, and he'll give that to Stacy. I think it'll be good to have those sideboards in place that the advisory committee and the CWMU committee will kind of know some of those issues that we look forward to find the solutions to. Okay. Any questions? All right.
I got a question for Chad. Does that give you plenty of time to do that, a year and a month?
We'll shoot for it. How's that for an answer? No, I think we should have enough time, but I'm just going off my experience with the LOA rule, and it took a little bit more time. So we'll shoot for that goal, and I think it's doable, but you never know how far into the weeds you get on some of these things.
The one thing with that date is I think it's probably one of the better meetings to not stack agenda items on each other. So, see where it puts you and then let us know.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. Call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 All right, motion passes unanimous. Okay, I'll open it back up for discussion.
I guess the only thing I've got a question on is the summit point. The recommendation there, what would that do? Can we do that?
Yeah, it was a lot like Kevin said. There was discussions between the CWMU and the division months before, but a change application was never turned in. So it missed the deadline. So the recommendation didn't come through us, comes through them, but it's, yeah, the division's in agreement with it. It's something that can be supported.
And unfortunately, I've voted about time calendars for CWMUs many times, so I'm going to have to change that. Right.
I'll make a motion that we go ahead and approve the request by the Summit Point CWMU for the additional 6 tags, split 50-50.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Randy, second by Wade. Any questions on the motion? Okay, we'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
Gonna have to go no. I've set table and told them to meet the deadline many times, so I'm a no.
And I understand that, Carl. I'm kind of with you there. I totally understand, but I'm going to go yes on this one.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, coming out of the regions, are there some things that we've missed from your regions that we haven't discussed? Nothing southern? Okay.
Make the motion that we approve the remainder of the CWMU antlers permit recommendations.
Okay, motion by Carl,
Second.
seconded by Bryce. Any questions? Okay, we'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 I need to recuse myself. I'm a CWMU operator.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Just so I have it clear in my head, Wade's earlier motion did we vote on that and that pass? So it's just as okay.
Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so are we doing this one? Yes. All right, number 11.
Okay, yeah, this one's just a clarification of rule. So back in 2019, we changed the definition, and in that we inadvertently made it illegal for certain people to put in for CWMU hunts. So this is just to clarify that wasn't the intent, and to make it so that they would be able to put in for CWMUs. So really, if you're a landowner, president, operator, or a spouse or dependent child, you can't put in for that CWMU that you're on. Otherwise, you can. The way that definition was making it so guides and employees and volunteers weren't able to.
All right, questions from the board? Questions from RAC chairs? Director summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 11, CWMU rule amendments, we had 16 submissions. 5 comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal, 3 somewhat or strongly disagreed, and 8 were neutral. Some of the main themes: some CWMU hunts should coincide with the general season hunts, and the committee should be formed to review CWMU rule and present changes through the public process. That's it.
All right, RAC chairs report on motions.
Yeah, motion to accept as presented and pass unanimously.
Awesome. Ken?
Same motion to accept as presented, and it passed 8 in favor, 1 abstention.
We had a motion to pass as presented, pass unanimously.
Northern region as well had a motion to pass as presented, and it passed unanimous.
Thanks. Daniel?
Northeastern region, motion to accept as presented, and that passed unanimous.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to comments from the audience. And we've got one from Travis Murphy.
One more time, Travis Murphy representing the CWMU Association. We're here to support, we worked hand in hand with Chad on this rule change. We're here to support that change. We're also back on Randy and Kevin, as you guys talked just a minute ago. we're also here to advocate that we would like to see the review of the rule change and be very part of that process. We feel like the CWMU Association in Utah is probably that of the crown jewel of all wildlife programs in the Western United States. And we feel like the organization is running well and a good heartbeat. However, there are tools, as Randy talked about, and concerns we have too. So we would love to have the opportunity to autonomously visit with the public and boards and RAC to do those things. And so we just wanted to express our interest in doing the same thing. And that the truth is we feel pretty good about the 130 something ranches we represent and the 1,600 public hunters that come through our doors. And we open our gates to, and we want to keep that healthy. And we want to move forward. And I think this is a great thing to move forward. There are definitely some things that Randy has talked about and Kevin that we want addressed as well. And so anyway, we're happy to move through the process. Thank you.
Thanks, Travis. Any other public comments? All right. All right. No clarification, Chad? All right. Board discussion.
I mean, see none, I'll make a motion that we approve as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Carl, second by Randy to accept as presented. I'll call for a vote, starting with Bryce.
Yes.
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 I'm going to recuse myself again.
Me likewise.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, with that, we'll go to action item 12, big game rule amendments.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if I have anything else to add here. Happy to answer any questions or help facilitate the discussion any way possible. I guess, quick reminder, it's been a long day. We had recommendations with regard to mandatory harvest reporting for antlerless animals, some game meat salvage and game retrieval regulation, as well as some wildlife health considerations, talking about how we may sample for chronic wasting disease on some units, discontinuing the practice of issuing free replacement permits to folks with CWD positive animals, and prohibiting the sale of inedible byproducts from game animal carcasses.
Any questions from the board?
When you talk about inedible sale, what about the hide buyers that cruise around? And does that fit under that umbrella, or is that something different?
So in the rule, there still is a provision that allows for sale of hides, but this is like ground up sinew, tendon, bone, that type of thing. There have been some folks have been grinding that type of stuff up and then selling it for dog food. And there's some pretty serious wildlife health concerns related to doing that, and also maybe some ethical concerns with regard to creating markets in wildlife for their parts. So that's where the regulation comes from.
Thank you.
Questions from RAC chairs? Director summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 12, big game rule amendments. We had 35 submissions. 27 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 5 strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 3 were neutral. The main themes: support for this recommendation, specifically for requiring a hunter to check the area where they shot at an animal. And then the next comment, we had 4 of those. There were 3 comments saying that we shouldn't require someone to check the area where they shot and stop regulating ethics and enforceability issues. We had 3 comments with people concerns or, wondering if there should be more training regarding the removal of tenderloins from an animal. And also a couple comments on the need to make harvest reporting mandatory.
All right, we'll have our RAC chairs report on motions.
Yeah, we had a motion to accept as presented, and it passed unanimous.
We had a motion to approve as presented. That passed 8-1. There was quite a bit of discussion on that. Most of it centered around how this was a long time coming, and there's a lot of people in favor of it. The one vote against that was concern over the mandatory harvest reporting and the $50 contribution, as you put it, to get your, if you miss the deadline. And that individual was concerned over having that in place and voted against it.
I looked at the wrong note. We did not pass unanimous. We passed 6-4 with some of the same discussion that Kent just said. Sorry about that. Wrong note.
Thanks for catching it. Yep. Rock.
Yeah, we had a motion to accept as presented with the exception of following up on the shot, going to check, and that failed to get a second. And then we had a motion to accept as presented, and that passed 8-1, except for the person that didn't want to walk over and check his deer.
Northern Region had a motion to accept as presented, and it was passed unanimous.
Daniel?
So there was a lot of discussion in the Northeastern region, and the original motion was made to accept as presented by the division with the exception of the two-way radio and cell phone to be removed. There was an amendment made to that motion to include clarifiers on archery tackle and to restrict.
I think you might be on the wrong number.
Oh, you're right, I am.
I'm glad I'm not the only one off today. You're
No,
doing
so I do apologize. That was proposed to be accepted as presented and passed unanimously.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. All right,
Sorry
with
about
that, you're good. We have no public comments on this one, so I'll open it up for board discussion.
Mr. Chair, I just want to share appreciation for those that spent time on this salvage portion of this. I feel like they just got to a good place. There's, again, not a huge need for this, but just from an ethical standpoint and to protect our hunting industry and our sport, I think there was a nice, reasonable bit of regulation that need to be placed here. And so I appreciate where they landed. And also, I know we can't regulate ethics. We try to a lot, but we don't, and are never going to be good at it. But I do think that at a minimum, people need to be more careful and just more diligent when they are shooting at big game. And so I appreciate that follow-up, whatever we call that piece of it.
I know we had some comments on the pulling of the tenderloins, and they are fairly small on some of our animals, but there again, that's a really good piece of meat. So I sometimes they're kind of tough to get to if you don't want to go inside, but it's not impossible.
I will volunteer Justin Shannon from our director's office to teach anyone that needs to know how to get tenderloins out without having to cut into the guts or do a messy job. Justin might not be good at a lot of stuff, but he is really good at that.
Well, I think they ended up in a great spot. So we'll make a motion that we approve the big game rule amendments as presented.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Motion by Carl to accept as presented, seconded by Gary. I'll call for a vote, starting with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. All right, with that, we'll go to agenda item 13. Lay it on us.
I think as we went around to the racks, there was a few of these items that came up in every rack. I'm sure we're going to spend the majority of the time on those. I think there was some clarification that needs to be made on some of those from the general public about what we actually meant and what the rule was reading. So if you have any questions, I'll just answer them. Is that how you want to go forward?
Yeah, and if there was just any themes that you want to clarify right up front, that there was maybe some confusion or anything that you want to state, please let us know.
Yeah,
right now.
I'd say the biggest confusion was two-way communication. People read into that and they thought that the committee and the division was trying to make all radios or any communication between two people electronically illegal, and that wasn't the case. We just wanted to address the specific communication of real-time information, you and me with a radio or a cell phone, guiding someone in, stalking a specific animal at a specific time. And that's what we want to do, because we felt that was more of a ethical and a fair chase problem, especially with, you got the two biggest organizations in hunting, Pope and Young and Boone and Crockett, and they both will not allow anything that is harvested with two-way communication in their record books, and that's pretty powerful, we felt. So, and that goes along with the guiding document, the statement that the board approved last November. And so as we as a committee was going through, we relied on that document pretty heavily, time and time again, to make sure we were within the bounds of that, so that we could be consistent that day and then every day in the future, including like 5-10 years from now. Another thing that was just brought up, from the Northeastern RAC, he didn't mean to talk about clarifiers, but that was brought up in the Northeastern RAC, and I wasn't there, but I need to clarify what a clarifier is. And we'll go to the webpage, because I'm sure there'll probably be some questions, because clarifiers are not very well known in the archery industry. And so a clarifier is something you put in your peep sight, and it's a lens. And there's some confusion on if that's a magnifying lens, or if you just think about clarifier, you think it's like your bifocals. It's like your glasses, right? It just makes something sharper, and that's fantastic. But if you go to the website, I'll read straight from the website. It says 5 different power clarifiers available. Help you make your target crystal clear when using a scope or lens. Allows the shooter to pick out a target detailed at a distance. The stronger the lens, the more powerful the clarifier needs. And when you go down to the size, the scope size and suggested aperture size, they have powers from, they don't have a 1 power. They have a 2 to 4, a 2 to 6, a 3 to 8, a 4 to 8, and a 6 to 8 power lens. And so I find nothing in here that describes that a clarifier does nothing but clarifies the scope of magnification, because you're looking through a lens that's going to magnify something, and you're trying to put your pin on it at a close distance, but the animal is not at a close distance. It could be 20 to 50, 60, 80 yards. And so it's just clarifying those two on each other. And so I can't find anything that talks about no power or nothing with a clarifier. And so that's a little confusing when that came up in the Northeastern RAC. So hopefully to address that a little bit with the information from the company that makes the clarifier.
One thing maybe before we jump in, I would like to thank the technology committee that was put together to address this. This came upon the request of the Wildlife Board. We've heard many times over the years, when we have a year like this, one of the only options that we have is to cut tags. And we've heard several times through the public process that maybe a restricted weapon or other types would work. And so we tasked this technology committee with a big task. And when this committee was put together, I went to the first meeting, and I will tell you that they were very diverse, a very diverse group of individuals and interests. And I wasn't certain how they would come together, but they absolutely did. We give them the task that we asked them to look at hunt opportunity while maintaining quality. And I think that was the one sideboard that they used as they went through every topic. I just want to thank those individuals that were part of that, and feel some responsibility that we tasked them with a tough task, and thank the division, Derek and Gabe, that helped guide that discussion. So with that, I'll open it up.
So just a clarification on a clarifier. The rule is would not prevent them?
Yeah, because with a bow, we don't allow, without a COR, anything magnified. You can have up to 1 power, but you can't have any magnifying on an archery equipment.
Okay. I shoot one, and I shoot it because with my vision, I see 3 dots with my sight pin, and I can shoot a clarifier, and it brings it so I don't have to shoot the middle pin out of the 3. So I'm not sure it magnifies, but I can figure out how to shoot without one if I.
Yeah, I was confused by that as well. That's why I went straight to the website, and everything that I find on that says that it magnifies. If you have an apparatus that doesn't magnify, that it's just like your eyeglasses and your peep sight that does just clarify things or just focuses it, then I think that's.
And the difference might be because you said with a scope, and I'm not shooting it with a scope. I'm shooting it with pins.
And I think on their website, they talked about a scope or a lens. And so in Utah, we don't see anybody really using scopes on bows, but a lens, they're talking about the lens that's in the actual peep sight, I believe.
Yeah, it's in the peep sight.
Okay.
I've done some research on this too, and I'm not positive. The way I've read it, there's a verifier and a clarifier. The verifier makes, I think, your pins stand out better, and the clarifier makes the target stand out better. And I'm to the point, I don't shoot my bow very much anymore because these trifocal glasses, I could get one clean or I can get the other one clear, but I can't get them both. And so it kind of bothered me. So there's probably people like me in their realm too that's kind of feels that same way. I'd never heard about it. So I'm glad the Northeast region brought it up. I guess I'd like to talk about it because I don't think they just make it clear. Your sight picture is clear, I think is all they do for people. And maybe the COR is a way to go. Maybe, maybe.
Yeah, I think the focus today is, I think the discussion needs to be is, do you want to make it legal for someone to use a magnifier on a scope? Or if it is just like a focus, if it just helps you focus with basically a bifocal like your glasses, a prescription, if that would be legal. And I don't see that as being a problem. We want people to see the target. We don't want people to see blurry targets, because you put an animal in somebody at an effective range and ask them to hold off just because they're seeing a little bit of a blur, that's tough. I think that's reasonable to say that's tough for people, and so we don't want to limit that. But as far as bringing that object closer to them, that's a discussion that the board's going to have.
Mr. Chair. So I think Gabe's right. I think that's the real issue before us on this piece is, do we want to allow magnification or not? I mean, these things have been around for a long time. I've shot them for a very long time. And I mean, there's different companies out there that make them. I've seen them that do 1.2, 1.5, and then all the way up to whatever Gabe was talking about. So there is, I think there is a magnifying component to the majority of these. I've never seen one that was 1 power. I'm sure they're out there, but where do we want to land on it? I mean, is 1.5 okay? Is 1.1 okay? Where do we draw the line? Because we need to draw the line, I guess is my point.
Any questions from RAC chairs?
I have a comment about, they work just like these. This is a pair of readers. My kids call them cheaters because I have to have them to read. Otherwise, like the same thing Carl was talking about, if I shoot a bow, I have to wear these to be able to see the sight pins clearly. These actually magnify, if you want to be technical about it, they're 1.75, but they don't bring anything closer. They just clarify what I'm looking at up close. And everybody out there is going to get in this boat at some point. As you age, you're going to get there.
Yeah,
do we want to penalize people for growing old, I guess is the question.
Yeah. If you figure out how to stop that, let me know. I'll quit this job and we'll go into business together.
Any others from RAC?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Okay.
So as the way the rule's written, is there anything preventing verifiers / clarifiers as it's written right now? Or being presented today?
Yeah, you can't. Okay, yeah, you can't have a magnifier on your bow. It has to be 1 power or less. So nothing
Correct.
more powerful than your eye.
Okay, so where this is in direct correlation to the PEEP site itself specifically, that wouldn't be the magnifying portion of the site. The magnification would happen from the sight pin apparatus. And what we're trying to, the whole thought behind all this was addressing the PEEP site itself and only the PEEP site. A verifier clears up the pins and the clarifier clears up the target. So it's a nearsighted, far-sighted comparative between the two. So I guess I'm the one that kind of made those discussions and brought that to light, but I guess they need to be consideration of both of those with the consideration of the PEEP site only, not the bow site itself. Would that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does, and we'll probably have to have some discussion on that. When we can take public comment and have more board discussion with that, let's go to summary motions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item 13, Technology Committee recommendations, we had 140 submissions. So we've done our best to put those into some themes, but 44 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 94 strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 2 were neutral. So they were either on one side or the other, with the largest proportion disagreeing. Some of the main themes there: concern and non-support for restricting two-way radio and cell phone communication. We had 50 comments regarding that one issue. And again, as Gabe stated earlier, Sergeant Patterson stated earlier, there was some confusion in those comments as far as the public safety aspect goes of the cell phone and or radio. But in general, most of it was difficulty in enforcing or individual officers having to interpret the law, the need to maintain safety, always allowed, and we shouldn't take it away. Some felt that there's no advantage in allowing this type of communication and hunting. And another set of, we had 12 public comments that essentially supported the division's technology, including cell phones and two-way radio communication. Many responded that we should continue to allow mounted rangefinder sights on bows and not restrict those tools as they increase accuracy and help archers take more ethical shots. We had 21 comments regarding that, those type of sights. Several comments expressed their displeasure with making expensive once legal hunting items illegal, as like some of the range finding sites and electronics on bows. We had 6 comments regarding that. Some felt like the technology didn't go far enough and thought that we should have addressed, or scopes on muzzleloaders should have been addressed. We had 7 comments with that. Several comments expressed strong support for the restricted weapon definitions and creating hunts for these, especially for traditional archery tackle. 7 comments. There are several comments didn't support any of the technology restrictions, stating we don't have the data to support those recommended regulations. And then we had 5 comments essentially saying, that the technology committee was put in place to address emerging technologies and not things that have already happened. And comments stating that we shouldn't be regulating ethics. That's it.
Thank you. Go to our RAC chairs, motions.
Bear with me. We have 8 motions, but I'll attempt to summarize at the end. I think I need to go through all 8 of them, but I'll try to summarize it at the end and make it easy. So we had a motion to accept the Division's Technology Committee recommendations as presented. That failed 4-6. Then we had a motion to accept the recommendations with the exception of the 2A radio communications. That failed 3-7. Then we had a motion to reject the division's recommendations as presented. That failed 3-7. Then we had a motion that we reject the division's technology committee recommendations with the exception of the restricted weapons definition. That failed 3-7. Now we're starting to pass some. Then we had a motion to approve the regular weapon definitions as presented, and that passed 8-2. We then had a motion to approve the HAMS weapons definitions as presented, and that passed unanimously. Then we had a motion to accept the restricted weapons definitions as presented. That passed 8-2. Then we had a motion to approve the remainder of the proposal with the exception of the restrictions on 2A communications, and that passed 6-5. So after a lot of discussion and a lot of trying to figure out what we did and didn't like, really what it came down to is we approved to accept everything with the exception of the 2A communication.
And that was 6-5.
Did you have to break that one, that tie? Yes. Yeah, I was thinking you did. Thank you.
And the Southeast region, we had quite a bit of discussion that boiled down to a couple of motions. We did have a motion to remove 2-way communication from the list, and that failed for lack of a second. And then we had a motion to accept the remainder of the proposal as presented, and that passed 8-1 with the one person voting against because he didn't favor restrictions on 2-way communication. And we had one further motion. Was this the last agenda item? And I asked it to be stuck in there by the individual who made the motion. He wanted to ask the Wildlife Board to put onto the action log, working with the division to look at ways to streamline the RAC agendas and the processes by going through that to maybe even include more meetings in the year than what we go through to try and reduce some of these marathon meetings like we're going through today. And that motion passed unanimously.
You needed to bring that up earlier with Senator Hatch. That's when we went to the fewer meetings. Appreciate that.
Bear with me like Braden. Oh, wait, we only had one emotion. We did talk a length about this. We ended up with one motion to accept as presented with the exception of not allowing cameras on bows. And that motion passed unanimously. The idea was there, if we can't have cameras on firearms, why should we have them on bows?
Okay, Northern Region, we had 3 different motions. First one was move to accept the definition of restricted weapons with the addition of the term matchlock as an ignition system to the definition of restricted muzzleloaders. That passed unanimous. Second motion was to include an additional restriction to the definition of scopes to exclude scopes with any built-in electronic functionalities besides an illuminated reticle. That passed unanimous. And then there is, the third one was moved to include, move to accept the balance of recommendations as presented. And that passed 6-4 and 3 against. Those who voted against it were not on board with the two-way radios as they were presented. And some of the verbiage with drones could have been written better. Both sites do not increase harvest, and we need to do everything we can to finish off wounded game. Going with the two-way radio communication of, sometimes it's very helpful if you have a wounded animal to be able to help track that wounded animal down. And then some comments about CWMU's harvesting cows. This does not allow for that. There's a high dependence on CWMU's using two-way radios to be able to find the animals and then guide hunters in to get effective harvest of antlerless elk on those hunts.
Thank you. Daniel?
I'll try this again. I apologize. So we had an original motion to accept as presented but exclude the two-way radio and cell phone communications. There was an amendment made to that motion to include clarifiers on the archery tackle and restrict to single power magnification on muzzleloader hunts when scopes are allowed. That amended motion failed 3-7. And the following amendment was made just to include clarifiers on archery tackle. That passed unanimously. And then the original motion then passed unanimously.
Thank you. I just want to add that we owe a big round of applause to SUU for putting a time limit on the southern region. Imagine the motions they would have had without that time limit. So.
We didn't even touch the CWMU. We could have gone another couple hours.
We really appreciate the feedback that we get from the RACs. It's invaluable. So make sure you take that back and tell your RAC. So thank you.
Chairman, just to clarify with Daniel, when you said include clarifiers, was that to not allow them or to allow them? I wasn't.
Yeah, so that whole discussion and what was brought forth was to include them to be allowed on archery tackle.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. All right, with that, we will go to comments from the audience. We will start with Landon, be followed by James Higley.
About the only thing I've ever been first at in my life. So Landon Corbridge is here representing myself. I just want to stand here and say that I support the division's recommendations as presented, I guess. I know there's a lot of concern about the two-way radios. I understand that it's going to be super hard to enforce. There's a lot of laws that are super hard to enforce. And other states have figured it out. So I would trust that Utah, the division, and everybody that they can figure that out and enforce that fairly. If the board did decide to throw that out, I would hope that it would be thrown out with go back to the committee and come up with a better, more streamlined way of enforcing it and then bring it back. I think that's a very important thing, and we owe it to the animals that we hunt to give them a chance. Humans can evolve way faster than they can. I know there's been a lot of concern and a lot of stuff brought up about the archery sites and the rangefinders built in. And a lot brought up about ethics on it. There's a lot of things in this world that would make us way more ethical hunters that we don't allow. And I think that's one that is super important. Archery hunting is supposed to be hard. Like, that's why it has its own separate seasons. Most states, Utah's kind of the weird one, that they don't offer more tags to archery hunters. The success rates are low, and yet we offer less tags for that than we do our rifle. And that's kind of backwards than what most states do. And I think that needs to be something that's looked at. But I think as far as our bows go, I think we need to get them back to being harder. And just to address one other thing that got brought up in one of the racks, I don't remember which one it was. There was somebody that brought up the fact that recruiting younger hunters by taking away those sights and those things, that it's going to make it harder. What's going to make getting kids into hunting harder is looking at them saying, congratulations, you turned 12 and you'll draw a tag when you're 18. And then after that, it's going to be 30. And we're already there. Like this is not something that is 20 years down the road. We're already in those points where 4 to 6 years is pretty kind of basic for some of our general tags. And we need to get to the point where people can hunt. I stood here in front of you guys with the trail camera meeting, and I'm going to say the exact same. I love animals. I love looking at them, but I love them a little bit more when we have tags in our pocket. We just watched them cut deer tags heavily. I stood here in support of that. But at the same time, there's every time that gets brought up, we're always like, yeah, cut tags, guys. But then we're like, hey, what can we do to limit ourselves so that way we can give more tags? And we're like, nothing. So thank you. I support the recommendation.
Thanks, Landon. James, followed by Ryan Brown.
Thank you. I'm just here to represent myself. I'm here to discuss my opposition to the proposal regarding the range-finding bow sights. I just recently purchased one. I haven't even shot it yet, so I was looking forward to shooting it. I haven't been able to shoot it. But with that said, there was reasons why I did that. It was because I felt like in the research I did, I didn't want to lay down a bunch of money on a bow sight that didn't serve a purpose that I felt was important. The important thing I felt was, first off, I felt like it would allow me to dial my bow in to be much more precise, and a multi-pin set. And then that doesn't prevent me from, exclude me from practicing with that bow sight, because you still have to become proficient at shooting your bow. With that said, many of the other things that were touched on in the public comments, and I was glad to see so many public comments with opposition to this proposal. I feel like Gabe at our Northern RAC meeting, I asked a question, and he answered my question with a question. What are the things that preclude you from being successful as an archery hunter? And I said scenting and movement. And he said the movement part of that is what made us kind of look to this proposal with regard to disallowing that. I don't want to say he's wrong, but pop-up blinds do that as well. So do tree stands, so do ground blinds. So the range finding part of that aspect is a very minimal part of the movement. I still have to come to full draw. I still have to get close. In fact, this sight is more restrictive to the side I took off my bow to put this sight on. I appreciate the committee's position. Very tough topics to discuss, but I think that as an archery hunter, if I can place an arrow more precisely, more accurately, with less wounding animals and losing them, I think that that's a positive thing. I think that the emerging technologies that are out there that are coming, I think that drawing a line in the sand is an important part of this. But I think once you let the genie out of the bottle and try and put it back in after 5 years of that particular product being on the market, you're going to have a lot of archery hunters that are going to have to lay down a bunch more money for sights going forward, not to mention the amount of money that they'll lose by having to take that bow off, or that sight off their bow. I don't find the proposal palatable, but it's even less palatable when Gabe explained the part of the committee's position on this. They didn't really use data. And we've heard throughout this meeting, data, the use of data in making decisions. And I think that data is important. I think I sent some data to you guys regarding the last 5 years that product's been on on the market. And the success rates are down, but it's not because there's so many factors that go into that. But I would hope that there's a little bit data used in studying some of these bigger moves. So thank you very much.
Thanks, James. Ryan, followed by Daniel.
My name's Ryan Brown. My purpose in being here today is to represent the American Mountain Man. It's a 501c3 with approximately 650 members. And when this first came through the RAC process and before the board in December, the president of our organization sent a letter to each of you, to the RAC members, to the RACs. Also, Ryan Gill from Hunt Primitive, an organization that works closely in the field of experimental archaeology, sent documentation supporting this specifically as it relates to the restricted weapons. We are ecstatic about this. The restricted weapons class, archery, muzzleloader, wonderful. It's been a long time since we've had something like this. When scopes were put on muzzleloaders, as the archery tackle has evolved through the years, there's been a lot of hunters who felt disenfranchised because of where that's gone. We see this as a win-win in many respects, and it recognizes the restricted class of weapons. It acknowledges them as a valid, fair chase method for taking game while still allowing more contemporary weapon systems to coexist, if you will. So we're very much in support of this. If we could make one modification to it, we would love to see in the part of muzzleloader to acknowledge other ignition systems, such as a match lock. When we talked with, in the Northern RAC, Sergeant Patterson, he talked about kind of the intent of it was more restrictions, and the idea was brought up, if that's the case, and those need to be spelled out just for clarification purpose. So adding the words such as acknowledging match lock in the muzzleloader section would be very much appreciative. Were it possible to have our complete wish list granted, we would also be ecstatic to insert ADLATL and some other technologies, restricted things in there. We acknowledge, I don't know if that's going to happen, but we're grateful for this. We're grateful for the committee. We're grateful for the division, the board, and the RAC process moving this along, specifically the restricted weapons portion of this.
Thank you. Kevin Norman, Daniel, then Kevin Norman.
Or Daniel Anselmo. For the most part, I support a lot of the changes, excluding the archery site. I design archery equipment for a living, been doing it for nearly 20 years. The Garmin site, and that's the one everybody's referring to, it's the #1 tool that's improved my ability to get arrow flight, because the site is built with a reticle and an alignment tool that allows you to range. So there's a hidden benefit that nobody's really talking about, in that it forces you to shoot the bow the same way every time. And if you look at all the other archery rules that are written by the division, their intent is to ensure clean, ethical kill. Broadhead size, minimum bow weight. There's a lot of others, but the intent is that our archers are out making clean, ethical shots. The archery bow sight does not increase your range. It literally limits you. I was on a test group when this thing was being developed. It says the target is beyond your effective range. It won't drop you a pin if it's farther than where you've sighted in. So it restricts your distance. It improves your ability to shoot. There's no data supporting in the 5 years that says we're taking more animals. So the comments based on that we're going to be able to issue more tags because we're restricting this specific technology, it's not valid. We're not going to issue more tags. Mother Nature is going to control the population. We don't control it by the method of take. So we're restricting it because we're scared of what it may do, not what it's doing. So I'm not in support of removing that. I think it actually may reduce harvest because it will reduce wounded animals. It's very effective in doing that. I know several archers that bought the site and literally came to me asking me to help them set it up because the reticle kept moving on them. The reticle doesn't move. That's their inability to line up the reticle with consistent pressure. So they turn around, they sell the site. So it's a very effective tool in allowing an archer to get true arrow flight. So you can know the range, but if you torque the bow in an excited situation, when you put a fixed blade broadhead on, your arrow will plane and you'll shoot left and right dramatically. And you can shoot deer where you're not intending to. So I just don't believe that this restriction will actually lower harvest. And that's what the whole intent is trying to lower harvest to increase opportunity. It's not going to do that. Very few archers are actually going to be able to shoot it. They're going to buy it and get really frustrated because they don't practice enough and they're going to sell the thing. So I would like to see this one removed from that. And if that's not an option, we have plenty of extended archery hunts that are only archery in the state. Could we make an exception to use that site on an extended archery only hunt? That the entire purpose of those hunts is to remove animals from the landscape. So why are we restricting the weapon? Another comment on the site, on bow hunting in general, is I would say that less than 5% of the effort that goes into taking an animal with bow equipment is the actual shot. 95% is getting in bow range, getting close to that animal, finding the animal, and all of that still exists. You're going to do that. The only thing this site does is tell you for sure how far that animal is, and it ensures that the arrow is coming out in a nice, clean manner. So I don't understand the restriction and what it's actually going to do. Thank you.
Kevin, followed by Troy Justison.
Kevin Norman representing myself, and as a committee member that was fortunate enough to sit on this committee, it was an awesome opportunity to be part of that process. As Mr. Chairman said, as we sat down the first time, it was a very diverse group, and we wondered, looking around, how he's going to get anything done. And the way everybody was able to agree on these recommendations was pretty remarkable. I should probably have Landon just come up and give my comments. I think he said it spot on. Sitting here through this rack and cutting tags and whatnot, I'm super excited about the restricted weapon definitions being in the toolbox. I think it can be an awesome tool rather than cutting tags. The thoughts that we were once at 240,000 deer tags and now we're 70,000 or less is not a good, happy thought for me. And so to have these other tools in place and to maybe think outside the box and use some of these tools to still have the opportunity available to have tags and to be able to get out in the field is a big deal. And so I support these recommendations and hope you will as well. Thanks.
Covey, you excited? I heard the word addle. You've been saying that for years. Troy Justison, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. Brian, you're the most well-dressed mountain man I've ever seen. So thank you. Now, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife supports the division's recommendations on the technology. And I want to go into just a few things. One of the things pertaining to the radios that was brought up in the Northern RAC that was talked about that I would hope you guys would consider is CWMUs such as Deseret Land and Livestock and these other CWMUs were struggling to get the cow elk harvest. These radios are a very effective tool in helping them get that kill. And so I would hope that there's a way possible that we could look at it providing a COR or a variance, allowing these CWMUs in those particular areas where we have problems with cows to allow them to use radios in late season cow harvest. I don't know if that's possible, but just like to bring that before the board and talk about that as well. Earlier, the director mentioned that we kind of forgot about it, and everything that's been going on today is we had our annual funding meeting where the conservation permit money was, the different groups got together and we funded all these different projects. And I said it there for those that attended. Us conservation groups are spending the money of the permits raised by the general public's, those permits taken out of the general draw. And so we're kind of playing with house money, even though we get a lot of the credit of funding these projects. It's really the average hunter that's, contributing to those funds. But there was 2 other organizations that were there donating money out of their own pocket that I would like to recognize today, and I think it'd be important for everybody to know here. One is the CWMU Association, and the other was King's Camo. They came and donated funds towards projects that came out of their own pocket, not tags that were allocated through a process. So thank you.
Troy brings up a good point in that, Wyatt, I think you need to start an investigation. We get photos from Kobe with a loincloth and atlatl every year, and I didn't know he was doing it illegally. Thank you. Appreciate the public comment. With that, we will go to board discussion.
Can I ask Kevin a question about the committee?
Yeah.
Or did Kevin leave? Okay, the question I've got is we've got RACs that voted for it. We've got RACs that voted against it. We've all gotten emails that say we like it. We've all got emails that say on two-way radios. As a committee member, you agree to support what the majority wants, but how did that discussion go? Was it way one-sided to eliminate them, or was it a split like the information we've got here?
So Gabe, you can correct me, but the majority of the committee approved supporting the two-way radios. And I think it's got lost, a lot of miscommunication. As soon as it hit the public, it's like, we're banning all two-way radios. And it's for the target of a specific animal. And everybody was on board with the specific animal aspect of it. If you're out with your buddies or family, for communication, safety, hey, let's all meet at the truck. All of that was legal. Even to the point, it's like, hey, there's a herd of elk 3 canyons over. But it was the specific targeting of an animal. And it was brought up, and there was outfitters, social media. I mean, there was like they said, there was a diverse group of guys, and I really was shocked that they all came to that resolution or conclusion. But it was, as far as I remember, I mean, it was maybe. If I don't remember the exact number, but like a 10-2 vote, if you guys want to correct me, but it was pretty overwhelming.
Derek and Gabe, I think this is important for the board. Any thoughts to add there that you'd like to bring from the committee on all those discussions?
I just can't get the idea of Kobe and loincloth out of my head. It's a big loincloth. Yeah, two-way communications took up the bulk of our RAC time, and it took up quite a bit of time. I think we revisited it 3 different times and had some special meetings on it to clarify the two-way communication. I guess it comes down to, do you believe it's ethical, and is it fair chase? And we relied heavily on Boone and Crockett and Pope and Young and our own experiences, my experiences of when I've walked someone in or someone has walked me in on a cell phone or a radio. The opportunity for harvest for me personally and for whoever I'm walking in was huge. I mean, it's a big difference. I mean, you can't hunt what you don't know isn't there. I mean, if you know where it is, and you have someone eyes on you telling you stop, go, or whatever it may be, draw now or stop, get ready, he's coming. That's huge. That provides a lot more opportunity to harvest. And you still have to draw your bow and aim your rifle, but is it fair chase? And I think that's what it should boil down to. And as the committee, we focused on that. And that's what it boiled down to with the committee. So we don't want to limit people, telling people to come and have a good time or to meet up at this point for safety. But as far as the fair chase aspect of it was majority of the committee felt like it was not fair chase.
Thank you.
Chairman, this is a tough one. This is a hard one because we've got so much input both directions. I go back to my early bow hunting days, about 35 years ago. We had two-way communications, but it was strictly just binoculars and hand signals to get there. And then, it evolved to mobile radios, which you had to keep really quiet if you're the one going in. And then you had earbuds, and then you have two-way. So it's evolved, but all my bow hunting life, it's been two-way communication, one way or the other. And I understand that, if I understand it right, Gabe, we can still do the hand signals. We just can't do the radios and the cell phone thing. So, but where I got a concern with it, I guess, is if I'm on the ridge and I'm looking for a deer and I find one that I think my buddy would like, and he's the one with the tag, and I'm sitting on my four-wheeler with my glasses, and I call him and say, I think there's one over here you need to come look at. He can come over there and park next to me on the trail and look at him with his binoculars and say, yeah, I want that one. And as soon as he gets off and heads down there with his weapon, then I got to be quiet. I mean, then from then on, it's a stalk, and it's okay. But if you look at a different scenario, he pulls up there, looks at it, says, yes, I want that, and he gets his gun out and shoots it there at 400 yards, then it isn't one. And so I'm really, am I right, Gabe? At that point, it wouldn't be a stalk.
So let's read the definition of stalk, and let's let you guys decide that. Or you can ask me to decide it. I'd rather have you guys decide it. The definition of stalking means when game has been located and the hunter engages in deliberate movements on foot in an effort to harvest the located game. And the definition of electronic communication, so R675-72E says electronic communication to receive real-time information on hunter or game located to aid in the stalking of a specific game animal. And so you radioing somebody to drive over there, and he drives to you, he's driving there, that's not stalking.
So I mean, that's I
It
guess.
says on foot is part of stalking.
Once he gets off and takes off, whether he, goes, quarter mile or 400 yards or whatever.
Yeah,
if he's stalking, then I really can't, I'd be illegal doing something else. But so then it's almost like we're going against a weapon type as opposed to where he could shoot at 400 yards, or he's got to get closer with a bow. Maybe he's not maybe he can't shoot for him. Maybe he's got to get within 200 yards or 100 yards and or 30 yards. So this one, then I understand why there's a lot of confusion over how we're going to do this. So it's kind of this is a tough one. I'm kind of on the fence on this one. I'm not sure. Where to go with it, to be honest with you.
Mr. Chair, could I jump in?
Yeah.
I totally understand Randy's comments, and I mean, the folks that are saying that radios are not effective, they're not using them right. Radios are very effective. I think we can all agree on that. But so are a lot of other things. My real issue here is, and I've brought this up before with some of these other things where we're just piecemealing it. We're being extremely arbitrary. As Randy mentioned, we're picking winners and losers. As government, we're picking winners and losers. We're picking on this weapon while it's perfectly fine to shoot with a 24 power Night Force scope, 700 yards. That's fine. That's ethical. This is not. And that's my concern. We're being so arbitrary. There's so many things out there that are making us effective. I mean, ground blinds, scent control, rangefinders, magnified scopes. I mean, there are so many things out there that make us effective, and radios are just one of them. And yet we're going to pick on radios and not even talk about the others. Just the sheer arbitrary nature of this is really what's turning me off to it. And I don't want to sound critical of the committee, because I do appreciate all the time, and I know we have to start somewhere. But I made this comment a year ago. We start here and we pick on this group, and then we just hop around, and there is no blanket restriction. There is no blanket, items put in place that are going to make us all less effective at the same time equally, and there's a fairness piece to it. I struggle with that.
Mr. Chair, to Wade's point, I disagree, Wade. I have thermals. We banned them. They're the most effective thing there is on hunting, right? So we picked on that. I'm good with that, because I know it works, and I know it needs to be. I know that there's a lot more to look at. We can't tackle it all in one fell swoop, but I think this committee did a good job on taking a good stab at the first part of it. There's more. We heard a lot of discussion that says, look, we got to look at muzzle loaders on scopes. I mean, you all seen the emails and the text, or the comments. There's a lot of them. But to say that the radios aren't effective, I mean, we all got that video. I hope everybody watched it. That's what we're targeting. That guiding you in on a string to a specific animal. And again, I mean, we're here cutting tags, yet we're not kind of more policing ourselves, to try to get back to increasing some tags. So I feel like we're contradicting ourselves a little bit. I mean, yeah, we want to decrease tags, but yet we don't want to police ourselves in a way that we can create more opportunity. And I struggle with, that we can't really look at this technology and getting out of control. And I'm not saying, I mean, this is not the end all. I mean, if we want to look at Night Force scopes, great, let's look at them. If we want to look at scopes on muzzles, so be it. I remember you specifically saying, do we look at two-way radios in the past? We looked at them, and that's what we came up with. So I think it's a really good start. This committee was so diverse, it wasn't even funny, and I feel like we came to a good spot. And I think we can, in the years to come, we can make improvements. The tools we set aside, to create more opportunity with hunts, these restrictive weapons. I really hope that we can get creative and use that and create opportunity when, people don't want to, maybe issue less tags. So there's not as many 1,200-yard guns out there, and there's more restricted weapons. That way we can get more people in the field. So I hope we take advantage of a lot of these things that they came up with.
Can I ask a question? I appreciate that, Bryce. I guess that's my point. I did bring up two-way radios, along with a list of 15 other things that I said, all right, if we're serious about limiting our effectiveness, then let's get serious about it. We weren't. We just wanted to pick on a group or two. And that's my point again. Why aren't we talking about 1,000-yard guns? Why aren't we talking about scopes on muzzleloaders? Why aren't we talking about all of it as a chunk? I mean, what the committee has put together is a great list. And a lot of it is low-hanging fruit. But a lot of this other stuff is sitting right out there as a glaring example, and it was just ignored. I guess why?
I'd ask what was ignored, but then two, like who are we picking on when it comes to two-way radios? Because it's across the board, archery, muzzleloader rifle. I mean, we're telling everybody uses them. So I don't feel like that's picking on an individual, group of people. I think that's across the board. But I would have loved to have you on that committee, because I think that, there's still a lot of room for, to look at other things. But, if we were to come with 15 things, or 50 things, it'd be a lot for someone to digest. 5 or 6 or 7 things now, great. Let's look at the next 5 or 6 things. And I'd love to have you part of that conversation. But I think we just have to, slowly, look at everything as it progresses and see what we can do. Because frankly, I mean, we cut 3,000 tags. We've got to find a way to, to improve opportunity for people to, to offset that.
And I do appreciate that. And I promise this is my last comment, Chair. I guess my question is, yes, we have to start somewhere, and no, we can't do it all today. But how in the world did we get to two-way radios and turned our back on scoped muzzle loaders and 1,200 yard guns?
Go ahead, Gabe. I mean, it was definitely brought up, and obviously the scopes on muzzle loaders would, in my opinion, if I was king for the day, that would be this next year, that would be something they look at. It was talked about 100%. The long range rifles, we're still a little bit confused on what to do there. I've got them personally. If I could figure out a way to limit that, I'm 100% on board. Everything I have in my closet, at home is on the table. If I could figure out a way to improve opportunity and get more people in the field. I did not one bit fight when they said, let's get rid of thermals, gladly. If we said, let's get way to, I'm open for discussion. If I don't muzzleloader hunt, but if it said, take a scope off your muzzleloader, let's make it so we can have more opportunity, I'm game. If I can figure out a way to limit my 1,200 yard gun, I'm 100% on board. So I'd love the recommendations. I am not targeting anybody, because everything, I have zero skin in the game. I have zero selfish, everything I have should be on the table, because I want it to be where my kids and grandkids and my buddies' kids are going to have a chance, just like Landon said, they're going to get a 1 deer tag between 12 and 18. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see them get 1 deer tag in the first 25 years. So my whole goal is to increase opportunity, and everything's on the table. And I'd love feedback to see what else we can do to evolve this next year, and so on.
Well, I'd like to add something. I think one of the points that's being missed is that the Wildlife Board, as technology's got more effective, if it was baiting, if it was thermals, we were always behind the 8 ball. We were like, 10 years down the road, and it would come, and then it was so hard to fix that. The biggest part of this technology committee is it now sets a baseline. It sets a baseline in the future. We have no idea what equipment sights will be on a bow in 10 years. We don't know what will be on a muzzleloader on a rifle. And the hard part is those that were the discussions we're having today, the ones that are on. But where this technology committee really shines is what it does for the future, because now it has a baseline. And yeah, those are hard discussions, the things that may go away from today's discussion. But the bright spot is where it helps guide us in the future.
Mr. Chair, may I speak? I'm actually not on the fence on this one. I saw the video Mike posted at Alpha Hunt. I mean, I'm calling that an exception. If there was ever a way to create dander against two-way communication, that was a poster for that. But theoretically, with guides and outfitters, you can have one guide, one spotter, and one hunter. You don't get 20 guys. I mean, all of the, I think we're battling a problem that's not as big a problem as everybody thinks that it is. Air radios and aid, absolutely, along with 50 other things. I'm a little frustrated, again, making laws that only impinge people who bother to keep them, you know, and ethics, yeah, that's cool. I get that. I mean, we hunt ethically. We do that, right? But you know, just the gray areas with this, and even in trying to enforce this law, you know, and you can say that about every law. Well, it's impossible to enforce, but this one's kind of crazy. You know, this is illegal, but this isn't. You know, and Wade specifically mentioned targeting a group. You're hammering bow hunters, okay, or even muzzle gun hunters. Rifle hunters, not going to make much difference because they can shoot them when they can see them. You know, and I just, if we're worried about it giving us a huge advantage, let's decrease the advantage. Let's go away from earbuds. All right, let's do that. But then, you know, the guys that are going to cheat are still going to cheat, but you're not going to hammer the guys that actually aren't the problem, that are being mostly upfront and legit about what they do. I mean, I trained my boys in the mountains, and it was so much harder when we had to use hand signals because old doofuses had to look. And that was hard, you know, but it's been really handy to, I mean, that's part of the fun, is being able to talk while you're doing it and being able to hunt, you know, and like I say, it is an advantage. Absolutely. You know, those guys are hunting down the flats and the cedars and the pinions. And somebody's up on a point spotting for them. I mean, I say there's a million ways we can become more effective. Like I say, if you want to get rid of the earbuds, that would change it quite a bit, just because everybody in their Cobra radios have those call buttons, and they're driving by on the highways and hit those buttons and makes all kinds of noise, startles everything out of the forest. I mean, so I don't know. I feel bad that we chose to use that as our example of hunting with radios. You know, if you'd film other hunts, you'd see how they were mostly used, I believe, not the 1 in 1,000. So I don't know. I don't like the two-way part of that, the technology thing. I don't agree with that.
Chairman. I don't disagree with Wade. I think we took a really small bite. I'm okay with doing that. I kind of thought that it would be a little bit bigger, and I hope this discussion means that we're not done with technology. I mean, the obvious one is I don't know where it will land, but we need to have a discussion on scopes on muzzleloaders. And I remember that discussion probably 7 years ago. It was before I got on here, and that came up, and the comment was made, let them use whatever power scope they want. They're muzzleloaders. How far can they shoot? Okay, well, I'm hearing rumors of 800 yards now. I've got friends who I trust killing at 600 yards. So that's kind of what I see with this archery sight limitation is we have to put a backstop somewhere on it, and a sight that is computerized, a sight that is adjust the cuts, helps you align, does all those things is the let them use scopes, muzzleloader, how far can they shoot? Same discussion for me. Two-way radios, it is going to be a hard decision for me on that. I've used them. I've not used them. I have friends that have gotten tickets for using them when they weren't supposed to do it. That one's going to be a hard one for me.
Gary, to address your comment, the first person that brought up the two-way radios and how effective they were on our committee, he was an outfitter. He was the one that said this is one of the most effective tools we have. And that's what he does for a living. So, you know, for me to say that video is 1 in a million, I don't think that's a fair statement, because we all know that we've used them a million times and it does work. To the enforcement side, other states do it. I'm not saying that it's, you know, it's going to be perfect in enforcing, but look how many other rules we have that are hard to enforce. We can't, you know, there's still poachers. There's still people out there that break the rules, and I get it. I'm sensitive to those people that, you know, play by the rules, and there's people that break the rules. But at the end of the day, you know, are we looking at fair chase? We're cutting a lot of tags and kind of turned a blind eye to fair chase and opportunity? I think that's what we got to decide and look at.
As far as the electronics on bows, I can get behind that. I've seen how the electronics on scopes have progressed over the last 10 years, and so I think what the committee did there was a good thing. They got ahead of it and said, you know, let's just stop that, so we don't have to worry about this in the future, because I can see that just like Carl mentioned, getting much better. So I'm with Carl on that. Not allowing electronics on bows. I can get behind that. The communication, it is an effective tool, but I think it's, you know, we're just saying stalking. You can't stalk with it, and I think I like our COs too much to have to put them in a situation where they've got to be chasing down a whole lot of things that maybe do or don't pan out. So I think I'm in the ballpark of having that one pulled out. I think the restricted weapons are going to do a lot. I'm excited about the restricted weapons, because I believe that is going to allow us to add a whole bunch more tags and more opportunity for the public. And I guess I'd like to see where that goes before we dive into taking two-way communication away from our hunters.
Kevin, I just find it interesting what Gabe said about the Pope and Young and Boone and Crockett don't allow those animals to be scored or entered in the book or whatever if they're harvested with a two-way radio. That speaks a lot to me. I don't know. I think I'd side with the committee on that, because of, if no other reason, because of that.
Mr. Chair, could I jump in before we leave the communication piece? I agree with Gary on the point. Well, I've been misquoting Justin Shannon for about 3 years now. He shared an idea with me few years ago that we've got to quit listening to the outside edges. You know, that 5% on either side, they're the loudest, craziest, and we're ignoring the middle. And so I've kind of latched onto that principle, and I truly believe it. And I feel like that video that we all got shared was on those outside edges. It illustrated the effectiveness of it, and I don't think any of us are denying the effectiveness of those radios. But I think it's bad governing when we start governing to the 1% and those very far outside edges. And Bryce, I know what you're saying with the enforceability of it. There's other states that have got these rules in place, and the rule is in place and it's not enforced because they can't enforce it. I mean, I know Gabe and Wyatt, these guys are really good at their jobs, but I can almost guarantee if there was no such thing as radar detectors or radar guns, we probably wouldn't have posted speed limits out there. I mean, it's bad governing when we pass a law that isn't hard to enforce, that is literally impossible to enforce. I think it's just bad governing. We're just it's not just the bad people that are going to go ahead and break it. It's also that middle group and then maybe some of the good people. When there's absolutely no way to enforce a law, to me, let's make it a suggestion, you know, but it's bad governing when we put something in place like that we absolutely have no ability to weigh in on.
I heard an idea kicked around a day or two ago about if maybe we ought to try it on some of the restricted weapons hunts and just instill it in there to make that the ultimate challenge. It would decrease it there as well.
You're
and just
talking
see
about
what
the
it's at.
two-way radios
Yeah, two-way radios, yeah.
and only institute it for the
The restricted weapon stuff, and there's some of those kind of hunts, and just let them give it a whirl, and then we can see if we can make it work. I mean, I talked to outfitters too. Matter of fact, I know one really, really well, and asked him how this was going to affect him. He said it's going to make it unhandy, but it's not going to change what I do. And he didn't mean he was going to use his radio anyway. I mean, he'll be doing just as well as he's doing, but I hate to make rules that are just, anyway, it's just hard. I mean, that's deep down inside, this one doesn't feel right, so. Maybe we ought to try it on a different weapon or a different setup.
Okay, I think we've had lots of discussion. Let's point you in a direction. I would ask the board to let's thoroughly vet each thing we've discussed. So we'll take it item by item.
I'll take maybe an easy one. Clarifiers on a peep-mounted clarifier verifier. I don't think it's doing what the magnification does. It just clears that up. It clears the pin up. It doesn't magnify anything that way. At least it doesn't for me. And so I don't see that as an aid other than
It's not.
it allows people to shoot bows that have bad eyesight. But
so you make
so
the motion.
I'll make the motion that peep-sided clarifier verifiers are allowed.
I'll second that.
Okay. Do we want to have any discussion by Gabe or Derek on that?
Can I ask a question to him? So Gabe, I think you already said that on the books currently, there can be no magnification on a bow or a scope on a bow sight. Is that right?
Yeah, no magnification over the human eye. It was one. Unless, I mean, you can get a COR. Do that.
So would this be against the rule if we say there's no magnification, but then we allow the clarifier magnifier? Or
Well, my feeling, and again, that's why I think we ought to draw a line somewhere, because there will be new products, there will be additional companies that come out with all kinds of things. I like the idea of saying no scope, but allowing for clarifiers and magnifiers, verifiers. To me, that's a line, and you're not going to get that much magnification out of a clarifier.
I spend more time wiping dust off it than it helps me, but I like that bow-mounted scopes with no magnification, but clarifiers, I think is an appropriate line. Gabe.
So I guess from a law enforcement and rule perspective, we want to clarify and verify. So is what you're talking about, would you allow a clarifier or a verifier that had magnification? Or were we just allowing for no magnification, just?
I mean, they have different powers because they do different things for each individual eye. And so long as it was a peep sight mounted, I'd be okay with it.
Yeah.
If it's mounted out, like a binocular on a scope, then I don't want it.
Yeah, I guess you got to be very specific when you're talking about that, because we'll have to draw that in the rule. Because if you do allow magnification in a peep sight, that goes against the current rule of no magnification. And I guess, is that going to advance to a degree where you are going to have a 6-power pin, and will that advance people to be able to see? Because your sight pin on an animal at a deer 80 yards or 60 yards is pretty big. But if you throw a magnification on that, even if it is through a peep sight, it really shrinks that down. So I think you need to discuss that and be very thorough in what you're talking about and your motions when it comes to that. So we can draft a very detailed rule that clarifies that.
Do they make verifiers or clarifiers? I mean, are they mostly between 1 and 2 power, or do they get up? Because I think, a lot of times you have to adjust it, 1.25 to get the right focus for old eyes. But is it reasonable to say between 1 and 2 power? I mean, they fit that model, or are they getting more than that?
So when you're talking about a clarifier, everything on their website states that it's a 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 8 power. When you're talking about a verifier on their website, it specifically stating about verifiers, it says a number 4 verifier equals a 1.0 reading glass or weaker. A 5 verifier equals a 1.25 reading glass or weaker. And so can you use them separate to be able to focus on that pin without magnification? I mean, I guess you could throw a verifier in there without a clarifier.
So a verifier is less like a scope than a clarifier.
That's what I'm reading. I've never shot one.
Carl, speak.
And I think Carl shot them, and he has one. He could probably answer that better than anybody.
And I believe mine are like 2. And so really all I do is clear up. When I would pull up, I had 3 pins. And now with that, I only have 1. So, I mean, that's what it does for me.
So you have a clarifier and a verifier?
No, I don't think you can use both of them at the same time. The peep won't fit it. You have to pick one or the other.
So the verifier, from what I'm reading, does not have magnification. It's like reading glasses. That's what they reference. A 2.5 reading glass or higher is a number 9. But a clarifier does provide magnification by their definition.
So would it be easy to just have one or the other? I mean, one but not the other? I mean, is that?
It sounds like.
Yeah.
Sounds like that's what we're after.
And a law enforcement side of that is, am I going to draw someone's bow back and look through their peep sight?
And you won't be able to tell by looking at it.
It'd be tough. So I think that needs to be discussed as well.
But would it work for, I mean, you've talked about a COR. If your eyesight is bad enough to need more than a 4 on either one of these, maybe you can apply for a COR. And under a 4, of course, you won't be able to tell looking at it in the field.
I think CORs allow people to hunt that otherwise wouldn't be allowed to hunt or capable to hunt ethically with that weapon because they can't see.
Yeah.
And so a COR would fit perfectly for this.
But you don't want every old guy with bad eyes having to apply for a COR. I mean,
I'm right there. I've got readers, and it's not getting better. But
Mr. Chairman?
Can I step up
Could
and
I?
just, okay. I'm gonna, so this isn't a scope, it's not an optic. You need 2 lenses to bring something that is at far distance into you. This is, it doesn't matter if it's 2X or 4X, it's a pair of reading glasses on your bow that makes it so that as you get older and your lens crystallizes, right? No matter how hard your muscles pull, it can't flex and adjust that for close sight. So whether it's a clarifier or a verifier, all it does is make it so that your eyes will focus on those pins, right? It's not an optic like a scope where it doesn't work that same way. You'd have to have 2 lenses to get that to work. So what I'm trying to say is I think we can shortcut a lot of this discussion, and if it's something the board wants to authorize, let's just authorize it. Okay.
I can't remember my motion. So where I'm at is to allow peat-mounted verifier clarifiers on both.
Carl, excuse me, Mr. Chair, one more thing. So if you wanted to protect against like optics on a bow, you would state that it was a single lens, if that makes sense.
A single lens, verifier, clarifier, peak mounted would be allowed.
I'll go ahead and second that one also.
I thought this was the easy one.
Yeah, next time start with the easy one, Carl. All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. All right, now let's go to the hard ones.
I'm going to make a motion. I know this might not be popular with the rest of the board, but as far as the two-way radios, it came through the committee. It passed 3 out of the 5 RACs. I think it's important that we, recognize the Boone and Crockett Fair Chase. Is there more to do? Of course, but this is a start in that right direction. So I make a motion that we approve the two-way radio portion that does not allow for the targeting of a specific animal.
Okay, we got a motion by Bryce.
I'll second it.
Brett? Got a second by Brett. Questions?
Piece of discussion.
Yeah.
Bryce mentions that this is a piece, this is a start. This proposal is a start into the world of making us less effective. I love Gary's idea. Let's start this start on limited or on restricted weapons and hams hunts. Let's just start it there and see how it goes and see if we want to expand it to all.
So is that an amendment?
Are you asking for an amendment?
I mean, we have a second on that motion, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. All right. I would move that we amend the main motion to state that.
Okay. So we have an amendment to the motion. Do we have a second to the amendment?
Can I second that too?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Sorry. Doesn't the person who made the amendment have to accept that and then we have a vote?
Well, he could accept it as a friendly amendment, or we can vote on it as an amendment.
And then go to his.
And then go to his motion.
Sorry, I don't want to accept it, but you guys can. Not a friendly amendment.
So then let me ask Stacy, I think there's probably another person that would second that, but can Brett second that where he's already, okay, all right, seconded by Brett. Okay. So is everyone clear on the amendment? That this will just be for the restricted weapons? And I want to clarify, it also includes ham hunts. Okay, what was that? Was there a question? We're just voting on the amendment. Yes.
I guess my question is, I'd like to see how it goes, to start with, because if I vote no on the amendment, I don't want to close the door on everything, if that makes sense, but I'd really like to see it, start implemented across the board.
How about this? We're going to start on the other end. Gary, we'll call him for a vote.
We're voting on the amendment, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
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 No.
No.
Okay, motion passes.
So now I believe we vote on the main motion as amended, which is basically the vote we just took, but I think that would set the proper order.
Okay. Would anyone change their vote on that?
I almost think we eliminated the first motion.
Yeah.
Because we said it that it's going to be on these others.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything we need to clarify on that, Stacy?
And she's right, we need to vote on it.
Okay, so
I guess I'm still wondering what we're voting on now, if we just limited it to these further restricted hubs, because
it won't pass, but we could call for that vote. So let's call for a vote on Bryce's original motion to.
So, Mr. Chair, I think, and I'm not a parliamentarian, but I think, so my motion was to amend Bryce's motion to insert this additional language. And so now Bryce's motion, the main motion on the table, is to basically just have a revote. We vote on the exact same thing as amended.
motion is yours.
Well, we vote on the motion as amended. So it's part Bryce's and part mine, but we vote on it as amended. I think the vote's going to be the same, but I think Stacy's right. We do need to vote on that main motion.
Okay, we will vote on the amended motion. We'll start with Bryce.
No.
No.
Yes.
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 Motion passes. Okay.
I make another motion that we allow match lock ignition as one of the restricted muzzleloaders.
Can I ask a question to Gabe or Wyatt? So there's discussion from the public. We had some people discuss match lock. We got a motion that would allow match lock to be in the definition. Can you speak to any concerns or thoughts on that?
No, zero concerns, but there's another one that's friction lock. It's a lock that creates friction, which creates a spark.
Okay.
So
and
it's
if we
another
allow
very
this one,
primitive.
it'd probably be good to have that language for that also.
I think so. I mean, this doesn't go against what the committee was voting on.
Okay.
It's more primitive.
Okay. No concerns. Okay.
Can I change my motion before we have a second? I'd like to make a motion, we allow the match lock and the friction lock.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Wade? By Gary?
No, Wade.
Wade.
I have a question.
All right.
Couldn't we just limit it to side ignition muzzleloaders? And that's what all of these things are. None of them, I mean, what we're getting rid of is the inlines because they're substantially more advanced as far as a weapon. And side ignitions are going to cover match locks, going to cover wheel lock, it's going to cover flint lock, it's going to cover all of them.
Want to speak to that?
Yeah, technology is going to evolve, and you can see like the in Idaho, or I think it's Idaho. I had it pulled up during the RACs, but I can't remember. It is a CVA made something because you have to be able to see the cap and see in I think it's Idaho.
It was,
and so they created it's like Northwestern or something. They basically just drilled a hole where the 209 primer goes, and you can see the 209 primer. So the fear on that from a law enforcement perspective or from technology committee perspective would be, it's easy to design something that's going to be a side lock that's going to allow for technology that we voted on to go against. So
okay,
it's just the fear of that.
Okay.
I think our intent on the committee was to set parameters on what's allowed. And if somebody comes up with a new design, they got to come in and get it approved. Not blanket approve everything, you know. Now it's, if they have something different come in, well, and we'll look at that instead of just blanket approving everything.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All right, I'm going to call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous.
I don't have another topic, so I'm ready to make a motion to accept the remainder unless somebody has another topic.
Is there anything from the RACs that we have failed to miss that was brought up from your regions? Okay.
The only thing that was brought up by ours was scopes on bows. I mean, cameras on bows.
Oh, yeah. And Gabe or Derek, can you speak to the way the technology committee is? Is that something additional that needs to be addressed, or will it be addressed through the?
I guess the fear on cameras on a rifle is you pull out your phone and the capabilities of this phone right now aren't what they were 10 years ago. And that's a camera. You put that on your rifle, what's that allow it to do? I mean, this can be a thermal device right now. I can download an app and it can be a thermal device. And so drawing that line with anything that went boom was because of the future, what it could bring. But with a bow, you just put a point and shoot camera on there. We didn't feel like that would aid in someone's take, that helped them at all take wildlife. The other side of that is if you do take it off a bow, to be consistent with a rifle, you can have a head-mounted camera. A lot of people have those for bow hunting. You could do that for rifle hunting too. And so that's the other side of that if you guys did vote, like the Central Region did. So, but we felt like with bow, cameras don't aid in the take of wildlife. So, but with a rifle, with a scope or something, that could change pretty quick.
I'm personally okay with the way that it's worded without a change.
Okay.
So I'm going to make the motion that we accept the rest of the big game rules technology recommendations as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made by Carl, seconded by Gary. Any questions? All right, we'll start with the vote. We'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 All right, motion passes. With that, is there any other business?
Just one question. I was obligated to bring this up. The last motion we made, is the board going to address that with regard to the RAC and board agendas and the length thereof?
So I think that we can have some discussion about that now. And so I would ask, we've had some of these discussions before. Stacy or director, we are time limited. I know the division does their very best to tackle issues. Sometimes we like this meeting, we had technology added. It was not intended to be, but just the way that it came through. Do you want to give us your thoughts and directions on that?
Stacy, do you want to comment to that? I will just echo what the chair just said. Some of these items that get added to these meetings are time sensitive, where, maybe if we had some open dates in the future that were potential meeting dates to address other things, it's just hard to, without posting those, it's hard to know exactly what to do. So.
Yeah, that's a hard one to answer, because at the beginning of the year, we start out with a pretty open calendar, and then y'all get together and fill it. and then decide to push things to more meetings. There are a few things that we could probably look at. Multi-year recommendations will take things off of your plate and allow larger conversations on technology and things like this. But in doing that, we have to be willing to let go of some stuff and focus on the new stuff. And right now, we seem to want all of the stuff. We want to make a decision on all of it. And aside from adding more RAC and board meetings, which isn't an easy solution either, because as you know, we set these up so that the recommendations are approved in time for applications or guidebooks or hunts. And all of that has consequences when you start messing with those deadlines. So there's a few things in the future that we could probably do to help alleviate it. But the biggest one is to be able to do multi-year recommendations on certain things that don't have to come back to the board every year, year after year. But that depends on whether the 7 of you are ready to give that up. Because let's face it, you have a limited term and you like to make the most of it while you're here. And hearing recommendations maybe only twice while you're on the board doesn't normally sit well. So there's some give and take, but there's some things that we could definitely talk about.
The other thing I remember specifically, when we had more meetings and the meeting when it was went to 7, if we had 8, would it be helpful, or thoughts on that?
If we had
an additional meeting,
we could. I mean, there was a time when you guys met 10 times a year.
Yeah.
And there were some of those meetings that we were scraping to find agenda items and realized that it wasn't worth the time and the effort that everybody was putting into to get to those. So we could easily, we've got some time at the beginning of the calendar year to add some things, but it depends on what you're going to add. I can't add big game stuff in the middle of all of their winter counts and all of that. And it seems like that tends to be the focus. And those poor guys are in every other tour. So part of the reason in limiting our numbers per year, our board meetings and RAC meetings per year, was because it takes a toll on the employees who are out doing RAC tours, and it takes a toll on the amount of time and effort that goes into that. So I think with some give and take, we could probably come to a pretty good compromise on leveling out the agendas and being willing to move some meetings around and maybe add a few more informational during the time that we have what used to be called dead time and now doesn't seem to exist anymore. But I think if you guys are willing to give up a little, I think the division is also willing to sacrifice a bit, and we can find some common ground.
well, I think it's important, Kent, for the RACs to know that in doing that, they're probably going to give up some of their votes. They would give up some of the opportunity they have to vote on things. And I don't know if they fully understand that. I know they see a big agenda, but I think the public also thinks that they will have an opportunity to discuss permit numbers each year. So there's some give and take in there. And I don't know that today is the day that we need to decide all that.
Okay. Again, I'm just representing what I was asked to bring before the board, and I appreciate the answer. I've made some notes here, Stacy. I'll take it back to the RAC meeting with me. Thank you.
Perfect.
Mr. Chair, could I jump on this too? I think in the 4 years I've been on, this is probably the 3rd time we've talked about it. And it's always after the April and November cycle. And we've talked about expanding, shrinking, adding, moving things around. And I think Stacy's right. That we have massaged this to the point where it is what it is. And the bottom line is we're going to have 2 meetings a year that last 6 hours. And nobody likes it, but that's just the reality. And so I honestly don't know. I mean, we've talked about multi-year recommendations and we've all pushed back on it. Said, no, we want to weigh in. So I honestly feel like we've got it as good as it's going to get.
Okay, with that, we have a motion. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion to adjourn. We have a second. All in favor? Unanimous.